241 Chapter 241 Heat Breath. At this moment in the battlefield of Dressrosa Kingdom, with the appearance of the beast Kaido, it was abruptly quiet. Whether it's the officials of the Don Quixote family, those soldiers of the Dressrosa Kingdom, or those fighting fish who are excitedly and frantically crashing into the pirate ship in the sea. At this time, under the pressure of Kaido, who was incarnated as a blue dragon hovering above the clouds, almost all of them froze instinctively, not daring to move at all. As for the pirates of the 100 Beasts pirates, they couldn't help cheering for the stalwart appearance of 100 Beasts Kaido. At this moment it seemed that with the appearance of the beast Kaido, the war had been completely resolved. There was only one person, and when Kaido appeared he couldn't help roaring wildly. More. Maria's eyes were blood red and he was trembling with anger or terror. "You guy finally showed up." Moria raised his palm high and the shadows condensed into a shadow gun that was more than 10 meters long in the palm of his hand, and then suddenly threw it in the direction of Kaido. Shadow gun. Whoosh. This spear shot up into the sky almost like a galloping lightning bolt and headed straight for King Glong's jaw, with the aura of piercing King Glong's head. However, the dragon's claw lifted slightly and flicked his fingers. Ding. When the shadow horn spear collided with the nails of the dragon claw, there was a dazzling fire and lightning, but until the shadow horn spear disintegrated, let alone penetrated the dragon claw, even Kaido's nails were not worn in the slightest. Immediately King Glong's head lowered slightly and his eyes moved from Hancock's body to Moria, who had an angry expression below. "Huh? Mariah, you're not dead yet." Qinglong opened his mouth slightly and the sound of shaking sounded in all directions. "Kaido, I will never die until I kill you, asshole, to avenge my partner," Moria said angrily, and those blood-red eyes seemed to want to devour Kaido alive. "What, Mariah, haven't you got rid of the habit of talking big?" Qinglong said with disdain and arrogance in his tone. "Since that's the case, then here I will bottom is done." Immediately King Glong's head lifted slightly and a flush of crimson emerged in his throat, and it quickly condensed and compressed. Immediately the pirates of the 100 Beast pirates below were horrified when they saw King Glong's actions, and almost frantically fled towards the pirate ship docked at the edge of the port, screaming and shouting constantly, "Kaido, boss Kaido, quick, run away. Kaido, boss is using heat breath. Wait, boss Kaido." Even at this moment, even Quinn Pandemic and Jack Drought hurriedly ran away, as far as possible away from Moria, who was the target and didn't want to be affected by this move. As a member of the Beast Pirates, they knew all too well how terrifying the heat breath Kaido released in the form of a blue dragon. In just a moment, this move is enough to evaporate a mountain. Compared with the experienced pirates of the Beast Pirates, the officials and members of the Don Quixote family and the soldiers of the Dressrosa Kingdom reacted relatively slowly. When the terrifying heat-breathing flame sprayed out from King Glong's mouth like a waterfall of flames falling from the sky, it rushed towards the port below, and it was too late to escape. Hot breath. Boom. As that fiery red heat fell from the sky toward the port, the heavens, the earth, and the ocean were dyed with that scorching and destructive red. Oops. Khorasan, whose battle with Jack Drought was interrupted, saw this scene, but he also understood once the attack hits the port, it is possible that the entire port and 99% of the life on the port will cease to exist. The next moment Khorasan hardly hesitated and appeared beside Moria in a flash. The four sickles in Khorasan's hand crossed at one point and a small yellow ball of light quickly condensed. In the half-year practice of the final death, Khorasan may not be able to completely liberate all the power of Holy Crying Mantis, but Khorasan can barely grasp the trick of Void Flash. And just as that terrifying heat breath was about to quickly approach the sky above the port, the yellow ball also burst into a wave of light and reached the sky. Virtual flash. Boom. The collision between the heat and the yellow color produced terrifying air waves that erupted in all directions almost instantly, causing the waves on the sea surface to surge. However, compared with the heat breath released by Kaido, who entered the blue dragon form, Khorasan's virtual flash was only blocked for a moment and was continuously released by the heat breath. The virtual flash continued to fall towards the port. "It's over." While Khorasan felt a lot of pressure, he also felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, a black shadow passed by Khorasan's side and the black wings appeared over the port. At this time, Hancock once again entered the state of final liberation of the black-winged demon, and the whole person was like a legendary demon holding the Lance of Thunder tightly in his hand and rushing up against the heat breath. One toss. The power of the thunder spear exploded in an all-round way, dyeing the port a dark green. Boom. An unprecedented explosion appeared over the port, and the terrifying storm swept across the four directions, even destroying most of the buildings above the port. But, after all, the heat breath was blocked. The smoke and dust in the port slowly dissipated, and the members of the Don Quixote family cotters and Dressrosa Kingdom soldiers stood up coughing from the ruins. Although their appearance was embarrassed and everyone was injured by the aftermath, almost all of them survived described with the unreasonable physique of the sea. "Get out, leave the port." In Hancock's mouth there was an indifferent voice that seemed to be mixed with two different tones. And this is precisely why Ion is in Hancock's consciousness space, and Ion replaces the consciousness of Blackwing Demon to liberate all the instinctive power of Blackwing Demon. In this way, Hancock can temporarily use all the power of Blackwing Demon, while at the same time restraining the instinct to manipulate Hancock's body to a certain extent, allowing Hancock to continue to occupy the initiative. This is also one of the important cards that Ion prepared. Ion liberated all the power of the Blackwing Demon, and then Hancock controlled his body to exert his powerful combat power. 242 Chapter 242 Solicitation and Provocation. "Quick, get out." Corazon, who also had lingering fears, heard the words and saw that some of the officials of the Don Quixote family and the soldiers of the Kingdom of Dressrosa were still in a daze, and quickly repeated Hancock's order and said, "The next battlefield is not something you can participate in anymore. Withdraw." Immediately, the cotters of the Don Quixote family and the soldiers of the Dressrosa Kingdom hurriedly assisted and rescued their companions before evacuating outside the port. As for the departure of those ants, Kaido, who was entrenched in the sky, didn't care, but his pupils were condensed and his eyes were focused on Hancock. "Demon, you demons." Kaido's tone was full of interest. As Chong the Overlord, who is violent and respects the strong, Kaido has recognized Hancock's strength from the blow just now. Just as Hancock resisted the blow of Heat Breath head-on just now, Kaido had already judged that Hancock's strength was definitely above his most powerful subordinate, Flame Calamity Yin. More importantly, Hancock still looks like a Devil Fruit power user of the Phantom Beast type demon form, which is no less than a treasure for Kaido, who especially likes those who prefer animal Devil Fruit power. No, not only the devil, but also the praying mantis whose name of the Devil Fruit is unknown. The next moment King Glong's posture turned and the height dropped rapidly between the circles and returned to the human posture at a distance of about 50 meters from Corazon, Hancock, and Mariah. Black-haired shawl with a pair of long horns like ox horns, a long beard like a dragon's beard on the mouth. The dragon scale tattoo on the left arm is conspicuous. The upper body is naked, and there is a particularly eye-catching X-shaped scar on the right abdomen. The tall and burly figure exudes a strong sense of oppression and power all the time. This is Beast Kaido. Seeing this, Yin, Plague Gwyn, Drought Jack, and some animals with Devil Fruit abilities also gathered behind Kaido. However, seeing the three major disasters approaching, Kaido asked in a dissatisfied tone, "I said you bastards, while Laozi was drunk, secretly left Laozi to start a war." "Boss Kaido, it's not our fault. Today is the date of the war that was decided half a year ago. Our beast pirates can't be late, otherwise we will be said to be timid." "How can we do it?" Pandemic Quinn explained. "Besides, it's just a small kingdom of Dressrosa. It can't stand your toss, Boss Kaido. Just leave it to us." "Ah." Flame Calamity Yin heard the words and couldn't help laughing. "Just now, someone was about to be killed by Mariah." "Nonsense, I was just pretending to be dead. I was just going to fight back and kill Moria." Pandemic Quinn defended without hesitation. "You didn't say that when you asked me for help." Compared with the habitual quarrel between Fire Yin and Pandemic Quinn, Drought Jack was more honest in front of Kaido, but said with lingering fears, "Boss Kaido, you almost affected me with that blow just now." "Lulu." Kaido let out a unique laugh and said, "How could that be? I'm sure you, Jack, won't be killed so easily." 126. Drought Jack said, smacking his mouth, "But who would be willing to bear the heat of your Kaido, boss? It's very painful." Lulu. Hearing Drought Jack's invisible touts, Kaido was in a good mood and turned to look at the members of the virtual circle in front of him, Hancock with black wings in the air, and Pei who floated like fluff, Lorna and Corazon and Moria standing on the ground. "It's really interesting." Kaido's eyes were mainly on Hancock and Corazon, and then he carried the mace called 8 Fastings in his hand to his shoulder and issued an invitation in a domineering tone. "How about that Blackwing Demon and the Holy Crying Mantis become my subordinates and start the world's top war with me?" Kaido's sudden solicitation stunned Hancock and the others present. "As long as you are willing to join the Beast Pirates, this war can end immediately, and you can also allow the Kingdom of Dressrosa to use the banner of the Beast's Pirates to protect the safety of the Kingdom of Dressrosa. It's not impossible to even let Moria go." After a pause, Kaido continued, "Of course, any treasure, power, etc., as long as you need it, Laozi can share it with you equally." At this moment, even Ion realized that Kaido's invitation was not a joke. In Ion's opinion, this invitation was even more sincere than Whitebeard's "Be my son." Right. After all, generally speaking, the expression "I want to be your father" is more often an insult and provocation, right? And relatively speaking, this seems to be one of the ways to end this war. Even though the virtual circle organization may be removed from the veil of mystery and power, at least the Kingdom of Dressrosa under Corazon Khorasan's command has been preserved, and if he unites with the 100 Beasts pirates, then Khorasan doesn't need to worry about retaliation from the world government at all. However, just when Ian was still thinking about the pros and cons of this choice, Hancock, who was wearing a mask, laughed contemptuously and said, "Huh, what an arrogant speech. There is only one person in this world who is qualified to submit to a concubine. How can a lowly man like you have the courage to say such a thing?" For a time, as Hancock's arrogant and disdainful voice fell, the scene fell into a momentary quiet. The rest of the people present did not expect that under such a domineering appearance of Beast Kaido, there are still people who dare to provoke the sea overlord Beast Kaido with such contemptuous words. Blue veins protruded a little from Kaido's forehead. Obviously, Kaido's anger has been ignited by Hancock. Very good. You still need to let you feel what power is, and then you will make a more correct choice. The next moment Kaido's body, which was almost the incarnation of power, moved. As soon as he stepped on the ground collapsed and his body shot into front of Khorasan. The Dark Eight Fasts suddenly smashed towards Khorasan. Fall. Khorasan, the one who refused to provoke you with no face just now, was the black-winged demon above his head. Why is it a stick at me? 243 Chapter 243 Overlord Color Winding. However, the mace, which seemed to be accompanied by thunder and lightning, did not give Khorasan any chance to hesitate. Khorasan instinctively burst out with all his strength, and the four exaggerated sickles converged to block the eight fasts. Boom! A sound like an explosion suddenly sounded, and Khorasan was instantly blasted out. So strong. Is this kind of power like the fall of a mountain serious? Khorasan, who flew out, widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. You must know that after half a year of cruel and arduous cultivation, Khorasan's strength is not in vain, even if it is the mammoth form of directly resisting the drought jack. However, under Kaido's seemingly random stick, Khorasan felt an irresistible gap, and after Kaido blasted Khorasan out, his eyes turned, and the eight fasts in his hand turned and swept out towards Moria. And you, facing Kaido at close range again, and facing Kaido who looked much stronger than a few years ago, the picture of the fiasco reappeared in Moria's mind, which made him instinctively fear. He didn't even have the thought to resist, and he evaded it subconsciously. Shadow Warrior. With a swipe, Kaido only hit the shadow left by Moria. In response, Kaido's expression was full of disdain, and he commented briefly, "Coward bastard." Moria, who had moved more than 10 meters away, was furious when she saw this, but she also deeply felt her own powerlessness. Whether it was the terrifying heat breath released by Kaido or the attack that easily sent Khorasan flying, Moria knew that he could no longer resist. Got weaker. In the past few years, he has even become weaker than before. Damn, what have I been doing these past few years? Moria gritted her teeth, saying both angry and regretful. However, Kaido's abuse of Moria completely angered Perona. Don't say that, Moria-sama. Perona opened her fingers, and one after another ghost was released. Wolf Pack Ghost Bomb. Immediately, a large number of ghosts surrounded Kaido from all directions like a dance of demons. Brother Kai, be careful. This thing is very evil. It is immune to physical attacks, and the damage of the explosion is extremely high. Quinn, who was watching the epidemic from behind, deeply understood the horror, and quickly reminded loudly. Kaido didn't understand the meaning of pandemic Quinn at first. However, bang bang bang, a series of ghosts directly penetrated the attack of the mace, attached to Kaido's body, and exploded directly. For a time, an exaggerated explosion wave spread around. Even though the three disasters was full of confidence in Kaido's strength, at this moment he couldn't help showing a little worry, and he was ready to help. Big brother Kai. Fine. The spreading dust mist was blown away as Kaido waved the eight fasts in his hand, and Kaido, who looked intact on the outside, reappeared in front of everyone. However, compared to Kaido's casual attitude towards Perona before, Kaido's eyes looking at Perona at this moment are full of fierceness, because the attack just now really hurt him. What the hell is that? In a sense, it is almost the same as the domineering skill of armed color called Flower Sakura, which can easily break through the extremely hard dragon scales on the surface of one's body and hurt the inside. Kaido exhaled a hot breath and secretly judged, and as Perona's thoughts moved, a large number of ghosts were created again, and they drifted in the direction of Kaido. Once again, Kaido waved the eight fasts at the wafting ghosts. It's just that the eight fasts this time is completely different from the previous one, with black lightning entwined on it. That is, at this moment, Ion, who was observing the battlefield with Hancock's vision, immediately noticed something was wrong. This time, wherever the eight fasts passed, all the ghosts were blasted away. How is this possible? Compared with others, Yan was the most shocked at this moment. In Yan's test in the past, the ghost that was immune to almost all physical attacks was blasted away by Kaido. Sure enough, is that the rumored overlord entanglement? Yan's eyes narrowed and he guessed. Just when Kaido used this power, Ion felt the power similar to Ryotsugu, and many more. Before Ion could continue to to think about this question, he immediately realized that something was wrong. The ghost can be blasted away by Kaido's Overlord Color Entanglement attack. Does that mean that the spirit body created by Perona that also has physical immunity will also be hurt? Hancock, hurry up, save Perona. Just as Ian's voice sounded in Hancock's consciousness space, Kaido's huge and burly body rushed towards the petite Perona and 8 fasts raised high. Kaido has never been stingy with giving death to those strong people who he doesn't like and who may threaten him. Mariah Perona even more so. Thundering gossip. At this time Perona, who was less than 10 years old and completely relied on the characteristics of her devil fruit and the void soul chopping blade, was captured by Kaido's power, but it was too late to escape. Just between the lightning and flint, Hancock's figure swept over and again condensed a thunder gun in his hand and slammed down the 8 fasts that was about to be swung down. Boom! A dark green energy ball suddenly exploded at the contact point between the Lance of Thunder and 8 fasts, and the huge explosion blasted a lot of cracks into the already overwhelmed port. After a while, the aftermath subsided, and Perona and Hancock stepped back quickly. Among them, Perona was not greatly affected, but Hancock's arm was repairing rapidly with super speed regeneration. The Thunder Spear is extremely powerful, and even with the defensive power of the Black-Winged Demon, using it at close range will also injure itself. It's just, with this attack at close range, did it still fail to completely break Kaido's defense? Hancock raised his dark green eyes and looked forward. Amidst the rising dust and mist, a dragon roar neighed. The stalwart blue dragon appeared again, except for the inconspicuous scorched black at the corner of the dragon's head. The overall appearance was not affected much at all. You have completely provoked my anger. Qinglong hovered slightly over the port, and a voice full of domineering and anger sounded. 244 Chapter 244 Packs of Wolves. Infinite loading. Virtual flash. Bad wind. When Kaido reappeared in the form of a blue dragon, a dragon mouth opened and a large number of sharp and terrifying wind blades flew out, almost completely covering the area of 1 kilometer in front of him. In the face of this kind of natural disaster level attack that was almost unleashed by Kaido, the first among them was the complete collapse of the ground of the port, which collapsed and collapsed under the erosion of the wind blade. Evacuate the port. Originally, those Pandemic Quinn who wanted to cooperate with Kaido's anger under the anger of the beasts could only issue orders after seeing this. Immediately, these 100 Beasts Pirates ability personnel retreated one after another, except for Flame Calamity Yin flying high. The rest of the Beasts Pirates ability personnel quickly retreated to the pirate ship docked at the port and sail out of port. Bang! Just when the pirate ship of the 3 disasters had just left the port, the entire port collapsed and sank into the sea, and in the smoke and dust that followed, the Black-Winged Demon and Qinglong flew towards the sky one after the other. Hot breath. Under Kaido's rising anger, he once again spewed out a hot pillar of fire and chased in the direction of the Black-Winged Demon. And with the transfer of the battlefield, Hancock at this time is also full of combat power without any scruples. Facing the surging heat wave like a sea of fire behind him, his hands are divided, and he once again condensed a thunder of thunder. Gun was thrown downwards. Boom! The collision of thunder and fire caused the whole sky to be covered with completely different hues. But before the exaggerated explosion, vision in the sky dissipated. I don't know when. The sky was already covered with thick black clouds. The next moment, crackling, several thunderbolts fell from the sky and directly hit Hancock, who had no time to react, so that Hancock froze and his speed completely stopped. In this breath, Kaido's stalwart blue dragon form broke through the vision of the intertwined thunder and flames and chased behind Hancock. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 127 Dragon Claw exploring. Boom! Hancock, whose body was still paralyzed, was caught on the spot by Kaido's huge dragon claws. Lulululu. Kaido's proud laughter sounded in the sky. I've caught you, Black-Winged Demon. It's not so easy to refuse my invitation. At this moment, Hancock didn't care about irony, but desperately burst out with all his strength, trying to open Kaido's tightly squeezed dragon claws. However, as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, Kaido, after entering the form of the blue dragon, few people can match Kaido head-on in terms of pure brute force. Don't lose your mind, Kaido said proudly. He has already regarded Hancock as his trophy, and a pair of dragon eyes glanced down, trying to find the shadow of Khorasan, ready to take Khorasan away with him. These two people, I want them. This is the domineering and direct idea in Kaido's heart. If he disagrees, he will be captured and invited slowly. However, Kaido's eyes hadn't found Khorasan, but he was attracted by Perona's strange behavior. I saw Perona reluctantly throw away the brown bear rag doll and pink umbrella in her hand, and unbutton the straight white trench coat she wore on the outermost side, revealing the gothic dress she wore inside. Then Perona actually reached out and digged into the skirt and took out 2 musket-like weapons that looked a little little weird and aimed at Kaido. What does this guy want to do? When Kaido saw this scene, he felt that the style of the painting was particularly strange, but also inexplicably produced some unease. The next moment, as Perona pulled the trigger, a large number of terrifying beams of light suddenly appeared. Wolfpack Unlimited Reloading Void Flash. Almost in just an instant, thousands of phantom flashes that were comparable to Khorasan's previous release were sprayed out from the muzzle, drowning towards Kaido in the sky with the momentum of fireworks blooming. At this time, the sky was completely dyed blue by the flickering color of the wolf pack. No one could have predicted that Perona could unleash such an exaggerated attack. In the blink of an eye, not only was Kaido's azure dragon form submerged by thousands of phantom flashes, but even a large hole was punched in the sky. As the aftermath of thousands of phantom flashes dissipated, the Qinglong, who was originally majestic in the sky, was scorched black, and even the flight fell uncontrollably down. Wait for an exaggerated attack. Witnessing this scene, not only the beast pirates were completely stunned, but even those who watched the battle were amazed and shocked. Even the beast Kaido, who is the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, turned into this appearance under this blow. If others, it is likely to be completely evaporated and annihilated in an instant, right? If Perona, as a member of the Virtual Circle organization, used a seemingly harmless ghost to contain Pandemic Quinn, it has not attracted much attention. So at this time, let alone other pirates and the like, even the 5 Old Stars' judgment of Perona's danger level can be said to have skyrocketed, even surpassing Hancock's level. However, just as the dragon fell, Perona, who used the ghosts created by Ghost Fruit as soul fragments, released Wolfpack Infinite Filling Void Flash, completely exhausted her physical strength and could no longer maintain it. Not staying in the state of the spirit body, the figure quickly dissipated in the direction of the main body. After all, Perona is not even 10 years old. Even if she can use the power of Wolfpack perfectly in her spiritual state, Perona's physical strength based on Ghost Fruit is extremely powerful. Defect quick. Seeing this, Khorasan, who had retreated outside the port, hurriedly said to Moria next to him, "Now the scope of the battlefield may continue to spread to the direction of Perona's body, and now that Perona's physical strength is exhausted, her safety will be handed over to you." It is good. Moria also seemed to feel a new hope from Perona at this time. The whole person was no longer autistic and decadent, and seemed to be reborn. Immediately, Moria's huge figure quickly turned into a black shadow and dispersed, returning to the position where Perona was hiding. At this time, among the claws of the giant dragons that were constantly falling towards the ground, Hancock, who was affected by Wolfpack Infinite Loading Void Flash, was rapidly repairing his body with super speed regeneration. Boom! Finally, before the dragon fell to the ground, Hancock, who had fully recovered, broke free from the dragon's claws in an instant, and in a flash, he stayed above the dragon's head. The gun of thunder. Hancock threw the thunder gun again, targeting Kaido's head. Although Kaido was hit by thousands of virtual flashes in an instant, Hancock knew very well that the outcome was far from being decided. Kaido's monster, the vitality in his body is still amazingly surging. 245 Chapter 245 The location of the emergency plan. Don't try, you bastard. However, just as the lance of thunder was thrown, the flame calamity Yin swiftly swept over, blocking the front of the beast Kaido. Boom! The lance of thunder slammed into Yin the flame calamity, causing a big explosion above the dragon. As the aftermath dissipated, Kaido slowly opened his eyes, and happened to see the scene of flame calamity Yin being blasted away. And even with the terrifying physique of the ancient species of blazing calamity Jinna, who has endured the spear of thunder, whose power is comparable to heat breath on the front, the appearance of the whole person can be described as miserable and embarrassing. Anger immediately rose in Kaido's heart. Boom! The next moment, the giant dragon that had fallen to the ground vibrated and circled into the sky again, and the surface of the body that had been scorched black quickly returned to its original color. You need to pay the price. The Black-Winged Demon. As Kaido's voice fell, a huge dragon roar was released towards Hancock, and thunder fell from the sky again and fell towards Hancock. However, the same move, even if the thunderbolt fell at an astonishingly fast speed, it also made Hancock, who was on guard in his heart, dodge it dangerously. But for Kaido, thunder is just a means to contain Hancock. Tornado. Immediately, I saw Kaido's body in the form of a blue dragon spinning in a circular motion like a spinning top, and with the mighty power of the blue dragon form itself, it caused a tornado, and it also contained a large number of terrifying wind blades. Quick, Kaido boss is completely angry. Stay away from Dressrosa Kingdom. Seeing this, Quinn, the pandemic in the distance, did not hesitate to give an order to stay away from Kaido at this time. At this time, with the beast Kaido as the center, a large number of tornadoes erupted disorderly in all directions, and the wind blades entrained them and chopped up all the objects involved in the tornado. This kind of picture seems to be a natural disaster that will destroy destroy the entire Dressrosa kingdom. Even with the physique and speed of Hancock's black-winged demon form, in this environment filled with a lot of tornado turbulence, the speed is still inevitably greatly affected, and Kaido's blue dragon form, in the countless turbulent currents, is like a fish in water, quickly catching up with Hancock and suddenly waving the dragon claw at Hancock. It will tear Hancock directly. Gesture. Under the unavoidable circumstances, Hancock could only forcefully resist with a kick. Boom. The collision of the dragon claws and the devil's claws, the impact and collision of the two sides made the air explode. Hancock's figure flew upside down for dozens of meters, but it didn't seem to be much affected. Obviously, in the state where Yan completely liberated the power of the black-winged demon for Hancock, even though the possibility of Hancock defeating Kaido in a single duel is very low, but Hancock does have the same power as Kaido, the strength of a head-to-head confrontation. Seeing this scene, Aion was slightly relieved, but also noticed that the tornado released by Kaido continued to destroy the Dressrosa kingdom. If this continues, even if the entire Dressrosa kingdom does not sink, Kaido will completely destroy the climate and geography, making the Dressrosa kingdom no longer suitable for human habitation. When things have developed to this point, there have been many unexpected incidents, and it has also consumed 78th of the whole cards prepared by Ian, and only 20 to 30% of the remaining cards are important cards that cannot be easily used. In a sense, Kaido has now forced Aion to the point where he must take an adventure. Hancock, you can't delay like this any longer. Go and lead Kaido to the sea northwest of Dressrosa kingdom. Aion sounded in Hancock's mind with a somewhat solemn voice. Yes, Lord Ion. Hancock didn't hesitate, and when Yan's order sounded, his body instinctively moved. Whoosh! Immediately, between Hancock's wings, he forcibly broke free from the traction of the tornado and took off to a high altitude and flew towards the northwest. Naturally, how could Kaido, who was completely attracted by Hancock at this time, be willing to let Hancock go? For a time, Hancock and Kaido were constantly colliding at high altitudes, but the battlefield was constantly shifting toward the northwest, shifting to the sky above the sea. The shadows of the black-winged demon and the azure dragon across the sky also made countless pirates amazed. Of course, the pirates were more amazed than being forced to avoid the aftermath of the battle between Hancock and Kaido. Fire, thunder, hurricane. The azure dragon incarnated by Kaido almost possesses the terrifying powers of myths and legends, and it is a natural disaster if it is triggered at every turn. Just crossing the sky caused countless pirate ships below to sink, and a large number of pirates cried and cried for their lives. And what no one noticed was that behind Hancock and Kaido, there was an inconspicuous canary going straight to the sky, and then under the cover of black clouds, it went in the same direction as Hancock. Boom! Between the encounter between the black-winged demon and the azure dragon, the two had even been far away from the Dressrosa kingdom for dozens of miles before they knew it. Black-winged demon, it's useless. Even if you chase to the ends of the earth, I will definitely catch you. Kaido's tyrannical and domineering voice echoed in the sky. In this regard, Hancock snorted coldly and had no intention of answering at all. He just turned around and rewarded Kaido with a thunder gun to delay Kaido's speed. Boom! Under the collision of heat breath and thunder gun, an explosive air wave strong enough to cause a tsunami on the sea surface appeared behind Hancock again. Then, Hancock asked while avoiding the bad wind from Kaido's revenge, Master Yan, have you arrived at the predetermined location in the emergency plan? Not yet. Go ahead 10 miles. Yan's voice sounded in Hancock's mind. Yes. Hearing the words, Hancock asked while maintaining the speed and keeping the distance from Kaido, Master Yan, are there reinforcements in the reserved position? No. Then why go to that position? Hancock turned his head and glanced at Kaido, who was chasing him, and asked, just because that position is at the very center of the surrounding islands, it can minimize the irreversible damage to the surrounding islands under the spread of the aftermath. Yan's voice sounded, is this so exaggerated? Hancock was a little surprised. Who knows? Ian said with a hint of helplessness in his voice. But I don't want to inadvertently wipe out millions of lives. P.S. Meow. Today is a day when the sick cat is dizzy and dizzy. I can only try my best to make 2 changes. I should be able to recover tomorrow. 246 Chapter 246 Hancock's Overlord Color Entanglement. Millions of lives. Hearing Ion's words, Hancock couldn't help being stunned and was almost injured by the wind blade attacking from behind. Yeah, Lord Yan, what kind of attack is so exaggerated? Hancock asked in surprise. That's a power that I can't fully grasp in my current state, so that's why it's so dangerous. After a pause, Ion went on to explain. Of course, maybe after 10 or 20 years there won't be the possibility of killing millions of lives because there is no way to control the power, but it's still too early. It's just that the crisis is now. You can only use it at risk. This is the power. At this moment, after realizing that Ion was not joking, even Hancock couldn't help feeling a little dry in his throat. Horrible. Is this the power of Lord Ion? In addition to the incomparable shock in Hancock's heart, the black wings fanning behind him could not help but speed up a bit. That gesture that surpasses a million lives. Hancock somehow wanted to witness that gesture, the gesture of Lord Ion. Soon as the scheduled location approached, Ion did not forget to remind Hancock. Wait a minute, Hancock. 128. Wait a minute. Remember to stay away. Keep a safe distance as much as possible. Immediately, Ion's consciousness disappeared in Hancock's mind, which also caused Hancock to break away from the current state of black-winged demon. Whoosh. Almost immediately, Hancock's speed dropped a lot immediately, and he was pulled a lot closer by Kaido behind him. Boom. Another hot breath spewed out of King Glong's mouth and rushed towards Hancock, but this time Hancock couldn't use the thunder gun to forcibly counteract the attack, so he could only shake his body. In vain, he descended to the sea to avoid it. Kaido, who had transformed into a blue dragon, saw this slightly unexpectedly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. You guy, can't you maintain your strength so quickly? Immediately, Kaido turned around in vain, and no longer used heat breath, but stuck out his dragon claws. Whoosh. Hancock pierced through the fingers of the dragon's claw dangerously, and then a side kick hit Kaido's dragon's claw. Boom. A violent roar sounded, causing obvious ripples in the air. However, this kicking skill fell, and it only smashed Kaido's dragon scale, and did not cause any substantial damage at all. Black-winged demon, do you only have so much ability? Kaido looked at the slight injury on the dragon's claw. The huge body hovered in front of Hancock and spoke again. Submit to me, black-winged demon. Hancock let out a disdainful sneer and said, I have to say it a few more times to understand. The only person in this world who is qualified to make me surrender is the Lord of the Void Circle, not a little reptile like you. In the face of Hancock's merciless ridicule, Kaido was not angry, but there was a hint of cunning in his eyes, and Tsukudo said unintentionally, what is the so-called master of the virtual circle but a mouse who doesn't even dare to show his face? As soon as this remark came out, it completely stimulated Hancock's bottom line, even though Hancock knew very well that it was enough to delay for now, but she couldn't bear the contempt for Ion. Ugly and stupid reptile, shut your stinky mouth to my mother. With his anger rising, Hancock almost instinctively burst out with all his strength and slammed Kaido's head with a round side kick. However, Hancock's approach is completely in line with Kaido's calculations. With Hancock's flexibility, it is extremely difficult for Kaido to catch her if Hancock is not allowed to approach him automatically. As long as Hancock takes the initiative to attack, the flaws will naturally be exposed. Boom. This kick, Hancock slammed hard on Kaido's forehead, but it had no effect. Lolilo. Kaido laughed wantonly and said, Black-winged demon, as I said, it's useless. Let's not say that you seem to have escaped from the strongest state. Even if you are in the strongest state, you can't defeat me. Surrender. Don't be too complacent, reptile. Hancock had a black wing behind him, and his figure swept away like a shadow. One circled around the jaw of Kaido's head, and once again raised his legs and kicked it. Kaido still had a disapproving expression on his face. What Kaido didn't notice this time, however, was that inconspicuous strands of black lightning wrapped around Hancock's legs. Boom. With one hit, Kaido's discoloration suddenly changed, and even the entire gigantic Qinglong body was blasted into the air. Crack. A few strands of blood spilled out from the corners of Kaido's mouth, and Kaido's surprised eyes stared at Hancock. That feeling can't be wrong. You bastard, you are still entangled in a tyrannical color, Kaido said. Overlord's entanglement. Mastering this little skill is just a matter of course, Hancock replied calmly. Could it be that this is still something to be surprised about? Reptiles. Very good. Kaido's body twisted, circled, and then suddenly flicked the dragon's tail towards Hancock, also with black lightning wrapped around it. Seeing this, Hancock narrowed his eyes slightly. Hancock said it easily, but Hancock, who has only practiced for half a year, even if he learned the tyrannical entanglement from the method handed down from the Amazon and Lily ancestors, in essence, it can only be regarded as a reluctance to learn it, and even use it flexibly can't do it yet. The reason why Hancock successfully used the Overlord color coil just now was more driven by anger. At the moment, Hancock has the intention to forcibly resist the dragon tail that Kaido flung to, but he can't use the Overlord color winding again. Driven by his inner pride, Hancock did not retreat after all, and only tried to resist Kaido's attack with his armed domineering and black-wing demon physique. Boom. As soon as the two collided, the domineering arrogance wrapped around the dragon's tail slammed into Hancock's body first, and then the dragon's tail, which fell like a long whip, directly blew Hancock away. Crack. Knock. The sound of bones breaking and shattering instantly exploded from Hancock's body. I changed my mind, black-wing demon. Witnessing Hancock being blown away like a kite with a broken string, Kaido opened his mouth and said while the hot red began to condense, if that's the case, then let you be the subordinate of the master of the virtual circle. Go Go to hell. Hot breath. 247th chapter. Flow blade is like fire. In an instant the hot breath of heat traversed the sky like a mite that burned and evaporated everything. Slammed towards Hancock. This blow, once the front hits, even with the unreasonable super speed regeneration ability of Blackwing Demon, Hancock may not survive if his head and heart are destroyed. I'm sorry, Lord Ion, I seem to have disappointed you. Seeing heat breath approaching, but now that more than 70% of his bones are broken, Hancock muttered apologetically. It is clear that Lord Yan's kindness has not been repaid, but I have to live up to Lord Yan's expectations. I'm really not reconciled. Also, I haven't explained my intentions to Lord Ion. At this moment, a somewhat hoarse and low voice suddenly sounded, stroking. Suddenly, a soaring flaming sword swept out from behind Hancock, slicing through the heat breath that could easily evaporate and destroy the mountain like cutting tofu. Boom! In an instant, as the entanglement of two completely different flames exploded, rolling heat waves spread out in a ring in all directions. As Kaido's dragon eyes swept away, he noticed that at some point behind Hancock, a man appeared. A man in a similar straight white trench coat with a bone mask. The blow that shattered the heat breath just now was released from the sword held in the man's hand. After Ian smashed heat breath, he subconsciously wanted to catch Hancock, who was flying upside down in a heroic way of saving beauty, but the hand he just stretched out quickly retracted. Just kidding. Hancock was shot by Kaido's dragon tail, and the inertia contained in it is unimaginable. If Ian tries to catch Hancock out of his own power, it is not impossible for him to be stunned by this huge inertia in an instant. Can't take. Whether it's to avoid the embarrassing situation of appearing and smashing the heat and then being knocked out by Hancock, or for the sake of your own body and life, you can't take it. Therefore, Ion could only indifferently ignore Hancock, who flew upside down, and did not forget to move his body sideways a few meters to avoid being hit by Hancock. Whoosh! In the next moment, Hancock was like a high-speed train, swept past Ion's side quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, for Ion's indifference, there is infinite tenderness, but Hancock feels warm inside. Even though Ion didn't show his face and his voice was completely different from usual, Hancock was sure that it was Lord Ion. At the critical moment, it was Mr. Yan who took action to protect himself. As for Mr. Yan, who didn't catch him, he probably understood that most of his bones were broken now, and catching him rashly would aggravate the injury. Moreover, Lord Ion also wants to use this method to get himself out of this dangerous battlefield as soon as possible. After all, Lord Ion said that after he appeared, he must leave as soon as possible. Could this be love? Even though Lord Ion didn't say anything, Hancock felt as if he already had a heart-to-heart and fully understood Lord Ion's intentions. And after Ion blocked the heat breath, Hancock won a moment of respite. Under the full recovery of super speed regeneration, Hancock quickly regained his mobility. Immediately, Hancock did not hesitate at all, with a Blackwing behind him, and quickly left in the opposite direction to Yan. Hey, Blackwing Demon, who allowed you to leave? Kaido, who was originally attracted by Ion, saw that Hancock was about to leave the line of sight, and the stalwart body wanted to continue to catch up. However, there are all kinds of things. They are all ashes. The blades are like fire. In just an instant, an unparalleled scorching flame suddenly erupted from the soul-chopping blade in Yan's hand. Burn the city on fire. Immediately, Yan waved the flowing blade like fire in his hand, which was beginning to dissolve, and the hot flames whistled towards Kaido's direction, trapping Kaido's blue dragon form in mid-air like a wall. This flame, do you think? Kaido's originally unconcerned voice stopped abruptly, but he felt the heat of that flame. 1,000 degrees? 3,000 degrees? No, at least above 6,000 degrees. Kaido looked down at the black scales that had just been scorched by the flames, and was extremely shocked in his heart. Who are you guys? Kaido's solemn voice sounded. Just an ordinary old member of the Virtual Circle organization. Ion answered in a low, old voice. Originally, I didn't want to destroy the sea again, but your little reptile seems to be too much. Killing each other among members of the Virtual Circle organization is allowed, but a little reptile like you is not worthy of killing the members of the Virtual Circle organization. Little reptile, I'm not worthy. Being called by Yan in a high-spirited tone, the anger in Kaido's heart was instantly ignited. Very good. Don't you think this little flame can trap Laozi? Tornado. The next moment, Kaido once again burst out with the power of the blue dragon form, and a large number of violent hurricanes swept up, and the sky began to be shrouded in dark clouds at some point, and thunder fell from time to time. Is it so easy to change the celestial phenomenon? It really lives up to the name of the blue dragon form. Yan looked at the dozens of hurricanes that appeared out of thin air and shredded the fire-burning city, a picture of natural disasters with a dim sky and a flash of thunder, and calmly commented, Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 129. At this moment, dozens of miles away, away from the battlefield between Ion and Kaido. Countless pirates who were hesitating whether the war was over and whether they should leave suddenly noticed the unusual astronomical phenomenon at the end of the sky. The battle is still going on. No, this kind of celestial phenomenon. Kaido seems to have completely used the power of the blue dragon form. Maybe the real battle has only begun now. Impossible. The black-winged demon was chased away by Kaido just now. Obviously not Kaido's opponent. Wait, it doesn't seem impossible. After all, no one knows how many members there are in the virtual circle organization. Many pirates. Immediately, many pirates who were watching the fun and not taking it too seriously became interested and turned the bows of the boats one after another to go in the direction where the celestial phenomenon appeared. At this moment, under the dark clouds, while Kaido's body in the form of a blue dragon turned, a large number of hurricanes that could easily flatten the peaks emerged and swept away towards Ion. Moreover, from time to time, thunder suddenly fell from the sky towards Ion. Obviously, Kaido was full of contempt for Ion, but in the scorching flames of more than 6,000 degrees, Kaido felt threatened. 248 Chapter 248 Heat Hell. Seeing the approaching hurricanes that might be enough to tear him apart in an instant, Ian said a word while secretly tense. Little reptile, is this the only level of storm you can set off? Crack. Almost as soon as Ion's voice fell, there were several thunderbolts slamming into the top of Ion's head above the sky. However, after the light flickered, Ian didn't seem to have any changes, as if Ian had endured the thunderbolt with his physique, and he didn't even lose a single hair. Seeing this scene, even Kaido's eyes were full of surprise. That's a real thunderbolt. Even if Kaido himself was struck by this billion-volt natural thunder, he might not be seriously injured, but his body would inevitably be paralyzed. Normally, how could a normal creature have no effect at all? The physique, can it reach this level? It's a pity that Kaido didn't know that during his previous battle with Hancock, Yan had prepared all aspects of preparations in advance based on the ability information he exposed. Among them, Ion is the most fearful, and in general, it is too late to react to the evasive thunder attack. Baby 5 can completely solve this problem. Under the ability of devouring the void, perhaps the white windbreaker that Ion is wearing now looks the same as the other members of the virtual circle, but it actually has the insulating properties of rubber. That is, thunder immunity. The next moment, Ian faced the approaching hurricanes, and the blade in his hand was like fire, and the raging fire that burned all the time suddenly rose. Hot hell. Dozens of pillars of fire suddenly appeared, and with the power of burning the air, one after another hurricane was completely burned into nothingness in an instant. At this moment, it was only a moment in the past, but Kaido suddenly felt like he was in a hell surrounded by infinite flames. Hot. The heat in the entire space is rising sharply. Immediately, the dozens of pillars of fire that penetrated the sky followed Ion's finger and surrounded Kaido from all directions. Dozens of fire pillars that reached the sky gathered together, and the terrifying temperature even caused the air to distort, visible to the naked eye. After the power of continuous compression reached a critical point, at this time, within 100 miles, everyone subconsciously looked in that direction, watching the fireball that was expanding under the dark clouds. Then, blast, boom. In just an instant, the thick dark clouds in the sky were torn apart instantly, and the fiery heat wave continued to swept away in all directions with terrifying power. At this moment, it was as if the sky within 100 miles was ignited by flames. I don't know how many people were stunned by this exaggerated vision at this moment and subconsciously took a breath. What is this? It's terrifying. Just the aftermath has swept hundreds of miles. Fortunately, it erupted in the sky. If it were on land, it would be unimaginable what kind of terrifying damage it would cause. Maybe, within 100 miles, it's all scorched earth. It can be said that at this time, let alone the pirates, even the 5 old stars who observed the situation through the video transmission phone bug in the hands of the CP0 members were shocked and stood up subconsciously. This level of power can completely move the 5 old stars, sweeping through hundreds of miles and using the power of scorched earth. This is already a force that can truly threaten the world government. Just like the strongest man who made the world government extremely jealous and possessed the ability of shock fruit, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. It's not that in terms of pure combat power, Whitebeard can easily crush the beast's Kaido, but Whitebeard's shock fruit can cause irreversible serious damage to the Red Earth continent, thereby completely destroying the Holy Land Marijoa, threatening to the foundations of world government. And now the aftermath of the heat wave that has spread for hundreds of miles under this outbreak is the same. Just with the naked eye, the 5 old stars determined that if this heat wave that spreads hundreds of miles in an instant broke out near the Holy Land Marijoa, then it would be a major event and disaster that would lead to the death of a large number of Tianlong people. Damn, the power of flames. Is this the burning fruit? Impossible. All those who burn fruit in the historical records, even if they have awakened, can't reach such an exaggerated concentrated level. What kind of power is that? If it is released near the Holy Land Marijoa, how many Tianlong people will survive? Unless General Kuzan is stationed in the Holy Land Marijoa, there is no way for this kind of weather-like heat wave to be done by conventional means. I didn't expect that there are strong people with this kind of power in the Virtual Circle organization, and we haven't been able to get the slightest bit of relevant information before, which is incredible. Maybe the information that Khorasan said is true, and the master of the Virtual Circle is not necessarily a god. No, we can no longer test the Virtual Circle organization and immediately ask the nearest CP0 members to contact the Beast Pirates to stop the investigation. The attack of the Virtual Circle organization. As for the resources and benefits that can only be obtained by promising to win, we will directly fulfill it. However, the Beast Kaido at this time has no time to care about resources or benefits. Hot and hot like never before. As a Phantom Beast Blue Dragon form capable person who also controls the power of flames and whose physique is so strong that it cannot be killed even by the Navy's execution, Kaido is the first to experience that kind of monster. It feels like being in a furnace. Roar. As the heat wave that remained in the sky with a radius of 100 miles slowly dissipated, that one was charred black at the moment, and even carbonized green dragons appeared in many places and suddenly issued a roar of pain and anger. A huge wave of air, the smell of meat and charred charcoal, rushed towards Ion. In this regard, Ion's surface was extremely calm, without the slightest movement. Not even the flame on the flowing blade like fire in his hand did not fluctuate in the slightest. However, in fact, Ion's heart couldn't help but shudder. Burning Hell is already the strongest move of beasts like fire mastered by Yen in the initial state of solution. Unexpectedly, after completely hitting Kaido, not only did he fail to completely defeat Kaido Do, or bluffing Beast Kaido to let him retreat on his own, but it seemed to arouse the anger of 100 Beast Kaido. This time, it's really difficult to do. Ion swallowed his saliva, feeling that it was impossible to ride a tiger. You must know that flowing blade Ruohuo is different from ordinary soul-chopping blades. As the strongest and oldest Zanpakuto of the flame element, it is also the most aggressive Zanpakuto. Just the first solution requires 10 vehicles of spiritual pressure to maintain. As for the D solution, that is more than 10 times stronger than the original solution in theory. 249 Chapter 249 Residual Fire Sword. Asshole. Bastard. Kaido didn't return to his domineering and wanton attitude. At this moment he was injured like never before. Like a completely enraged beast, he couldn't stop roaring at Ion. It's just that Kaido, who was roaring constantly, didn't dare to take action for the time being, or was afraid of the flames that were burning all the time in Ion's hand, and just stared at Ion with extremely fierce and tyrannical eyes. When Ion's eyes moved slowly, he also noticed that Kaido's sturdy dragon body was constantly being repaired by its huge vitality, and a little pink buds were growing to replace the original coke body. Kaido, I'm also afraid. After counting the breaths, Ion, who still hadn't waited for Kaido's shot, understood this fact. But Ion also understands that anger dominates Kaido's emotions more than fear. So Kaido now has no shortage of procrastination, waiting for the body to repair before shooting. At this moment, Ion was like an ordinary person staring at him by a poisonous snake. He didn't even dare to swallow his saliva for fear that any extra movement of his own would attract Kaido's full-strength counterattack. Ion knew very well that he was like a mage. Theoretically, with the terrifying power of Yon's full power bursting into flames, there is a chance to kill Kaido. However, on the premise that no one can resist Kaido's attack, I am afraid that Ion has not been consumed by Kaido, and he will be torn to pieces by Kaido first. No one knows better than and that he is essentially already wandering on the tightrope of death, and may be swallowed up by the dragon under the cliff at any time. Seeing that Kaido's charred body had subsided, Ion knew that he had to make a choice. No matter, fight hard. I hope to scare Kaido, otherwise I can only run for my life. The next moment the flowing blade Ruohuo, which was burning with raging fire in Yon's hands, turned slightly and then clasped his hands tightly in front of his chest. This move of Ion also made Kaido retreat a little subconsciously. A scornful laughter broke out in Ion's mouth, and then said in a low, old voice, "Little reptile, do you only have this level of ability? You are too weak. Kaido, do you see how high the sky is? Do you understand how deep the sea is?" Ion said in a soft tone, and then his tone suddenly increased and said, "Then have you ever known the power that burns the sky and evaporates the sea? If not, then just keep your eyes wide open. Don't blink." Immediately, Ion took a deep breath, and all the spiritual pressures were mobilized without leaving any leeway, slowly reciting word by word. Dissolution Remnant Fire 2 Knife. In an instant Kaido felt that everything had changed, and the dragon eyes couldn't help but stare at the soul-killing knife that Ion held in the palm of his hand. The heat is on the rise. Almost for a moment Kaido felt that even his breath became extremely hot and it was difficult to enter his throat. The whole person seemed to be in a sea of flames. Obviously, at this moment the knife did not even produce flames again. Zitsize. Hearing the harsh voice, Kaido subconsciously looked out of the corner of his eyes and suddenly found that his newly grown granulation was rapidly zooming as if it were barbecued meat. What? Kaido watched this scene in disbelief. Isn't it enough? At this time, Aion, who was constantly squeezing all his spiritual pressure and barely maintaining the residual fire sword, didn't even have the extra energy to observe Kaido's terrified expression changes, only to understand that Kaido hadn't retreated yet. Doesn't seem to frighten Kaido yet. For this, Ian gritted his teeth. Remnant fire sword, East Rising Sun Blade. Theoretically speaking, this is the method of compressing the 15 million degree temperature of the residual fire sword inside the blade without burning or releasing explosive flames and erasing everything that touches the residual fire sword. However, Ion's current state does not have any control over the residual fire sword at all, and almost all Ryotsu has reached the limit in maintaining the dissolution. So, boom, in an instant, endless flames emerged from the residual fire sword and almost instantly formed a terrifying fireball similar to the size of an island. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 130. Retreat. Almost instinctively, Kaido stepped back like crazy. However, no matter how fast Kaido's reaction was, he was still half a step behind. It was this half step that caused one of his dragon claws to be touched by the fireball that spread wildly around. No sound, no feeling. After Kaido was more than 10 miles away in the blink of an eye, he inadvertently realized that his left arm had completely disappeared from the corner of his eyes, as if it had turned into ashes at some point. What terrifying temperature and flame is this? The horror in Kaido's heart had reached its peak. 10,000 degrees, or 20,000 degrees. Even for Kaido, who was strong enough to bathe in magma, this temperature and flame completely exceeded Kaido's imagination. However, it was not just Kaido who was terrified. The pirates who were dozens of miles away from Yan were wondering about the fireball that appeared in the air and the sudden increase in temperature. The boat is on fire. It's not just one, and it's not someone who is setting fire. Instead, it ignited spontaneously, and almost all the ships around had spontaneous combustion. Save, put out the fire. Put out the fire quickly. It's so hot, so uncomfortable. Quick, get away from that fireball. That's not something we can get close to at all. Don't care about the fires that are burning. No, the sails are all on fire. Idiot. Or, everyone moved to paddle for Laozi. At this moment, almost all the pirates were thrown into chaos, frantically trying to stay away from the hot fireball in the sky. To be more precise, what was thrown into chaos at this moment were the Morgans, the senior navy, and the 5 old stars who were watching through the video transmission phone bug. The sea is evaporating. They were not in the scene. There is no way to feel the terrifying temperature that is constantly rising, but as bystanders, they can clearly observe the changes in the environment. The sea is being evaporated. Looking around, you can clearly see a large amount of water vapor rising up continuously and then quickly turning into nothingness. The 5 old stars, who have seen countless ups and downs and think that they know the truth of the world, almost swallowed their saliva at this moment, feeling cold all over. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, the corner of the eyes of the blonde 5 old stars seemed to have noticed something, and when they looked out the window, their pupils could not help shrinking. 250 Chapter 250 Little Sun. The sun. There are 2. The blonde 5 old stars murmured something, causing the other 5 old stars to look out the window subconsciously. I saw outside the window the clouds of the Holy Land Marijoa, which had been around all the time, had disappeared for some time, as if it had been evaporated by something, and in the sky that was not covered by any clouds and mist, at the end of the eyes, a small sun emitting a dazzling light could be faintly seen. The long-bearded Wu Laoxing hurriedly turned his head to look at the image phone bug. He glanced at the dazzling fireball suspended in the sky 100 miles away from the kingdom of Dressrosa, and then looked at the little sun at the end of the line of sight outside the window. Horrified, said very much, "No, wouldn't it be the same?" Another mustache 5 old star was also full of disbelief and reached out and pushed open the window in front of him when he wanted to confirm further. As the window opened, a rolling heat wave poured into the power, causing the foreheads of the 5 old stars to sweat. It's not hot, but afraid. Compared with Whitebeard Newgate Edward, at this moment they finally understand what the power to destroy the world is. What kind of fiery and stalwart power is this? This is simply an ancient humanoid weapon. What kind of monster made the fireball? Is it a member of the Virtual Circle organization? Could it be that we have completely angered the Lord of the Void Circle and the Void Circle organization? Is this going to evaporate the entire sea? Unbelievable power. Artificial sun. At this moment, in addition to facing the great Lord Yumua, the 5 old stars fell into incomparable shock and panic for the first time. While Wu Laoxing was in a panic, he felt that the heat wave was getting more and more terrifying, and he was ready to issue an emergency order to let the members of the CP0 organization protect all the Tianlong people from the Holy Land Marijoa. The little sun suddenly disappeared, which made the heat wave that kept pouring into the powers gradually return to the fresh and cool air of the past. However, even so, the 5 old stars still have a feeling of lingering fears. Even though it was a power that erupted near the kingdom of Dressrosa, the heat wave spread to the Holy Land Marijoa thousands of miles away. This kind of power, it's no exaggeration to call it a god. After a while, slumped on the sofa, the bearded Wu Laoxing, who was slightly weak, said, report to Lord Yumuo. That's not the power the sea should have. Well, Khorasan shouldn't lie. The Lord of the Void Circle is real, and he is probably the kind of god who has the ability to play with all things across the world. No, gods or something, it's still too outrageous. I don't believe there are other gods besides Lord Yumuo. After a pause, the sword-wielding 5 old stars looked sharp and said, guessing. Or maybe it's an older existence. There are too many secrets hidden in the sea. Possible. Wu Laoxing's eyes lit up and said, the gods that cross the world are too incredible after all. Perhaps the so-called virtual circle organization is even older, and it is also a powerful secret organization that has obtained the ability of immortality. Now it is just exposed. Yes, immediately arrange relevant world government officials to check the historical books before the world government to see if they can find any clues. The golden 5 old star suggested. Yes, immediately send someone to the Tree of Omniscience, where the history of the first 5,000 years is hidden. Having said that, the power suddenly fell into a dead silence. It was only at this moment that the 5 old stars suddenly reacted that O'Hara, who had a large number of historical books, had been completely destroyed. Except for O'Hara, who owns the Tree of Omniscience, whether it is the world government or the other kingdoms, they will not deliberately collect historical books. Even if they do, most of them are only their own related history. After a while, the bearded 5 old star sighed slightly regretfully and said immediately, the most urgent task at the moment is to ask the nearest CP0 members to immediately give the promised resources. No, double all the resources are doubled to Khorasan, and try their best to appease Khorasan, and, most importantly, ask Khorasan for information on this power. Next, it's up to Lord Yumuo to decide the rest. Maybe Lord Yumuo will be clearer. At this time, the entire large sea area near Dressrosa Kingdom was also in a mess. A large number of boiled fish floated on the sea surface, and the faint smell of fish filled every corner. However, those pirates who were busy fleeing for their lives did not find it funny and interesting at all, and they had no time to record this interesting scene, because this is not a spectacle of the Great Root itself but a man-made one. Even though the fireball above the sky had disappeared, they didn't dare to stay at all. Horrible. Not to mention those ordinary pirates. Even red-haired Shanks turned his head to look at the cloudless sky at this moment and muttered with lingering fears, I thought that after mastering the entanglement of the Overlord I could have a place in the new world, but I didn't expect that there are still monsters of this level hidden. When Ben Beckman on the side heard the words, he subconsciously wanted to take a sip of the cigarette in the corner of his mouth, only to realize that the cigarette had turned into ashes at some point in time. Immediately, Ben Beckman spit out the only remaining cigarette butt and said, Captain, I have never heard of a monster with this ability among those who use flames before. This is simply unreasonable, and I am afraid that even Whitebeard can't resist this kind of unreasonable temperature. Are the rumors true? That rumor about the Void Circle organization and the Void Circle Lord? Suddenly, Shanks waved his hand and said a little melancholy, it seems that the sea does hide a much deeper secret than what we know. Yes, after all, what we know is only the truth of 800 years ago, and the sea is far more than 800 years old history. When Ben Beckman heard this, he couldn't help but say with some regret, if that's the case, it's a pity. The Tree of Omniscience, which recorded thousands of years of history, has been destroyed. It is said that even the relevant historical documents and books have been destroyed. Related stuff. Shanks was silent for a moment when he heard the words, not knowing what he was thinking, but then he laughed and said, the wheel of history is always rolling forward. At the end of our journey, as long as we are still on this sea, then one day we will know the truth. Immediately, Shanks jumped above the bow and said loudly, let's go, little ones. Next, we will go to the East China Sea to find partners. 251 Chapter 251 Empathetic Hancock. While the rest of the pirates fled the waters near the kingdom of Dressrosa in a hurry, Ion was already lying in the castle inside Zyajin's body as if he had been hollowed out. This time, it was really hollowed out, not even a bit left. The solution to flowing blades are like fire. The power of residual fire swords is too terrifying, and its consumption is terrifying to the extreme. Until the end, Ion still couldn't fully swing the residual fire sword East Rising Sun blade, and it was no longer enough to maintain contain residual fire Tato East Rising Sun Blade for only a moment. Ian panted heavily, took off the mask on his face with difficulty, and then drank a sip of the fragrant tea sent by Baby 5 to moisten his throat. Only then did he feel a little refreshed. Immediately, Ion turned his head and asked Hancock beside him, "Hancock, how is Kaido?" Hancock looked at Ion with excitement and admiration, and said, "It is a pity." Yan was slightly surprised. Could it be that he has not been able to scare Kaido in the state of residual fire sword? It's just that at that time Ian did his best just to maintain the state of remnant fire sword, and he couldn't even open up knowing and domineering. So Ion didn't know Kaido's specific reaction at all, and he didn't even know what kind of impact the residual fire sword that released 15 million degrees of high temperature had on the sea. And Hancock's eyes were shining brightly. "Just a little bit. Kaido is about to be burned to death by Lord Yan. It's abominable. Let him run a little faster." Yan, so close. Ion only knew that he almost failed to bluff Kaido, and then it would be really troublesome. At that time, only the last emergency plan can be used, and the powerful revolutionary army lurking on the island near the kingdom of Dressrosa, Bartholomew Bear, who is the ability of Meatball Fruit, will appear. Fortunately, this kind of situation of 9 deaths and 1 life was successfully bluffed after all. Ian was secretly glad in his heart, but now he is exhausted. Even raising his hand is quite difficult, and he has no intention to explain to Hancock what kind of limit he has reached. Immediately, Ian asked Hancock to secretly confirm that the beast pirates had indeed fully retreated, and he was completely relieved. This war is finally over, and Ion believes that in this way, the world government should believe that the Virtual Circle organization is indeed a terrible and mysterious organization. At that time, I am trying to find a way to create a neutral faction that the Virtual Circle organization is a neutral camp, so it can be regarded as an initial opening for my team to stand in this sea. Thinking of this, Ion couldn't help turning his head to look at Hancock, who had red hearts in his eyes and didn't know what he was thinking, and said, "Hancock, are you interested in becoming the King's Kaiwilhe? King Xia Kaiwilhe? Become a lackey of the world government like the righteous brother." When it comes to the world government, Hancock's face is slightly unnatural, showing a look of disgust. "You don't like it?" After a pause, Ion tried to explain to Hancock with pure reason. From a rational point of view, Wang Xia Kaiwilhe is a compromise and delay of the world government for the chaotic situation in the sea, a strategy used to stabilize the sea. Perhaps in name, it needs to submit to the world government, but in reality it has a high degree of autonomy and independence, and it is a bit too much to call it a lackey. And there is no doubt that this is a good opportunity to take advantage of the world government. Opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity to strengthen itself. Hancock subconsciously opened his mouth to answer, but he seemed to think of something and asked, "Lord Ion likes it." Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 131. Me, I'm in the Navy, and I can't be the King 7 Wilhe, but to be honest, I think the title Wangzia Kai Wilhe sounds pretty cool. It's a pity, Yan said with a bit of regret, and Hancock heard the words. His eyes lit up slightly, and then said without hesitation. The concubine agreed. Very good. When Ian heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little joyful about Hancock's empathy and praised him. "It seems that you have grown a lot since you became the 9-Snake Emperor, Hancock. You can already tell when you can't be self-willed and when you need rational judgment." At this time, Hancock didn't use the Black-Winged Demon against Flame Calamity Yin at all, and he did not have the domineering heroic appearance of Kaido. Concubine body is not as good as Mr. Yan's praise. "Hancock, you have to be more confident." Listening to the conversation between Ion and Hancock, Robin, who was sitting in the corner sorting out the detailed records of the entire battlefield, couldn't help rolling his eyes slightly, and then said in a cold tone, "We are about to return to the kingdom of Dressrosa. Hancock, you are not suitable to appear next. Since you want to compete for the title of King Siakai Wilhe, then you should return to the 9-Snake Pirates as soon as possible." As soon as the statement came out, Hancock's eyes suddenly became extremely terrifying, staring at Robin from the angle that Ion couldn't see. In this regard, Robin disagreed, and even took a sip of the coffee beside him and asked, "Ian, what do you think?" "Makes sense." Ion nodded in agreement and said, "Just now that the war with the Beast Pirates is over, gaining fame at this time will not make the world government too apprehensive, but will also notice your existence." The corners of Hancock's mouth were flattened, and he responded with some grievances. Then, well, immediately, Hancock left the castle with a reluctant look and turned back towards the 9-Snake Pirates docked on a nearby island. After Hancock left, Ian thought carefully and realized that in the future situation of the sea, with the existence of monsters like Kaido, the King 7 Wilhei does have the ability to special balance. However, once the privileges possessed by Shichibukai are obtained by the most vicious pirates, it is tantamount to having a license of allowing to kill. Therefore, whether it is for the consideration of future layout and common interests or to avoid unnecessary harm to innocent civilians, then Yan intends to make himself as much as possible to win the seat of King Xiakai Wuhe. Among them, Khorasan has already won the title of King Xiakai Wuhe, so Yan has the potential candidates for the title of King Xiakai Wuhe on hand. Hancock, Mariah, Basolomi Bear. It's full of calculations. Is it only 4? It's a bit small. After all, the King's 7 Marshalsees is not a democratic system, and the minority obeys the majority. 252 Chapter 252. Is it difficult to do? Not difficult to do. If it follows the original trajectory, then the remaining Kibukai candidates include Hawkeye Mihawk, Sand Crocodile, and Seaman Jinping. I still have to find a way to fight for the remaining seats. In Ion's slightly leisurely consideration, Xiao Jin soon returned to the kingdom of Dressrosa. Later, Ian asked Robin to use the flower fruit ability to vaguely inform Khorasan about Khorasan. In addition to the post-war work, Ion entered the underground passage of refuge in the kingdom of Dressrosa through a secret passage. This is the refuge channel that Pika, the rock fruit-capable person, has dug out by constantly moving rocks in the past 6 months, and the entire Dressrosa kingdom citizens are basically hiding in it. In order to prevent emergencies in the war, it is difficult to protect the safety of Jun, and also to prevent the hypnotic picture Jun received from being too different from reality. The Navy made a flaw when it asked Jun for verification in the later period. Therefore, Ion placed Jun in a separate room in the refuge passage. Soon, Ion returned to the room, tortured himself again, and continued to be the pirate's captive with peace of mind. Speaking of which, among the records in the entire Navy, I'm probably the Navy that has been captured by pirates for the longest time, right? In this way, I'm considered a shame for the Navy, right? It's justified that the old man won't give me a demotion at that time. Ian thought happily, but unknowingly fell asleep tiredly. Ion slept deeply until the door was slammed loudly. Boom. Derringer walked in with his hips on his hips and arrogantly. When Dellinger saw Ion's sleepy eyes and the beautiful Jun sitting beside him, he was inexplicably angry and said in a rather unhappy tone, "You bastard slept soundly." Ion yawned and waved his hand, signaling Jun not to be nervous and telling the truth. "It's okay, I didn't get enough sleep." "What's the matter? Is something wrong?" Dellinger seemed to be stimulated by Ion's understatement, came up and said, "Looks like you don't know anything." "Know what?" Ion asked, still a little bit lost. When Derringer heard the words, an arrogant expression appeared on his face, and he said loudly, "The war, we won. The war with the beast pirates was won by our Don Quixote family and the Void Circle organization. This will be a big event that will shake the entire sea." Jun on the side couldn't help shrinking, obviously not expecting such a result. Immediately, Dellinger leaned towards Ion and asked, "You are a lazy and incompetent guy who can't do anything but sleep. Didn't you think of it?" Ian raised his brows slightly. Although he knew that he shouldn't bother with Dellinger about such trivial matters, he still couldn't help teasing him and said, "It was a bit unexpected for me, but there's one thing I predicted would be pretty accurate." "What's the matter?" Dellinger asked subconsciously. "You tonight," Ian said in a low voice. "There must be a catastrophe." Dellinger, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ion smiled without saying a word, ready to make a small report with Khorasan. As for whether this catastrophe is realized in the form of streaking or swimming naked, Ian still has to think about it. Ian had already thought about the reason for the punishment, so he said that Dellinger is less than 1.7 meters tall, which has seriously damaged the collective image of the Don Quixote men's team. And Dellinger felt that Ian was inexplicable, and instead kicked the wooden bed fiercely, and said rudely, "Don't give me a laugh here. Come with me. The Navy will send someone to redeem you." Ian looked down at the bed that had been kicked out of a small hole. His expression did not show the slightest anger, but instead showed a happy smile that a prisoner should have. Immediately, under the leadership of Derringer, Ion and Jun left the refuge passage and returned to the ground. At this time, the entire Dressrosa kingdom was in a state of ruin, but what attracted Ion's attention the most was the pile of supplies that filled the streets one after another. Ian pushed his glasses slightly and said casually, "The world government sent someone to deliver the supplies so soon. Why not? Why do you think you can be released?" Dellinger answered rightly, "This is real enough," Ion said with emotion. Jun on the side thought that Ion was sighing that the world government had not traded materials to rescue them before, and immediately comforted them. "Major General Ion, the justice of the Navy does not allow easy compromise with the pirates, and it will take time for the world government to transfer resources, and perhaps there is also the influence of the beast pirates' declaration of war on the Don Quixote family, which led to hold it until now." Ion nodded with a smile, and did not explain to Jun that the reason why the beast pirates declared war had a 90% chance of being instigated by the world government. After all, as a Navy Jun, it is common sense to have such an idea. Furthermore, at this age of Jun, both the interpretation of justice and the situation of the sea still hold hold relatively pure views. And Ion is completely different. Unlike the Navy like Jun, who thinks about how to maintain justice, Ion thinks about how to retire his old father as soon as possible and then think of ways to do big things. Therefore, Ion, from the standpoint of a bystander, naturally does not subconsciously want to make an explanation and reconciliation that is beneficial to the Navy and the world government like Jun did. Read. Soon, under the leadership of Dellinger, he walked towards the chamber of Dressrosa Palace. Before the person approached the conference hall, a series of pleasing voices came from it. Lord Rosanati, what are your requirements for materials and resources? You can mention it. It doesn't matter at all. After all, Lord Luonandi still has the blood of Tianlong people. It is not an exaggeration for us to call you a master. What devil fruit this? It's not difficult to do. I don't know how much Lord Rosanandi needs. If it's a dozen or two, I'll be able to transfer it right away. As Ian stepped into the council room, his eyes swept away quietly and found that in addition to a whole team of CP0 members and a large number of world government officials, even Admiral Kazuna Palsalino was present. And poor Salino looked at Yana being handcuffed by Halashi with a languid and pale face. He couldn't help but wave his hand and joke, "Yo, brother Yan, I thought you could make Marshal the Warring States period as a grandfather in half a year. Why doesn't it seem like you're not doing well? P.S. Meow, I wish everyone a happy National Day holiday. In addition, in order to celebrate the National Day, 3 days are better. Hehe." 253 Chapter 253 The World Government. Scared? What, are you kidding me? Before Ion could say anything, Jun shouted with a blushing face, "General Palsalino, please don't make such a joke." Seeing this, Yan also agreed, "Yes, Jun and I are innocent." In front of Jun's face, Palsalino looked away from Ion, then landed on the Kylo stone handcuffs that bound the two together, and then swept away Jun's flat stomach and asked, "Road, oh, how innocent." And being teased by Palsalino, the eyes of the entire council room turned to Ion and Jun. Although Jun may not have similar thoughts in his heart, but he and Ion have been tied together for 6 months. But the relationship between the two sides has always been detached, which makes Jun feel more and more about his feelings to apprehension. However, to be pierced by Palsalino like this, and to be stared at by so many people with different eyes, it can be said that Juntan feels ashamed and angry. And just when Ion and Jun didn't know how to solve this dilemma, Dellinger, who was standing beside Ion, sneered and said, "Ha, speaking of this person is indeed a talent from your navy. There was a big incident in the outside world that fought against the beast pirates. The two of them slept soundly in the cell." Sleep. When Palsalino heard it, he couldn't help but even picked up his brown sunglasses, looked at Jun and Ion with playful eyes, and said, "This is really amazing." At this moment Khorasan, who was sitting on the throne and wearing the crown crookedly, seemed to understand something, smiled lightly, and said, "Hehe, speaking of it, I've been a witness to this guy's love for the past 6 months. If the two of them return to Marin Fando and get married, you can let me know." Immediately, as Khorasan spoke out to determine what happened to Ion and Jun, those world government officials also followed suit. "Lord Rosanati is right, Major General Ion, as the tie between the world government and the Kingdom of Dressrosa constantly contacts and strengthens the relationship between the world government and the Kingdom of Dressrosa, and has also formed a beautiful relationship. Marriage. This is really a good story. Sure, the world government will definitely invite Lord Rosanati to attend the wedding of Major General Ion and Captain Jun." "That's right, Lord Rosindi is still Major General Ion's righteous brother, right? Then he can't be absent at that time." "Yan." "Khorasan, you bastard, what are you doing?" Seeing that the world government officials kept holding Khorasan's stinky feet, they almost arranged Ion's life to the point where he had to ask Khorasan to help him name the child, and immediately interrupted, "Khorasan, since you've got everything you should have, it's time to untangle this Halustone handcuffs for me, right?" Hey. Hearing this, one of the world government officials shouted at Ian almost as if his hair was fried, "Major General Yan, don't think that you have an indelible contribution to the reconnection between the world government and the Kingdom of Dressrosa, but you can be so disrespectful to Lord Rosanati." "Yan, these world government officials are worthy of being called lacking dogs. Good licking." And Khorasan said in a dissatisfied tone, "How could you talk to my brother-in-law like that?" 132. Yes, Lord Rosindi, I'm very sorry." The world government official bowed and apologized again and again. Immediately, Khorasan stood up from the throne, walked in front of Ion, gestured towards Rauji, and asked Rauji to open the sea tower stone handcuffs for Ion and Jun. Briefly said sarcastically, "Ian, I'm really sorry. It seems that I can't keep you here, but don't worry, I'll keep your room for you, waiting for you to stay again." Hehehe. Yan, who was untied from Halashi's handcuffs, turned his wrists and responded unwillingly, "Maybe next time I invite you to live in Marin Vando." Khorasan said said with a laugh. Ha ha ha, what a pity. Now I am Kaiwahei and the Navy is not qualified to arrest me, but when you get married I will naturally go to Malinfando. Asshole, Ion said with a frosty face. Sooner or later I will definitely arrest you in the name of justice. Justice? A false thing. Khorasan couldn't help laughing arrogantly and wantonly. After completing the conversation that had been deliberately arranged before, he turned back to the throne and said in a domineering and arrogant tone, "In this sea, only power is the real justice." Humph! Ian snorted in dissatisfaction and looked at odds with Kailazong, turned around and left the council room without any face. Behind Ion, Khorasan's wanton laughter was still sounding, as if he was proud of something. Soon, Paul Salino and Jun also left the council room and caught up with Ion at the gate of the palace. "Major General Ion, are you a little puzzled by the world government's attitude towards Khorasan?" Paul Salino asked, looking at Ion's expression full of indignation and dissatisfaction. "Yeah, what happened?" Ion asked. Paul Salino recalled the evaporating sea the day before, with a rare solemn expression on his face. "Because the world government is afraid." "What?" Not only Ion but also Jun asked in confusion, and Paul Salino answered his own question. "Also, in the face of this kind of power that can really destroy the world, there's no reason not to be afraid. I'm afraid it's not just the world government. Now all the forces in the entire sea will have a sense of awe for the virtual circle organization." "Right. What happened?" Jun asked. "During the battle with the beasts, Kaido, a terrifying monster that could evaporate the sea just by the aftermath of the power, appeared in the virtual circle organization." Paul Salino said word by word. "Afterwards, in the calculations of the World Government Science Department, it is estimated that the temperature of the flame controlled by that monster is as high as 15 million degrees, which is really hot enough to match the sun. And on that day, the entire New World Sea area felt the heat. The sun above the sky was almost evaporating the entire sea, and the violent heat wave swept through every corner. If it weren't for the sun-like fireball that only continued to appear for 10 breaths, not to mention whether the sea would really evaporate and countless lives would die, but at least the magnetic field of the New World Sea area would be completely destroyed and disrupted, causing total chaos." 254 Chapter 254 Comparable to myth. When Jun heard this, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva and murmured as she listened to the myth, "What's the name of that monster?" "Who knows?" Khorasalino shrugged, then pouted in the direction of the palace and said, "Those world government officials are now begging Don Quixote, hoping to learn about that monster." In this regard, Ion cooperated with Jun and showed 3 points of horror, 3 points of awe, and 4 points of helplessness. In addition to making a qualified facial expression fan chart, the results of those world government officials were already expected. Look, is that useful? Useless, because even Khorasan has no idea at all that the terrorist force that is enough to evaporate the sea. Who is it? But when I run out of money that day, I might consider selling this information to the world government. Of course, this time Ion's bid is definitely not as simple as 10 billion. Anyway, 50 billion? Sure enough, there is no faster way than to maintain the character and then cut the leaks to make money. But is the power of the residual fire sword so terrifying? Hearing Khorasalino's description that didn't seem like a joke, Ion swallowed his saliva with some hindsight. After Ian was unable to maintain the residual fire sword that day, he just noticed that many fish seemed to be boiled and floated on the sea, but he did not expect the power of the residual fire sword to affect the entire New World waters. This made Ian faintly afraid but also a little helpless. After all, with Yan's current spiritual pressure, using the residual fire sword is no less than the last 5 seconds of a real man, and he has absolutely no control over the power of the residual fire sword. In the beginning, Ion actually fantasized about using the power of the remnant fire sword to quickly kill Kaido the beast to deter the world government. It's just that Ion didn't have enough Ryotsu support for that knife. Slashing out, it can only hang in the air like a big light bulb. And Paul Salino quietly glanced at the reactions of Ion and Jun, and continued, "However, the most worrying thing about this issue is the world government. We don't need our navy to pay attention to it for the time being. Let's go and return." Ion and Jun nodded and followed Paul Salino to the time when the battleship returned to Marinefando, the naval headquarters. In the buffer of one day, the news agency President Morgans has compiled the latest newspaper and spread it all over the world. "God who manipulates 15 million degree flames. Kaido, the beast who fled in a hurry." The newspaper of this day not only had a huge headline on the front page, but most of the entire newspaper was about the virtual circle organization. Then the world is silent about it. The little sun across the sky, the heat wave sweeping across the seas of the New World, and the sea that was vaporized to the naked eye. Morgans, who was completely mad for this big news, had no regard for the face of the world government and the existence of Tianlong people, and he did not hesitate to name the mythical monster god on the newspaper. Immediately afterwards, Morgan's printed a large number of pictures in the newspaper. A picture of the blue dragon Kaido fleeing with his back to Ion. Numerous pirate ships have spontaneous combustion, and pictures of madly fleeing. A picture of the sea evaporating at a rate visible to the naked eye, and pictures of the islands in the New World waters being hit by heat waves at the same time. And even Morgans got a comparison picture of the Holy Land Marijoa and usual. After that, Morgans told the newspaper in detail how the beast pirates declared war on the Don Quixote family, and finally attracted the god to appear. Then, I don't know where Morgans collected Corazon's past information, compared Corazon's transformation after joining the Virtual Circle organization, and also summarized the information of Corazon's self-confessed god-favored, draws a conclusion. The master of the Virtual Circle has the ability to give humans the ability to dominate the sea and even destroy the sea. In the end, Morgans even stated it bluntly in a believer-like tone. Before today, the sea has never lacked monsters and legends, but from today, living myths have descended on the sea. I, Morgans, hereby beg the Lord of the Void Circle, willing to give everything to join the Void Circle organization. For a time, this big event comparable to mythology exploded in the minds of countless people like a nuclear bomb. The two words, the Void Circle organization and the Void Circle Lord, were almost deeply engraved in everyone's hearts to an unimaginable level. I don't even know where to start, and gradually a sentence began to spread across the sea. Want treasure? Then go find it. One Piece put all the treasures on the final island. Want power? Then show yourself to the fullest and work hard to gain the approval of the master of the Virtual Circle and join the Virtual Circle organization. Holy Mary Joa, among the powers. Boom. The blonde 5-old star looked at the dazzling newspaper and shouted angrily, "Is this bastard Morgans crazy? How dare you report like this? Go, send someone to find Morgans for me immediately and destroy all these newspapers." The bearded 5-old star continued. The long-haired 5-old star waved his hand and stopped CP0, who was about to go on a mission. He sighed and said, "It's too late. These newspapers have spread to every corner of the world, and now destroying them will only make people think that the world government is afraid of the Virtual Circle organization." The sword-wielding Wu Laoxing took a look at the newspaper and said, "This guy Morgans is doing everything he can to attract the attention of the master of the Virtual Circle, trying to gain power, but I don't think it's a good thing." The 5-old stars with curly hair thought for a while and said gently, "The Lord's attitude is very clear. Wait for the changes, and don't act rashly before confirming the information. So if this behavior of Morgans can be successful, it may not be an effective information." Well, that's right, and I'm afraid that little sun can be seen in the entire New World Sea area. Coupled with the heat wave that swept every corner, it is almost impossible to hide it. "Long hair 5," said the old star. Since that's the case, the bearded 5-old stars turned to the CP0 members who were on standby from afar. "Closely monitor all movements and changes in Morgans' Wano country, Ghost Island." Boom. The sky was dark with lightning and thunder, and almost all the members of the beast pirates on the Ghost Island didn't dare to breathe for fear of attracting the anger of the beast Kaido. That bastard. Holding the newspaper in one hand, Kaido looked at the picture of himself fleeing in a hurry, and his anger rose almost uncontrollably. "One day, I will to kill the bastards of the Virtual Circle organization." The next moment, Kaido smashed the newspaper, picked up the wine gourd beside him, took a big mouthful, and poured the rest of the wine on top of his head, and poured it on his empty left shoulder. 255 Chapter 255 divided into 6 parts. Sea of Nations, Cake Island. As Charlotte Perros handed the shocking newspaper to Big Mom Charlotte Lingling, it was Charlotte Lingling who was eating happily. His expression gradually became extremely terrifying. "Kaido, lost. Even lost an arm." "Yes, mother," replied Perros. "Yes." Charlotte Lingling then continued to open the newspaper and read it in detail. After a long while, Charlotte Lingling seemed to understand something and said, "Is that the inexplicable god that made my cake melt so fast yesterday? I don't know if this is an interesting race." Charlotte Lingling said with her mouth split open like a bloodbath, "Go tell that idiot Kaido, if the next time you fight the Void Circle, call me, but all the special races captured will belong to me. As for the Whitebeard pirates, the atmosphere is extremely solemn." "Dad, do you think you can block that so-called god?" Marco asked Whitebeard worriedly. "Kulala la." Hearing this, Whitebeard laughed arrogantly and said, "It's really interesting. I would have gone to Dressrosa Kingdom to join in the fun before I knew it. Since Roger, there has been no one who can make me so passionate." As Whitebeard's voice fell, his fists clenched involuntarily, and the white light ball formed by the manifestation of the shock fruit appeared immediately, and a force that seemed to shatter the world was brewing but not released. "Is it 15 million degrees hot? It's a shame not to try it." Marco couldn't help persuading when he saw Whitebeard's warlike appearance for the first time in nearly 10 years. "Dad, don't be too careless. It is said that even that guy 100 B beasts. Kaido fled in a hurry because of this, leaving one arm behind. La la la. Kaido is just a kid who relies on his physique, but he is not even fully mastered by the Overlord's color entanglement. It's not worth mentioning at all. Whitebeard made no secret of his contempt for Kaido, the beast, and said instead, Marco, contact Laozi about that member of the virtual circle, Kora-san, and said that Laozi is going to fight that guy. Marco scratched his head and could only respond and said, okay then. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 133. In addition to those pirates who are truly the overlords of the sea, the influence of the virtual circle organization is still spreading in the sea. However, for the founder of the virtual circle organization, the master of the virtual circle, Yan, was lying lazily on the naval battleship at the moment, looking at the newspaper that seemed to be collecting black money today. The corners of his mouth could not stop twitching. Is this so exaggerated? At this point, Ion finally understood why the world government couldn't wait to send representatives to the Dressrosa Kingdom the next day, and in addition to bringing a lot of supplies, he was still kneeling and licking towards Kora-san. Thinking of this, Ion couldn't help but feel a little itchy, and couldn't wait to know how much benefit Kora-san had reaped from the world government this time. Immediately, Ion locked the door, then lay back on the bed, and his consciousness quickly entered Kora-san's spiritual space. And almost before Ion could ask, Kora-san was so excited that he took the initiative to speak. All in all, posted, the resources and wealth given by the world government this time are extremely exaggerated even in the eyes of the former Tianlong man Kora-san. Ian, now it's not only the development of the Dressrosa Kingdom that won't be a problem, but also the funds for the activities of the Revolutionary Army in the next few years. Expenses? What Revolutionary Army expenses? In addition to joy, Ion retorted inexplicably, and then said, the Revolutionary Army has its own system, and rashly injecting a large amount of funds for activities will only lead to the destruction of the well-functioning internal system. This is wrong. Kora-san was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said in agreement, oh, yes, this is our brother's money. Immediately, Kora-san paused and asked, but those members of the virtual circle organization who supported us, do you want to share them? Ian pondered for a while and said, it makes sense, so let's divide it according to the number of members of the virtual circle organization who help out. Counting you and me, it will be divided into 5 parts, one for each person. Kora-san thought for a moment and said, no. Yan felt a little guilty when he heard the words no. Was it revealed by Kora-san? It seems that it is a bit too much for me to be like this, or I should share it with Kora-san 50-50. Immediately, Kora-san said gratefully, the last strong man who manipulated the flame of 15 million degrees Celsius will be given 2 shares. Ion fell into a moment of calm, as if thinking about something, and then continued, then, well, in this case, it is divided into 6 parts. Later, I will ask Zyajin to take 5 parts. After that, I will find a way to contact those members of the virtual circle organization and convey your thoughts to them. Kora-san asked in surprise, isn't Perona on my side? I'll just give it to him directly. The war is over. I have to send Perona and Moria back to the Devil's Triangle. Ian explained calmly. That's true, Kora said casually. Immediately, Ion, who did not dare to discuss this issue in depth with a guilty conscience, said instead, by the way, Kora-san, about the devil fruit, has the world government agreed? This is not a problem, and I will try to collect it from the channels of the underground world as much as possible. After a pause, Kora-san asked in confusion, just Yan, what do you want so many devil fruits for? Ian sighed and said, for the Revolutionary Army. No amount of devil fruits is enough to distribute. That's also. Afterwards, Ion and Kora-san reconfirmed some details and perfunctory about the power released by Kora-san, asking about the residual fire sword, and then they left Kora-san's spiritual space. After returning to his spiritual space, Ion sat on the throne and stayed silent for a long time, carefully recalling all the details of this Dressrosa incident. Ion let out a light breath and reconfirmed that there were no fatal problems or flaws exposed, and then he relaxed slightly. However, in this way, the virtual circle organization has been completely raised to a terrifying height. We must think carefully about the future development route, otherwise, once the lies are pierced, I am afraid it will be forever. 256 Chapter 256 The possibility of overtaking on a curve. The positioning of the virtual circle organization was only established with a joking attitude from the beginning. Therefore, the granting of the void soul chopping knife is also very arbitrary, such as Baby 5, Robin, and Luo, who are difficult to exert their combat power in the short term. Ion also doesn't care. However, with the emergence of the Frey Vans incident and the Holy Land Mary Joa incident, Ion's positioning and expectations for the virtual circle organization have gradually undergone a great change. Different from his own position as a navy or secretly co-founding the Revolutionary Army with Durag, Ion understood that he needed his own personal guard force. For this it is true that will and thought can create miracles, but the foundation of everything is power. So if possible, the stronger the influence of the virtual circle organization on this the better. At that time, Ion will also be able to influence more things through the different channels of the virtual circle organization, the Navy and the Revolutionary Army, and can better protect his own life. And Ion also has absolute control over the members of the virtual circle who have been awarded the Void Soul Chopping Blade. During this period of research, Ion also gradually figured out that the granting of the Void Soul Chopping Knife is actually the fusion of the Void Soul Chopping Knife, which is part of Ion's power, with the soul of the recipient. Therefore, in addition to freely entering the spiritual space of the members of the virtual circle, Ion even has the ability to forcibly deprive the Void Soul Chopping Blade. According to Ion's estimation, once the recipient is forcibly deprived of the Void Soul Chopping Blade, it is inevitable that the soul will be torn apart. Therefore, in Yan's view, the possibility of betrayal by members of the virtual circle organization is extremely low. And in order to further ensure security and confidentiality in the later stage, regardless of whether it was Ludo, Khorasan or Perona, Yan did not reveal his true identity. After that, even if he continued to recruit new members to join the virtual circle organization, Yan will definitely try his best. Confidential true identity. But Ian made a simple calculation and found that if he wanted to awaken the next Void Soul Chopping Knife, he needed as many as 64 devil fruits. Even if the channels of the Revolutionary Army and Khorasan continue to collect, I am afraid that Ion will not be able to continue to awaken the next Void Soul Chopping Blade in the short term. As for the awakening of the Void Soul Chopping Knife, which requires more than 3-digit number of devil fruits, Ion feels even further away. You must know that even the Overlord level pirates such as the 100 Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates only possess hundreds of devil fruit abilities after decades of accumulation. A member of Ion tapped lightly on the armrest of the throne, and his eyes fell on the phantom floating unconsciously under the starry sky. Of monsters: Cursed Eye Sangha, Devourer, Holy Crying Mantis, Evil Concubine, Black-Winged Demon, and Pack of Wolves. The Holy Crying Mantis, the Black-Winged Demon, and the Pack of Wolves all have considerable combat power, even comparable to the level of the three great disasters, so we still need to find a way to let them occupy the seats of the Kaiwahe, secretly collect resources, and further expand influence among them. For the arrangement of the wolf pack Perona, Ian almost tacitly considered her and Moria tied together. After all, the bond between Moria and Perona is almost the same as that of father and daughter, and in the memory of Ion's previous life, I vaguely remember that after Perona learned about the war on the top that appeared in the future in the original trajectory, she accidentally learned about Moria's whereabouts from the newspaper, and she almost did not hesitate. He left Hawkeye my hawk to look for Mariah. As for Moria, whether it is his current performance or his performance in the original trajectory, he is also a guy who can sacrifice his life for his comrades or subordinates. In addition to the Holy Crying Mantis, the Black-Winged Demon, and the Pack of Wolves, who now have considerable combat power, the arrangements of Cursed-Eyed Sangha Robin, Devourer Baby 5, and Evil Concubine Ludo are even more serious, giving Ion a headache. Compared with the members of the virtual circle who were awarded the Void Soul Chopping Knife, they don't know whether it is because of their age or the Void Soul Chopping Knife type. The increase in combat power is not outstanding, but more like getting a whole new capability. Baby 5 and Robin, I'll wait until I have time to learn more about it. As for Ludo, it seems that in the past half a year he has almost completed the treatment of Pan's lead disease. Ion muttered thoughtfully, recalling Robin's previous report on the Fravens Nationals. The ability of the evil concubine is more like the ability to carry out various strange transformations on the human body. In this way, with Ludo's own surgery fruit ability, Ludo is more in line with the image of a biochemical scientist in addition to being a doctor. And it's still the kind with a very high ceiling. So, let Ludo do postgraduate chemical research or biological research. Thinking of this, Ion's eyes can't help but light up slightly, and he suddenly feels that this seems to be an extremely reliable subject. Science and technology are primary productive forces. Ian still understands this truth, but whether it's Ion personally or the Revolutionary Army organization, it is not difficult to surpass the world government in the field of scientific research and technology. After all, Ian is very clear that the black technology capabilities of the world government are also extremely outrageous. In the next 10 or 20 years, in a world where wooden boats are still the mainstream navigation tools, the scientific research department of the world government has developed a fully automatic intelligent killing machine, pacifist, and even or the one that can use laser weapons. You must know that in the memory of Ion's previous life, these black technologies are things that have not even been been fully developed in the technological world that is proficient in destroying the world mushroom bombs. Therefore, Ion is well aware that the possibility of surpassing the world government in these technologies is not very likely. Relatively speaking, Luo, who has the ability to dismantle and combine the human body like a toy at will and can also transform living things at will through the ability of Evil Concubine, has the ability to overtake the world in the fields of biochemistry and biology. Possibility of government. And, if Ion remembered correctly, Sanji's father seems to be a pioneer in this field and even transformed his son into the so-called superhuman physique. In this way, it seems that the experimental materials are already made. Of course, Yan is not some greedy man and he doesn't expect Luo to develop a real Superman. It would be quite good to be able to mass-produce Hulk and the like. 257 Chapter 257 New Ideas for the Ship. This possibility, it seems that there really is. Ion suddenly became excited, especially if the transformation was particularly safe. Ian would even consider transforming himself. Even if the whole body transformation is too risky, the transformation of some key vital parts is enough to be able to play a role at a critical time. For example, a strong arm that can resist attacks. Of course, this is just an idea worthy of investment and research. For his own strength, Ian relies more on the awakening of the soul-chopping blade. Maybe one day he awakened a soul-killing knife that can strengthen the body. Ian couldn't help but look full of hope in his eyes. Despite the fact that Ion's appearance is always in control, he is actually guilty and seriously lacking in security. After all, Ion's physique is not comparable to those monsters like 100 Beasts Kaido, even if he is robbing Jun for a quilt. And as Ion's position became higher and higher, the enemies and colleagues he came into contact with gradually became more and more terrifying monsters. Not sure, that day Ian was patted on the shoulder by someone else, and the great and mysterious master of the Void Circle was paralyzed on the spot and was accompanied by a wheelchair for the rest of his life. As soon as he thought of that scene, Ian felt that a large basin of cold water had poured a chill into his heart, because the virtual circle organization had a great and bright future, and the unconscious smile slowly disappeared. So, you still have to stay away from those monsters. Ion swallowed his saliva and said sincerely, other than that, it is to do everything possible to live safely in this dangerous sea. Thinking of this, Ion couldn't help but turn his eyes to the soul-chopping blade under the starry sky on the other side. Today, Yan's accumulated spiritual pressure is 24 chariots, Fist West, and the soul-killing knives that can be used are Ganben Sakura, God's Wrath, Sparrow B, Jinghua Shuiyu, and Lujian Ruohuo. Among them, Ganben Sakura, Divine Retribution, and Sparrow B can perfectly control the power of solution. Ruoren Ruohuo was reluctantly solved, but only as a super large light bulb that emits heat, and it is actually quite difficult to even swing a knife. As for Jinghua Shuiyu, Yan has not yet known the name of its dissolution, let alone accumulated enough spiritual pressure for dissolution. These soul-chopping blades that Yan deliberately left behind have different abilities, but there is no soul-chopping blade about physical strengthening. The strongest defensive ability is Ganben Sakura. It's really hopeless. The corners of Ian's mouth twitched slightly, and he always felt that he was a crispy profession such as assassin and mage in a world full of meat shields, and he was still not a full-time professional. As long as Ion makes one mistake, it may be the result of Liang on the spot. Isn't there any way? Ion was so annoyed that he even rubbed his head hard in the mental space and said, this sea, doesn't it really leave a little room for a congenitally deficient guy like me to survive? Devil fruit is ineffective for me, and the domineering aura that can be turned into invisible armor also depends on my physique. I simply can't continue to practice. Hey, maybe there is any fruit ability that can enhance the body of others. No, there is no record of this kind of devil fruit that benefits others and not oneself in the devil fruit illustration. It seems that instead of looking for an unknown fruit that is not recorded in the devil fruit illustration, it is better to believe in the power of technology and invest in human transformation. Or, just like the idea that I once had when I was a teenager, find the strongest woman in the world to be my wife to protect myself. Suddenly, Jan's tone stopped, but he thought of something. The most strong Overlord is domineering. Overlord is entangled. Ion recalled the ability of Overlord Color Coil used by Kaido, which seemed quite terrifying. Even Perona's physically immune spirit body and ghost can attack, and it can also be used in the battle with Hancock, causing extremely terrifying destructive power and attacking power to the body. To a certain extent, this seems to be another version of armed domineering. It's just different from armed domineering that relies on one's own body for cultivation. Overlord Colored Entanglement is the Overlord's domineering produced by relying on one's own aura. The most important thing is, when Kaido uses Overlord Color Coiling, the feeling given to Ion is a bit similar to the Ryotsu that fluctuates when using an Ejiri. In fact, I don't know if Ion has been surviving in the flesh all the time and he has absolutely no control over his own Ryotsu. 134. Even using Ryotsu-based techniques such as Shunpo, an Ejiri, etc. is similar to converting energy into the inherent line. For example, Ion learned the 88th of Breaking the Way. Flying Dragon strikes the Thunder Cannon in the spiritual space. In reality, Ion only needs to input the Ryotsu by virtue of the feeling mastered by the spiritual space. Then the corresponding power can be released accordingly. But apart from that, the only way Ion can mobilize the Ryotsu is to burst violently around him in a disorderly manner, producing an effect similar to the overlord's domineering to oppress the weak-willed and weak-souled. Could it be that there is a certain similarity between Ryotsu and domineering? Ion frowned and murmured speculatively. I don't have much doubts about the fact that Ryotsu has never been able to be used as I want. After all, Ryotsu is essentially the power of the soul, and I usually decompose the soul-chopping sword that I don't need to replenish my soul strength so as to accumulate stronger Ryotsu. So, it's normal that I can't control Ryotsu in my physical state. It's just that the tyrannical arrogance is of a similar nature. It also belongs to the power of the soul, so it can only rely on the innate. And the overlord's color entanglement is completely a technique for the use of soul power. Right. I just don't know if this technique can be applied to Ryotsu. Armed arrogance can't protect me. If I can wrap myself around Ryotsu as overlord's arrogance, maybe it will form something similar to invisible armor. The presence. Thinking of this, Ian was so excited that he couldn't help shivering. Perhaps this cannot be regarded as a cure for the root, but it can cure the symptom. It's like, who doesn't know that the Iron Man body is a small crispy skin, but how many people can forcibly break his armor and crush his flesh? As long as Laozu's spiritual pressure is strong enough, who can really slap Laozu's body? At that time, even Ion can say something calmly. A guy who doesn't have enough consciousness is not qualified to touch bump into mine. 258. Chapter 258. The temptation to go home. Thinking of this, Ian was so excited that he couldn't help shivering. Not because X can be installed, but simply because it will mean that Ion's life has been guaranteed to a certain extent. But soon, Ion calmed down from his excitement. Although Rei and Overlord Color Domineering seem to have many of the same characteristics, it is still one thing whether the specific Overlord Color Entanglement technique can be applied, and it is too early to be happy. Of course, this is also an idea that Ian is worth trying. It's just, Overlord's Color Entanglement, who can I learn from? According to Ian's understanding, Overlord Color Entanglement is a high-level skill that can only be mastered by the top powerhouses with Overlord Color Dominance. The older generation of powerhouses like Whitebeard Kaido and Charlotte Lingling must know that they just want to learn the possibility of Overlord Color Entanglement from these Overlord-level pirates, and so on. My old father. Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he recalled that it was not only the pirates who possessed the Overlord's arrogance. In the Navy, the Warring States Marshal is also a man who holds the Overlord's domineering. This old guy didn't expect to hide his clumsiness from his son. In the past, he didn't reveal any information about the Overlord's entanglement at all. It's too much. Thinking of this, Ion was furious. If the Marshal of the Warring States period had taught Yen the Overlord Color Entanglement earlier, then how many days and nights would Yen be spared the trepidation, fear, and sleepless nights? Wait, old guy, don't blame me for waiting for you to get old and pull the tube out for you. Yen secretly counted a small notebook for the Warring States Marshal. Of course, Yan, who seemed to see the light in his excitement, completely ignored that he had never asked the Marshal of the Warring States period about the Overlord's entanglement in the past. Qualification. However, are these the problem? To hide is to hide. Sure enough, it's not biological. It's still a little bit worse. Ian's heart is excited, but also a little cool. After all, it is entirely possible for the enemy to be Overlord and domineering. The Warring States Marshal did not teach Yen in advance, and he must have left it. However, Ian is still a filial child after all, and the feeling of returning to Marinfondo for a while can be completely described by the words returning to the heart like an arrow. Immediately after Ian hurriedly escaped from the mental space, he asked with concern and urged the adjutant of the battleship to return to the voyage. Even after that, Ion was concerned almost every day how long it would take to reach the Marine headquarters Marinfondo, and the adjutant, who was harassed by Yan and nearly collapsed, reported the matter to General Paulsolino, but instead aroused Paulsolino's interest, pretending to ran into Yan and asked, "Yo, Major General Ion, why are you so concerned about the voyage back lately?" Ugh. Ion sighed, his eyes full of longing, and said, "Maybe this is the temptation to go home." Paulsolino stared blankly at Ion's departure, and gradually became convinced of the summary materials reported by Jun after leaving the Dressrosa Kingdom. Brother Yan, he looks a little sloppy and lazy on the surface, but in fact he looks like a dutiful son. In this way, the abnormal behavior of little brother Yan in the Kingdom of Dressrosa should be caused by really missing his family. General Paul Solino put his index finger on his sunglasses and commented, and the journey back to the Marine headquarters, Marine Fando, passed quickly with Ion's urging day by day. During this period, Ion, who was a little nervous and anxious, had no intention of asking the embodied soul slayer in the spiritual space day after day as before. Ian is now almost looking forward to the protective effect on himself after he learns the Overlord color entanglement. Of course, during this period of time, Ion did not completely put all the eggs on his old guy. At the same time, he also instructed Luo, the evil concubine, as the lord of the virtual circle, and let him start to try to conduct research. Then, Ian deeply realized what is called the black hole of funding for scientific research. In the early stage of building the most rudimentary laboratory for Luo, 1/5 of the treasure that Ian had worked so hard to get from the world government for free was gone in an instant. And this is just the initial investment, simply buying some scientific research instruments and materials in the black market around the world. However, whether it was for his own body or to accumulate scientific research strength to fight against the world government in the future, Ian could only tearfully continue to set up a scientific research laboratory for Luo in Bihai. It just so happened that there were quite a number of doctors with medical and biological knowledge among the original citizens of Fravens, and they successfully formed a barely rudimentary scientific research team for Luo. At the same time, Ian also secretly instructed the Revolutionary Army to start thinking of ways to collect blood factor technology and began to apply it to the intelligence of the Kingdom of Germa, which the princes were transforming. Of course, the Kingdom of Germa is one of the most powerful kingdoms in the North Sea, and it is also a member of the world government. The Revolutionary Army and Ion, who were worried about the reaction of the world government, were still reluctant to touch the Kingdom of Germa for the time being. In addition to this, Yan apparently asks Xiao Jin to take Perona and Moria back to the Devil's Triangle, but in fact he kept the identities and secrets from Perona and Moria and secretly let the bear use it again. The ability of Meatball Fruit sent them back. After that, according to Yan's arrangement, while Perona hid in the Devil's Triangle to conceal her membership of the Void Circle, while Moria slowly cultivated Perona, she began to use her reputation in the war with the Beast Pirates to try her best to attract the attention of the world government and the Navy, and to gain the position of King Xiakai Wuhe. As for Hancock, during the period when Ian returned to Marine Vando, the newspapers, in addition to the news of the Virtual Circle organization, counted the Pirate Queen Hancock's version the most frequently. Without it, it is true that the Pirate Queen Hancock's appearance is too beautiful, but his strength is too strong. What's more important is that Hancock's performance is extremely arrogant and domineering, and wherever he goes, whether it is a pirate ship, a naval ship, or a world government ship, all are plundered. And the picture on the newspaper of Zhang Hankook proudly accepting the enemy's initiative to offer trophies is a guarantee for the news agency's popularity and sales. Facts have proved that few people in the sea can resist Hancock's charm. Ah, the concubine is so beautiful, so you will obediently offer the treasure and forgive the concubine, right? This sentence originated from Hancock's mantra and the matching special gesture, and it is a hot topic among the people in the whole sea. 259 Chapter 259 Shining Hope. Boom! With the loud sound of the battleship docking, the battleship that returned from the Kingdom of Dressrosa finally arrived at the Marine headquarters Marine Fando again. I am back. Ion has never felt so pleasing to the eye at such a moment. Yo, Major General Ion looks quite excited, but I still have a meeting to catch up, so I'll take a step first. Polusolino waved his hand and said, and then instantly turned into a yellow flash, disappeared in place. And Jun said with a stack of documents in his hand, Sir Ian, then I'll go to debrief first and submit the relevant report on this mission. Go. Ion nodded, knowing that this is one of the necessary procedures within the Navy, and even if Jun did not deal with it, Ion would have to go there in person. So, having a capable deputy by your side saves too much trouble. Just as Ion stood on the edge of the deck and watched Jun leave, he sighed, and suddenly an excited and honest voice sounded deafeningly. Lord Yan. Ian looked down, and suddenly felt that his eyes were flashed, and he almost couldn't open them. And when Ian saw that he was standing at the port below and yelling at himself, wearing a Navy Justice cape, shaved head, and the burly and sturdy Navy turned out to be Hope, he couldn't help stun. Hope, when did he get so bright? Immediately, Ian seemed to realize something. Hey, wait, when I returned to the Great Route from the North Sea, I seemed to have forgotten about Hope, but just when Ion looked weird and a little ashamed, Hope was already excited to board the battleship, walked to Ion and saluted the military, and said, Lord Ion, Lieutenant Colonel Hope of the Navy headquarters will will report to you. Lieutenant Colonel. Ian turned his eyes and realized that the rank logo on Hope's shoulder had been changed to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Immediately, Ian congratulated after returning to Hope with a military salute. Congratulations on the promotion, Lieutenant Colonel Hope. It's all thanks to Lord Ian's promotion and appreciation, Lieutenant Colonel Hope said loudly. Where is there? Where is there? The corner of Ian's mouth twitched obscurely. Then he waved his hand and hurriedly got off the boat and went home, trying to get rid of Lieutenant Colonel Hope. However, no matter how fast or slow Ian's footsteps are, Lieutenant Colonel Hope always follows him like a shadow. Lieutenant Colonel Hope, don't you have any military tasks to perform? Ian vaguely reminded Hope that if he deliberately received the wind, it could be over. After I finished recuperating from Bihai and was transferred back to the Navy headquarters for a promotion, the military affairs that the Navy headquarters arranged for me was to continue to serve as Lord Yan's adjutant. Lieutenant Colonel Hope replied in a proud tone. Adjutant? Arndon feels bad. You know, not every naval officer will have an adjutant. Only those navies who hold important positions such as base commanders, battleship captains, or commanders of important departments of the Navy headquarters will specially assign permanent adjutants to assist. As for Jun, that was the last time Ion went to Dressrosa Kingdom, the temporary adjutant assigned by the Navy headquarters. No, the old man in the Warring States period doesn't give me a demotion. What is this for? Thinking of this, Ian subconsciously he turned his head to ask for clarity. But once again, after the sunlight was refracted above Lieutenant Colonel Hope's head, Ion couldn't open his eyes and look directly at the man beside him. Hope, where's your hair? Ion asked, squinting. This. Hope let out a hearty laugh and said, doctors say damage to the gland leads to impaired function, so hair doesn't grow. In an instant, Ion's footsteps couldn't help but stop. In Ion's opinion, the last time Hope was seriously injured and died, he had something to do with him. Originally, Ian thought that with Hope's physique, it would only take a period of treatment to recover completely, but he did not expect that it would eventually lead to Hope's serious sequelae. The faint sense of guilt for this subordinate reappeared in Ion's heart and asked, isn't there a cure? This thing, is it similar? Right, Hope said indifferently. Even since I lost my hair, it seems that no one dares to look at me wherever I go. Does it seem too vicious? No, Lieutenant Colonel Hope, it's all just because you're too good and too dazzling, so ordinary naval officers don't dare to look directly at a man like you, Yan explained. 135. Hope slapped his forehead and said suddenly, is that so? That's right. Immediately, Ion took a few steps forward in a hurry and then thought of something and said, Lieutenant Colonel Hope, since you have nothing urgent to deal with for the time being, then go and order a cake for me in the town. Yes. Lieutenant Colonel Hope didn't mean to ask the reason at all. After a military salute, he hurriedly turned around to complete the task. Looking at the back of Hope leaving, Ian muttered while feeling dazzling. No matter what, now I want to ask the old man, let him be happy first. As for Lieutenant Colonel Hope, since he wants to serve as his adjutant, it's up to him. And if Ion remembered correctly, today should be Marshal Sengoku's birthday. After all, the last time Ian celebrated his birthday for Marshal of the Warring States period was 7 or 8 years ago when he served as the inspector of Bihai. At that time, Ian was frugal and he was not willing to spend 4,000 baileys to buy cakes for the Marshal of the Warring States period. This time, Ion decided to be a little more generous. However, Ian was surprised that the Warring States Marshal did not wait for him to come back in the mansion as in the past, and even Ian rarely cooked a table of dishes. Until dusk approached, the Warring States Marshal still did not come back. Ion turned his eyes and looked at the lights of the highest office of the Navy headquarters in the distance outside the window and muttered, this old man seems to be really busy. Has he even forgotten his birthday? According to the usual habits, the old man may not be busy until the early morning, and he will miss his birthday by then. Thinking of this, Ian can't help but feel a little regretful. After all, today is a rare opportunity to make the old man happy. Maybe the old man in the Warring States period let go and said the corresponding secret skills of Overlord's entanglement. It is precisely because of this that Ion hurriedly urged the battleship to return to the Marine headquarters Marine Fando, but in the end it was meaningless. Unfortunately, it was all wasted. Ian looked at the table full of dishes and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. 260. The 260th chapter. Cake. By the way, and cake. The dishes are inconvenient, but the cake can be sent to the old man to express his feelings. However, if there is no important matter, Ion tries his best to avoid appearing in front of the Warring States Marshal during office hours so as not to be assigned to do tasks for no reason. Xiaojin, go find Lieutenant Colonel Hope, and when the cake is ready, send it directly to the office of the Warring States Marshal. Immediately, Ion waved his hand and asked Xiaojin, who was basking in the sun by the window, to run. Sure, and many more. Just as Xiaojin was about to go out, Ion remembered that when he asked Hope to order the cake before, he didn't specify specify the style of the cake. If the cake is given to the Marshal of the Warring States by Yan's own hands, then naturally there is no need for so many bells and whistles. However, since Lieutenant Colonel Hope needs to deliver the cake, it is better to add a little detail to explain his intentions. Immediately, Ian quickly stopped Xiao Jin and added, "By the way, don't forget to ask Lieutenant Colonel Hope to put happy birthday on the cake." "Sure, let's add more and add my name to it. It's better to show my identity directly and don't make a new long," Yan said. Xiao Jin tilted his head, trying hard to remember Ion's request. Well, and in the end, Ion hesitated for a while but still felt that since the cakes were all delivered, it would be better to hint the old man a little. "Xiaojin, the cake is a little more obscure and the words Overlord's color are also added." Tweet tweet. Xiao Jin nodded hard. Then, Ion waved his hand and told Xiao Jin to rush to Lieutenant Colonel Hope, and Xiao Jin lived up to Ion's expectations and soon found Lieutenant Colonel Hope above the town near the mansion. Chirp chirp. As Xiao Jin landed on Lieutenant Colonel Hope's shoulder, Lieutenant Colonel Hope also recognized Xiao Jin, the pet that was inseparable from Ion. "Is there any order from Sir Ion?" Lieutenant Colonel Hope asked. "Sure," Xiao Jin called out twice and then stretched out his claws on the soil on the ground to write. "So that's the case. Master Yan asked me to send this cake to the office of the Marshal of the Warring States. Lieutenant Colonel Hope looked at the crooked words on the soil and said clearly. Afterwards, Xiao Jin, who was quite satisfied with Hope's cooperation, nodded and continued to write the details on the cake as requested by Ion. "Only." "Sure." Xiao Jin tried to recall the last series of Ion's words, but he became a little confused. At the same time, in the Admiral's office, the Warring States Marshal, Lieutenant General Crane, Lieutenant General Garb, Chief Instructor Zifa, and the three generals of the Navy gathered, but they were discussing all important matters about the Virtual Circle organization. It can be said that these seven are the core of the high-level core of the Navy today, almost including the highest combat power of the previous generation and the current generation of the Navy. The Warring States Marshal, who was sitting behind the desk, looked solemn and gloomy. He glanced at the senior Navy officers who were now in the office with different attitudes and expressions, and said, "Everyone, I believe that you have heard a lot of information about the Virtual Circle organization, whether it is newspapers, information, or rumors." As the Warring States Marshal's voice fell, the Red Dog General Sakaski said in a gloomy tone, 15 million degrees. This kind of outrageous temperature is impossible. This kind of thing is not impossible, Sakaski. The Blue Pheasant General Kuzan said casually. It may be surprising what kind of force can raise the temperature of the flame to more than 15 million degrees, or even enough to evaporate the sea, but since this is the calculation result of the World Government Science Department, it should be close to the truth. How many? After a pause, Kuzan did not forget to add, and even if the calculation error is more than 1,000 times, it is still a high temperature of 10,000 degrees. In a sense, General Sakaski, that mysterious Virtual Circle organization member is your natural enemy. After all, the temperature of the magma will never exceed 2,000 degrees, right? Hearing the words, Sakaski almost turned into a volcano that could erupt at any time. Ironically, Kuzan, do you think your ice cubes will work at that temperature? Enough, Sakaski. Kuzan. The Warring States Marshal's temper today can be described as extremely hot. He slapped the table and shouted angrily, can such a meaningless debate be able to fight against the Virtual Circle organization that may threaten the justice of the sea at any time? Marshal of the Warring States. That flame is really terrifying. Just within a certain range, it feels like the whole person is going to melt. While cutting his nails, Paul Salino spoke in an exaggerated tone. It's a terrible thing to fight against that kind of monster. Who? The Warring States Marshal took a heavy breath and said, it's not for you to fight that unknown monster, and this is also the latest order issued by the world government to the Navy. If it's not necessary, don't attack and provoke the Virtual Circle organization. For a time, as the Warring States Marshal opened his mouth, the senior Navy officers present were a little stunned. In the 800-year history of the world government, this is the first time such an order has appeared. In a certain sense, once this order of the world government reaches the ears of the people of the sea, it will undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the majesty of the world government. But even so, the order of the world government was still issued to the Marshal of the Warring States. This is enough to show that the world government's fear of the Virtual Circle organization has reached the point where it dare not provoke it easily. But after a few breaths, the senior naval officers present also understood why the world government issued such an order. After all, that is enough to evaporate the sea and destroy the world. Without further accurate information, who would dare to act rashly? Then, the Warring States Marshal added, this order will not appear in paper form, and even after you leave this door, neither the world government nor I will admit it. But I also ask everyone here to use this order as an ideological guide and try to restrain as much as possible. Subordinate. Immediately Immediately, the expressions of the high-ranking Navy officers present seemed to be somewhat humiliating and ugly. Yes. Immediately, just as the entire office fell silent for a moment, there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Is something wrong? The Warring States Marshal asked outside the door. Reporting to the Warring States Marshal, Lieutenant Colonel Hope is here under the order of Major General Ion. The guard Navy outside the door replied. Ion. The Sengoku Marshal, who was a little impatient when someone disturbed the meeting, immediately lost his anger and said, "Let Colonel Hope come in." 261 Chapter 261 Mortal Task. And as the door to the office was opened by the guards, Lieutenant Colonel Hope walked in with a straight waist and said loudly, "Warring States Marshal, I am sending something on the orders of Chief Ion." Immediately, Lieutenant Colonel Hope placed the packaged cake in the corner of the desk without looking sideways. Everyone present was stunned for a moment, but Lieutenant General he took the lead in reacting and said, "Hey, even I almost forgot that today is Marshal Warring States' birthday." Lieutenant General Garb, who had been eating donuts all the time, listened to the meeting with a carefree attitude. Huh? Is it? After Lieutenant General Crane gave Lieutenant General Garb a wink, Lieutenant General Garb quickly responded and said, "Congratulations, Warring States. Ha ha ha, I didn't forget, I was just teasing you." Immediately afterwards, Lieutenant General Garb put the bag of donuts that he had eaten in his hand on the desk of the Warring States Marshal and said, "Look, I have prepared gifts for you in advance." "Go away, you bastard, give me the leftovers." "Who wants it?" The Warring States Marshal scolded Lieutenant General Garb angrily and hilariously, then waved Lieutenant Colonel Hope to retreat, but stared at the packaged cake with a complicated expression and said nothing. And the rest of the other senior Navy officers who originally wanted to congratulate the Warring States Marshal also discovered that something was wrong with the Warring States Marshal. Lieutenant General Crane frowned slightly, looking at the extremely complicated expression in front of him with tears in his eyes, but it was the Warring States Marshal who showed anger and asked, "What's wrong, Warring States?" "It's nothing." Marshal Warring States stared at the cake box in front of him, obviously with a majestic and tough demeanor, but his voice was a bit choked. "Could it be that something is wrong with Ion?" asked Chief Instructor Zifa, who had not spoken much. And as Zifa's voice fell, the aura of the Warring States Marshal became more and more gloomy. After a while, the Warring States Marshal carefully brought the cake in front of him and said in a gentle tone, "Sorry, I lost my temper." "What's the problem? Didn't Rear Admiral Ion return to the Marine Headquarters?" Marine Fanda Vice Admiral Crane asked, puzzled. At this time, even Lieutenant General Garb, who was extremely nervous, became serious, patted his chest and said straight, "Yeah, Ion boy is also my nephew or something. Just say it directly, Sengoku." As for Kuzan, he turned his head to look at Paul Salino with a suspicious look. Hey, this has nothing to do with me, Kuzan." Poor Salino waved his hand and said, "I haven't done anything to Brother Ion, and I brought back Brother Ion and Jun completely." After listening to the discussions of the senior Navy officers in front of him, the Warring States Marshal, who originally did not want to mention this matter, gradually changed his psychological defense line and said with a long sigh, "Master Wu Laoxing ordered that Ion lead the team to invite the pirate Empress Hancock to become the King Siakai Wuhei." While the rest of the Navy executives were still puzzled by the words of the Warring States Marshal, Lieutenant General Crane's eyes slowly widened and he spoke in an unbelievably angry tone. "Why did you issue such an order? How did Major General Yen offend Lord 5 Old Stars?" 136. As for Lieutenant General Garb, he shoved a large amount of donuts into his mouth, chewed it hard, and said, "Is this going to use the hands of pirates to get rid of the new generation of potential stars in the Navy? It's really naked." The rest of the Navy executives also reacted when they heard this, and their expressions changed. "You know, with the unbridled battle of the pirate Empress Hancock during this period of time, she has also exposed a lot of information related to strength, sweet fruit ability, strong physique, good at kicking skills, proficient in knowledge and domineering, proficient in armed domineering, and also the owner of domineering. There is no doubt that this kind of strength template is not inferior to one of the current Sea Overlord's Big Mom Charlotte Lingling in the same age group, and the strength is by no means comparable to that of ordinary vice admirals. Absolutely, it can be regarded as one of the top powerhouses in the sea. More importantly, the behavior that Pirate Empress Hancock showed during this period was not pure brutality, but a kind of pure willfulness based solely on mood. Whether it is a pirate, a Navy member, or a member of the world government, she will carry out indiscriminate attacks willfully, and will mercilessly petrify all enemies who show admiration for him. It can be said that in the judgment of the naval staff, Pirate Queen Hancock has been judged as a willful and terrible pirate nova, and she is quite hostile to both the Navy and the world government without the slightest reverence. Psychologically, the comprehensive evaluation is extremely high risk. For such a highly dangerous pirate, it would would not be too much to send an admiral to contact him for an invitation, but it was pointed out that the overall combat strength might not be bad, but the weak Ion was sent to perform the task. Not to mention, Pirate Queen Hancock is most famous for her charm. As long as you are immersed in her charm, all creatures will turn into stones when the sweet fruit ability is activated. Like Ian, who is full of vigor and blood, and once said that his dream lies in seeking how could a young man with a powerful woman be able to withstand this temptation. Therefore, the naval executives present almost quickly understood that this was a mission to die for Ion. In the face of questions from the rest of the Navy, Marshal Warring States said with a painful and complicated expression, Coruscant has been reluctant to disclose the relevant information about the members of the Virtual Circle organization with the ability of 15 million degrees of flame. So in order to gain the trust and sincerity of Coruscant, the 5 old stars decided to dislike and hated by Coruscant kindness. At the end of the day, the Warring States Marshal was in tears, his voice was choked, and the whole person was on the verge of collapse. On one side is the justice of the sea and the world government that he maintains, and on the other side is the life of his adopted son. Today Ion returned to the Marine headquarters. Marine Fando, didn't the Warring States Marshal know? No, he knows. But the Warring States Marshal had no courage to face Ion at all, so while he was escaping, he cowardly procrastinated and did not make a choice for a long time, until the appearance of the cake that Marshal of Warring States did not expect. His psychological defense line was almost on the verge of collapse. Immediately, the Marshal of the Warring States period did not speak anymore. As the top expert in the sea, he slowly opened the outer packaging of the cake with trembling hands. At this moment, the Warring States Marshal just wanted to have a good taste of this cake that contained Yen's heart. As for the orders of the 5 old stars, suddenly, the Warring States Marshal was stunned, staring blankly at the words on the cake. Happy birthday, bastard. Tephimer Ion 262 Chapter 262 Parting Color King 8. The Marshal of the Warring States period only felt that his brain had been hit hard, and his heart was even more severely beaten. This was unprepared and just exposed a backstab in his fragile heart, making the Marshal of the Warring States feel that he had never suffered such serious damage when he was hit by Whitebeard's shock fruit ability in the past. Yeah, and the Warring States Marshal's mouth made a sound of teeth rubbing unconsciously, and he said word by word, and his expression was even more terrifying. Huh? What's the matter? Warring States. Garp, who was on the side, noticed that the Warring States Marshal's demeanor was about to go berserk, and subconsciously looked over to look. Boom. The next moment, before Garp could see the text on the cake, the Warring States Marshal lifted the cake with lightning speed and slapped Lieutenant General Garp directly on the face. Lieutenant General Garp wiped the cake on his face, a little confused. Immediately, before Lieutenant General Garp became angry, Marshal Warring States put his cloak back on from the hanger on the side, turned around and walked hurriedly towards the door of the office, saying, "This is the end of tonight's meeting. We will discuss the issue of the Virtual Circle organization later. I need to rush home first if I have something to do." Boom. The next moment, before the rest of the Navy executives could react, the Warring States Marshal had already walked out of the office and slammed the door shut. Why does the Warring States Marshal look so angry? It should be fine, right? Now that Marshal of the Warring States is rushing home, is it too moved? So you want to go home and meet Major General Yan? Forget it. Don't disturb Marshal Warring States tonight. Let him and Major General Yan spend a warm night in front of the residence of Marshal of the Warring States period. The Marshal of the Warring States period slammed into the door almost like a meteor, then threw his hat, cloak, and glasses aside, opened the door with his fists and walked in. Boom. As the living room door was slammed open, the burly figure of the Warring States Marshal appeared in front of Ion. "Yeah, old man, I still like cake." Old man, are you crazy? Don't clap clap clap. It will kill people, old man, and fight. You remember it for Lao Tzu, old man. Boom boom boom. Seeing the astonishing movement of the Warring States Marshal's mansion in the distance, the high-ranking Navy officers who lived not far away couldn't help showing surprised expressions. Marshal of the Warring States, is the way of expressing family affection so rude? In the early morning of the next day, the Warring States Marshal raised his nose, bruises and swollen face. The usual Ion, who seemed to have everything under control and had a lazy and gentle feeling, walked to the port and asked, "Anything else to say, you bastard? Old thing, you remember it for me. There will always be times when you are too old to move," Ian said with his neck stubborn. "Oh, I hope you can live to my old age." While speaking, the Marshal of the Warring States took out a document from his arms and shoved it into Yan's arms, then took a deep breath, wanting to say something. His mouth he squirmed for a while, but he was unable to speak. Ian glanced at the Warring States Marshal and noticed the strange state of the Warring States Marshal that he couldn't hide. While he was full of doubts, he casually opened the document that had been stuffed over, and it was surprising that he invited invited Boya Hancock to be the king. An order letter to one of the 7 seas. What? Let me invite Boya Hancock to be king Shisabukai. That's right, bastard. This is an order from the world government personally. Immediately, the warring states marshal swept his gaze around, then raised Ion's ear in front of him, moved his throat, and whispered, "Bastard, you are a smart person. Do whatever you want to do." Ion couldn't help staring at the warring states marshal with wide eyes. With Ion's IQ, he naturally quickly understood that since the world government and the Navy did not know about his relationship with Boya Hancock, he specially assigned himself, who was only a major general, to invite Boya Hancock, almost as much as a life-threatening mission. However, what surprised Ion the most was the veiled meaning in the words of the warring states marshal. Do whatever you want. Although not explicitly stated, this is undoubtedly a hint that Ion defected from the Navy when he went out to sea and did not perform such a life-threatening mission. In the past, Ion never thought that the Sengoku marshal, who had always been extremely loyal to the world government and the Navy, would say such a thing. Get out. The next moment, before Ian could speak, the warring states marshal directly took Ian and threw the battleship that had docked in the port ahead of time. Ion draws a perfect parabola in the air and boom, it fell into Lieutenant Colonel Hope's arms. Without any hesitation, Ion hurriedly jumped out of Lieutenant Colonel Hope's stubborn embrace, then walked to the edge of the deck and looked at the warring states marshal at the port, shouting, "Old man, wait. What are you waiting for? Son of a bitch, the mission is urgent. Hurry up and set sail for Laozi. Don't delay me for a minute." Marshal Warring States roared in a tone of disgust and anger, trying to hide the tears in his eyes in this way. Immediately afterwards, before Ion's order, the battleship began to set sail quickly at the order of the Warring States marshal. "No, old man, you." Ian wanted to say something in a hurry, but was interrupted again by the roar of the Sengoku marshal. "Don't push me back. Military orders are military orders. If you don't complete the task, you will never come back." Ian slammed a hammer on the guardrail and said helplessly as he watched the marshal of the Warring States, who had gradually lost sight of his figure at the port. "The old thing who made his own claims deliberately drove me away. Anyway, first tell me what Overlord's entanglement is. It's really blinding my cake." Above the port, the Warring States marshal kept watching the battleship gradually disappear from the sea level, but he did not move for a long time, because the Warring States marshal knew that this parting might never have the chance to meet again, and even if we could meet again, the position might have been completely different. Lieutenant General Crane, who appeared at an unknown time, walked over to the side of the Warring States marshal with his hands behind his back and said, "Warring States, it's too late to regret it now. Maybe we can apply to the 5 old stars together, and someone else can invite Hancock to join Kaiwahe." When the Warring States marshal heard the words, he laughed heartily and said, "What are you talking about, Zaihe? If this kid Yan can successfully invite Hancock to join Kaiwahe, he will be able to accumulate a lot of merits, and it is not impossible to be promoted to Lieutenant General." Yes, Lieutenant General Crane said something meaningful, but he didn't mean to ask further. 263 Chapter 263 What are the rules? On the other side, Yan's eyes turned, but he also found something wrong on the battleship. Lieutenant Colonel Hope, who is the adjutant, and the rest of the soldiers are almost all the Navy that Ion is quite familiar with, in addition to some of the Navy soldiers who followed Ian to the Dressrosa Kingdom last time. There are even some of the Navy soldiers Ian clearly remembered from the Behi Naval Base 521. However, these navies almost all have one thing in common, and they have a considerable sense of admiration for Ion. "Tisk, this old man." Ian rubbed the bruises on his face and muttered sullenly, "Is this simply asking me to run away with my team in the Navy?" And even worried that Jun will stick to its position, so I deliberately replaced the adjutant with Lieutenant Colonel Hope in advance. If Ion really wants to defect from the Navy, then it is estimated that he is a rare figure in the history of the Navy who defected with a large number of naval soldiers. You must know that when Durag defected from the Navy that year, he also fled alone on a mission, and was constantly besieged and hunted by the Navy and CP organizations. By contrast, in this situation can be called leisurely, and even shamelessly fled to the North Sea waters. With the strength of the battleships and naval soldiers comparable to the steel behemoths, it was enough to easily dominate one side. If it really is a father's love like a mountain, it hurts a little bit. But so far Ion still doesn't understand why Marshal Sengoku beat him up. Even if he wants to show his attitude of breaking with Ion in front of the world government, this approach more like domestic violence is useless. Just why does the world government plan to kill me like this? Ion took out the document from his arms, puzzled. However, what is certain is that Ion has definitely not leaked his intelligence in the Virtual Circle organization and the Revolutionary Army, otherwise it would definitely not be assigned such a small task that is close to death. At the very least, it is estimated that the 3 naval admirals will not be able to escape. Could it be be that I accidentally offended a certain Tianlong person. It's not right. It's just that if a certain Tianlong person wants to wear small shoes for me, the old man's status as a naval marshal won't be able to withstand the pressure, and it is right to quietly hint that he is running for his life. 5 old stars. Ian guessed for a moment, but after all, he couldn't figure out the reason from this headless thing. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 137. And as he walked through the gate of justice, Lieutenant Colonel Hope walked up to Ion and asked respectfully, "Lord Yan, please also indicate the direction." Ion pondered for a moment and asked, "Does this battleship have the ability to pass through the windless zone?" Lieutenant Colonel Hope replied fluently with his white teeth shining. "No problem, Mr. Yan. This battleship uses the latest sea tower technology, which can pass through the windless zone with very low risk." Ian nodded and said, "Then let's move forward with the destination of the Amazon Lily Kingdom of Nine Snake Island." As ordered, Lieutenant Colonel Hope responded without hesitation. His words and deeds were full of trust and admiration for Ion. And this is not just Lieutenant Colonel Hope, but even the soldiers on the entire battleship. It can be said that Ian has defected from the Navy in situ. More than 70% of the soldiers on this ship will choose to continue to follow Ian with a high probability, which is enough to ensure the normal operation and combat power of the battleship that is comparable to the steel behemoth. The old man really has a heart. He gathered all the people who worship me secretly. Immediately, Ion turned his eyes and looked far in the direction of Marine Fando, the naval headquarters, and said, "It's just, old man, I really left the Navy with the entire battleship in such a grand manner. It is estimated that you will soon suffer great suspicion from the world government. Right. The justice in your eyes is the justice that reigns on the sea and ends the era of the great pirates. Under such suspicion, how can you achieve this justice as a marshal? What a violent idiot old thing." Ian pouted, then beckoned to Xiaojian, letting him show his usual beach chairs, umbrellas, small tables, and all kinds of fruits he likes to eat. Nodding, and so on, he lay down and fell asleep. And a moment later, on a pirate ship that was pulled by 2 strange sea snakes and sailed on the sea. Boom! The door of the captain's room was kicked away with a bang. Hancock walked out of it with a rosy face and shouted, "Quick! Everyone will act immediately for the concubine and return to Nine Snake Island as quickly as possible." Seeing Hancock's gaffe in public for the first time since he became the Emperor of the Nine Snakes, Marie Groud asked quickly, "Sister, what's wrong?" Sandasonia added, "Could it be that an enemy attacked Nine Snake Island?" Yeah." Hancock held his face slightly in his hands, facing the sea, and said shyly with a beautiful face full of shyness, "That is the enemy of the concubine's life. He is already on his way to Nine Snake Island." Marigold and Sandasonia, who hadn't reacted yet, looked at each other with solemn expressions, and they discussed it. "What? If that's the case, then Nine Snake Island must be prepared." "Yes, prepare a lot of arrows, ordnance, weapons, etc. in advance, and start to mobilize the people to prepare for war, while the old and the weak start to take refuge." Before Marigold and Sandasonia finished speaking, Hancock was the first to react and turned around. "That's right, you must be prepared, and order the country to immediately make a lot of red cloth flowers and prepare the best food." "What?" Sandasonia and Marigold were stunned. Could it be that Lord Yan rushed to the Nine Snake Island to marry his concubine? BAA, this is too hasty, and the concubine is not ready to become a qualified bride. Hancock thought about it and didn't know what picture he thought of. His face flushed quickly, and he was even steaming slightly. And Sandasonia and Marigold heard Hancock muttering, "Blink," and said in unison, "Master Yan." In an instant the half-hanging hearts of Sandasonia and Marigold were relieved, and they felt that this reaction of their elder sister was a normal behavior. If it was that adult, "It's just, elder sister, the rule of Nine Snake Island is that men are not allowed to land." Before Marigold could express his doubts, he was forcibly interrupted by Hancock's ugly and domineering face, and said word by word, "What are the rules? If even Lord Yan can't land in the concubine's territory, what's the point of existence?" 264 Chapter 264. Listening to Hancock's words, Marigold and Sandasonia Adams stood on end, fully understanding that with their sister's character, this was definitely not a simple joke. Yes, my elder sister." Immediately, Sandasonia and Marigold nodded in agreement with Hancock's words without any hesitation, and followed. "We're going to arrange for the ship to speed up its return and make the country ready to welcome the distinguished guests. Well, in addition to keeping enough drinking water, food, and materials urgently needed by the nationals, all the useless things such as gold treasures that affect the speed of the ship are thrown away." Hancock added. "What?" Marigold pursed her lips nervously, but tried her best to persuade. "Sister, but those are the important spoils of your first voyage as the Nine Snake Emperor and the captain of the Nine Snake Pirates. Even the abundance of spoils this time will affect your reputation and authority in the country. country. This, Mary, didn't you hear what your concubine said? Throw away all those worthless things and speed up the return flight. As for authority, Hancock said with a beautiful and contemptuous smile on his face, the body of a concubine is authority, and compared with welcoming Lord Ion, those things are nothing more than stones of no value. If you can get a concubine once, you can easily get it countless times again. In an instant, Hancock's invisible domineering and charisma almost instantly convinced Marie Gorider and Sandasonia, and hurriedly responded loudly, yes. Immediately, under the arrangement of Marigold and Sandasonia, the 9 snake pirates quickly abandoned a large number of heavy gold treasures and the like, and returned to the direction of 9 Snake Island at full speed. Naturally, Ian didn't know about Hancock's exaggerated reaction, otherwise Ian would definitely stop Hancock's practice of throwing away a large number of gold treasures. After all, Ian may still have tens of billions of Bailey's assets in the small vault in the Little Gold Castle, but since he started investing in the Biological Research Institute for Ludo, Ian feels that his small vault is being opened. Wealth is constantly flowing out. In addition, not to mention the devil fruits that the Revolutionary Army and Khorasan began to collect through various channels, Ion also needs to pay. For this reason, Yan, who was lying on the deck basking in the sun and enjoying the small gold medal massage service, was already considering whether to start throttling. As a pure otaku, Yan does not stick to pornography, gambling, drugs, etc. In addition to the usual food and drink, almost all the large expenditures are on Baby 5 and Robin. All kinds of maid outfits that Baby 5 likes, various materials needed for the Void Eater ability, Robin's book purchases, coffee for refreshing revolutionary military items, etc. Some of these, if you think about it carefully, it seems that you can't save it. So, what about Xiaojin's bird food? No, you can't be so stingy. Just reduce the small snacks that are not good for Xiaojin's body. Ion nodded secretly, thinking this seemed like a good idea. After all, don't look at Xiaojin's external body size, but I don't know if it is because of eating devil fruits. In recent years, his appetite has become more and more terrifying. When you eat expensive snacks, you can go without a break 24 hours a day. As an ordinary family, Ian felt that it was still necessary to educate Xiaojin on the correct eating habits. For small snacks, you can save as much as you can. However, when Ian secretly organized the language to fool Xiaojin into obedience, Lieutenant Colonel Hope hadn't come to him, but his bright bald head stabbed Ian in the eye first. Immediately, Ion picked up the sunglasses and put them on, waved his hand to let Xiaojin take a break, sat up and looked directly at the man with a halo in front of him, and asked, "What's wrong, Master Yan? It is about 10 miles away from 9 Snake Island. Do you need to prepare the soldiers for battle?" Lieutenant Colonel Hope asked. Hearing the words, Ion stood up and looked ahead of the battleship. At the end of the calm lake-like sea, the unique silhouette of 9 Snake Island could be faintly seen, which also made Ion's heart feel a little turbulent. After all, 9 Snake Island is also known as Daughter Island, and all the citizens of the Amazon and Lily Kingdom on it are all women. Arriving at 9 Snake Island is almost one of the ultimate dreams of all strong men in the sea. Yan naturally no exception. Naturally, he wasn't such a superficial man, he just focused on the superficial feature of 9 Snake Island. The most important thing about 9 Snake Island is that, as an island in the windless zone full of super large sea kings, almost every citizen who lives on the island is quite powerful, and all of them are very strong. They all have the domineering of armed and the domineering of knowledge. In this regard, looking at the entire sea, the New World Sea area, which has the largest number of top powerhouses, is the only example. Therefore, the citizens of the Amazon and Lily Kingdom are also a veritable fighting nation, and they are also the country with the strongest average physique and fighting ability in the human kingdom. The only pity is that Amazon Lily is a country located in the windless zone, surrounded by sea kings that are hundreds of meters and thousands of meters long. This also makes Amazon Lily completely unable to develop outward, and also cuts off communication with the outside world to a great extent, making 9 Snake Island a holy place that countless men on the sea yearn for but have a hard time getting close to. Lieutenant Colonel Hope, after thinking for a moment as the outline of 9 Snake Island at the end of his line of sight became clearer, Ian said, "Yes." Lieutenant Colonel Hope replied. "Did the Navy headquarters not contact us during this time?" Yan asked. Lieutenant Colonel Hope scratched his head and said in surprise, "Not really. In this case, take the initiative to contact the Navy headquarters and tell the headquarters that we are about to arrive at Amazon Lily and contact the Pirate Queen Hancock." Yan said, "Yes." Looking at the shiny back of Lieutenant Colonel Hope hurriedly going down to perform the mission, Ion turned to also drape the Naval Justice cape hanging on the side. The word Buddha is still clearly visible. No matter what, I can't let that idiot, the old man, be caught between the world government and himself. Since the world government wants me to contact Hancock, then I will satisfy the world government. Ion muttered in a low voice. It's a big deal. I'll sacrifice a little bit. I'll be taken prisoner by Hancock and detained in the Nine Snake Island to suffer for the time being. We can also see what the world government is thinking about. 265 Chapter 265 Contact with the Nine Snakes. What? Ever since Ion left the Marine headquarters, Marine Fando, the Sengoku Marshal who had been using his work to numb himself, suddenly stood up and looked at the Navy who reported in front of him in disbelief. Seeing the Warring States Marshal, whose face changed drastically, the Navy who came to report under the instructions of Lieutenant General, he nervously swallowed his saliva, straightened his back, and did not dare to answer without the slightest hesitation. Report to the Marshal. It has been confirmed that this piece of information was indeed sent by the warship of Rear Admiral Ion, and the correspondent is Lieutenant Colonel Hope, who has verified his identity. Boom. The Warring States Marshal slammed his fist heavily on the desk, his eyes full of puzzlement. How is this possible? Ian, this bastard is the worst offender. Why would he do such a stupid thing? With Ion's IQ, it is impossible for him not to understand what the real intention behind this mission is, and he has already hinted at him. Under such circumstances, why did Ian go directly to the Nine Snake Island in the windless belt to contact Hancock, the Pirate Queen? Go down. At this moment, Lieutenant General Crane, who had finished the follow-up work, also rushed to the office and said, after letting the Navy back down, Sengoku, maybe that child of Ion is holding a similar idea to yours. What? Warring States? He doesn't want to drag you down, General Crane said with a slight sigh, then placed a projection phone bug in the center of the office and opened it. Immediately, an image was projected onto the wall, and the content displayed on the screen was the battleship where Ion was located. The next moment, Yan's face, with glasses, looking gentle and elegant, appeared on the projection, with a smile that looked as if he had just woken up and saw his relatives. Yo, old man, can you see it? When the Marshal of the Warring States saw this, he commanded slightly rudely, Yan, what the hell do you want to do, bastard? Get me out of the windless belt right now. It's just that the Warring States Marshal has forgotten that the projection phone worm in front of him has no communication function. And I guess, old man, you must be mad at me again. That's really impossible. As a useless son, I'm used to it. Ian smiled, but the smile gradually converged, and he took off his glasses, and there was a certain kind of helplessness in his eyes. 138. I'm so sorry, old man. I've always let you down and failed to become a navy that satisfies you. The Warring States Marshal suddenly felt bad and shouted with wide eyes, bastard, what do you want to do? Don't worry, old man, I will work hard to live. After all, I still want to marry a satisfied wife. I also want to see the strongest power in the world, and I want to retire for you. And before Ian finished speaking, behind Ian, a pirate ship of the Nine Snake Pirates had approached the battleship, and even the appearance of Nine Snake Island could be clearly seen. Among them, the three Boya sisters stood majestically on the pirate ship, and Marigold, who was standing on the right, shouted sharply, Navy, approaching Nine Snake Island without authorization, you will all pay the price with your life. Yan showed a decisive and gentle smile in front of the Warring States Marshal, but it was too late to say anything. He just waved his hand at the Warring States Marshal, then turned around and pulled out the soul-chopping sword from his waist to the sky, and ordered loudly, everyone prepare for battle. Immediately, under the atmosphere of tension between the two sides, Ion jumped to the front of the battleship and said in a righteous and dignified tone, the Pirate Queen Hancock, I'm Rear Admiral Tephimer Ion of the Navy headquarters. Facing Ion's self-introduction, Boya Hancock, who was standing among the three Boya sisters, pursed his lips and said nothing, as if he was too arrogant to talk to Ion, and Marigold, who was standing beside Hancock, said aloud, Rear Admiral, what, do you want to fight the Nine Snake Pirates? Of course not, Ion said in a sincere and graceful tone. Who else doesn't know the strength and beauty of Pirate Queen Hancock in the entire sea now? As Ion's voice fell, Hancock fell backwards in sync, sitting on the throne coiled by the pet pink python Salome, showing arrogance, as if listening to his ministers. General report. However, in fact, only the three Boya sisters knew that Hancock's legs were weak due to Ion's praise, and he was completely unstable. As for Ion, it's almost impossible to resist being secretly filmed for Hancock's appropriately arrogant gesture. After all, the better Hancock's performance is now, the better he can get rid of the tricks and suspicions, which indirectly proves that Ian has given everything for justice. Hancock. Ion expressed his dissatisfaction with a subtle gesture, and then said, I was ordered to come to Nine Snake Island this time not to arrest you, but to invite you to join the King's Kaiwahe, the King's 7 Marshalseas. At this moment, both Marigold and Sandasonia couldn't help showing surprised expressions. As Khorasan's reputation spread throughout the sea, his high-profile joining the organization King Sia Kaiwahe has naturally been known to the world. Legal plunder, revocation multiplication of bounties, recognition of the status of the king of the world's allied countries, free access to the rest of the world's allied countries, and other privileges have made countless pirates scolded and envied. At this moment Hancock spoke arrogantly. Your Majesty, the concubine is the nine-snake emperor who is qualified to let a concubine live under the king and become the so-called Kaiwuhe. And as Hancock's voice sounded, an invisible charm burst out from Hancock's body, and the glamorous and beautiful face made all the navies on the battleship fascinated and couldn't help but lose their temper. Is the ability of sweet fruit? Ion showed a look of forcibly looking away from Hancock and then said, Hancock, put away your abilities. The next moment Hancock's figure was floating and the slender legs stepped in front of Ion and asked charmingly, can't you admit that this is the charm of a concubine? For a while Ion did not mention it for a while, and the rest of the navy who had been standing behind Ian all of a sudden fell into the charm of Hancock and couldn't extricate themselves. Shouted, Lord Hancock. Hancock Sama's charm is absolute. My little heart can't take it anymore. 266 Chapter 266 Petrochemical. Next moment, sweet and sweet, as Hancock's hands posed a heart shape on his chest, a burst of pink light quickly swept across the entire battleship, and the navies that were deeply immersed in Hancock's charm became petrified. Crack. For a time, the battleship that was still lively and chaotic was completely quiet, and only one stone sculpture was still standing on the battleship. This is one of the abilities of Hancock's sweet fruit. All creatures captured by Hancock's charm can be instantly turned into petrified by the sweet wind released by Hancock. Among them, there is even a phone bug that was originally sending images to the Warring States office. But with the momentary interruption of the projected image, the Warring States Marshal's anger has accumulated to the extreme, and his face is even more ugly and dripping. The last picture projected by the Marshal of the Warring States period was that a large number of naval soldiers were quickly petrified. Although it was only a short moment, the Warring States Marshal noticed that Ion, who was standing in front of Hancock, had not been petrified, but this did not make any sense. In this case, unless Ion can conquer Hancock with his mouth and let her join the King Kaiwuhe, even if Ion is not petrified, he will have no way to escape in the windless zone. Not to mention, when the rest of the Navy soldiers were petrified, it was impossible for Ion to win the pirate queen Hancock with his fragile physique, let alone the need to overturn the whole 9 snake pirates. Lieutenant General Crane's expression was not very good looking at this time, and he couldn't help sighing slightly. Although with the consciousness and thinking of Lieutenant General Crane, he clearly understands that maintaining the peace and justice of the sea is not just a matter of shouting slogans, but must pay enough sacrifices and consciousness to have a chance. It's just that General Crane is now watching his old friend's adopted son become a sacrificed character, and he can't help but feel a little helpless and sad in his heart. Sorrow. Warring States. Lieutenant General Crane paused and spoke slowly. The most important thing now is not to let Ion's sacrifice go to waste as much as possible. Boom. The Warring States Marshal slammed the desk heavily and said in a low voice, Stop talking. Let me be quiet. Lieutenant General Crane replied in a low voice, then withdrew from the office and closed the door for the Warring States Marshal. And at this moment, when the Warring States Marshal was weeping in secret, wow, Ion-sama, Hancock, who has a perfect figure, is like a kitten approaching its owner, constantly rubbing in Ion's arms, greedily breathing the smell of Ion. So wonderful. Hancock's expression at the moment completely revealed a feeling of fluttering and immortal, wishing to be integrated with Ion. No, Hancock, what are you doing? There's a lot of people watching. Wrapped in the huge enthusiasm that Hancock suddenly released, Ian was stunned and quickly tried to persuade Hancock. When Hancock heard the words, he suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the 9 Snakes pirate ship, and saw that the combatants of the 9 Snake pirate ship, who were in combat readiness before, were under the command of Marigold and Sandasonia, had already turned his back to Ion and Hancock in advance. Lord Yan, where are their people? Only us here. And Xiaojian. Before Ian could finish speaking, a bird-shaped stone fell from the sky and just fell into Ian's hand. That familiar shape and outline is exactly Xiaojian. Yan. Xiaojian, you erotic bird, I really misread you. Obviously you are still only a female bird. Why are you petrified so badly? But no matter how angry Ion is, it is impossible to completely ignore Xiaojian's life and death. After all, in addition to the castle where Baby 5 and Robin are still in Xiaojian's body, 90% of Ion's property is also stored in Xiaojian's body. If something happened to Xiaojian, Ian could only declare bankruptcy on the spot. Hancock, don't make trouble. It's not that you don't know how important this bird is to me. Hurry up and make it back to its original state. Hancock rubbed Yan again and said, Master Yan, don't worry, it's alright, just let it be so rigid for the time being, just so that we can get along well. No, it's not like you don't know, Hancock. What if you accidentally make a mess like this. Just be careful. Listening to the indistinct conversation between Ion and Hancock, Marigold and Sandasonia couldn't help but stare at each other with wide eyes, swallowing their saliva nervously, wanting to turn back and quietly take a look and worry about seeing something that shouldn't be seen. It's amazing, as expected of my elder sister, Sandasonia said in a low voice. So, can your elder sister get a baby in a special way? Marie Groud said. It is said that the baby obtained in this way may also be a man. If it's a man, it will be bad. At that time, it is estimated that there will be no way to inherit the throne of the elder sister. In the whispered discussion between Marigold and Sandasonia, Hancock still obediently obeyed Ian's words after all, and chose to lift Zyugen's petrification and put Robin and Baby 5 in the castle hidden in Zyugen's body. Let it out. And this is also a rare opportunity for Robin and Baby 5 to move freely in the outside world. Baby 5 is a little bit better. Every time Ion fights with the enemy, in order to avoid accidents, he will turn Baby 5 into clothes with special protective properties and occasionally breathe the fresh air of the outside world. But Robin's words are more uncomfortable. In the nearly 1 year since she left behind, she has almost never had a chance to really leave the castle for a walk in the outside world. After all, Robin is still wanted by the world government and the navy in the name of son of the devil, and Robin, as the only scholar who is proficient in ancient writing in the world today, does not dare to expose her traces to outsiders easily, otherwise it will be a crime for Asia and attracted endless doubts and troubles. Only in the island of Nine Snakes, which is located in the windless zone, is truly isolated from the world and cannot exist in the island of world government spies. Robin and Baby 5 can move freely. Robin stretched his waist. His whole body exuded a kind of intellectual beauty, forming an aura completely different from Hancock. Glanced around and then asked, "Huh? Is this Nine Snake Island? It's not as beautiful and wonderful as rumored. The will of the Nine Snakes cannot be understood by a scholar based on the information in the books," Hancock replied slightly sharply. After that he grabbed Ion's arm and said, "Lord Yan, the people of Nine Snakes are ready to welcome you. Let's go." 267th chapter on the ultimate challenge of weakness. Immediately, Hancock dispatched the 9 snake warriors to fix all the petrified statues on the battleship according to Yan's request to avoid accidental damage, which made it impossible to restore, and also took Yan to set foot on the land of 9 Snake Island. Ian and Hancock walked side by side on the red carpet in the harbor, followed by Marigold, Sandasonia, Baby 5 and Robin. "Open the door." Hancock ordered the 9 snakes protector of the nation to show his energy as much as possible in front of him. Immediately, as the national gate standing at the port slowly opened, countless floating red cloths appeared in front of Ion, petals scattered in the air, and red cloths that spread to the end of the palace. "Lord Hancock, is that a man? It's so beautiful. Although it's not as beautiful as Hancock-sama, it still has an indescribable taste. Is that the legendary masculinity? I really want to get close and touch it. What should I do?" "A man. There really is a man. Will I automatically conceive a baby if I get close to him?" "Bah, evil man, calm down. Pay attention to the safety of Lord Snake G at all times. According to rumors, men will hide a terrible and evil weapon on their bodies that can easily make women weak. It's hard to say this. Would a strange and beautiful man use it to sneak up on Snake Sama-sama? Can you not be so suspicious?" This man was brought back by Lord Shirji himself. "So what? Men are evil creatures? No, I must find an opportunity to test that man and let him expose that terrifying evil weapon called Golden Egg." Looking at the countless white flowers swaying in cool dresses in front of him, and listening to the constant discussions in his ears, Ian couldn't help swallowing saliva. "This, who can stand it?" 139. The mouse fell into the rice jar, will be crushed. At this moment Ian felt that his eyes were not enough. The people of 9 Snake Island crowded on both sides of the red carpet had almost all types that Ian could imagine. Royal sister, lowly, tall, plump, from big to small, from tall to short, from old to young. Is this the Amazon and Lily Kingdom, which is rumored to be known as the Daughter Kingdom? But Master Santang, please also give me some pointers on how to leave this country completely. You know, Yan's difficulty is still more than 4 times that of Master Santang. After all, it is the horse under the crotch of Master Santang, and there are 4 male creatures in the group to share the pressure for Master Santang. And Ion, there is only one person, and his health is not very good. Ion, who originally only had the idea of seeing, couldn't help but feel a little panic and fear in his heart. After all, Ian is also very clear that one of his major weaknesses is that he has not really been in contact with women. As a result, the difficulty is suddenly raised to this level. Isn't that an extreme challenge to his weakness? Even if he has his own small arms and calves, even if it is boiled into a pot of soup, it is not enough for so many citizens of 9 Snake Island. In the end, even Yan himself didn't know how he stumbled across the red carpet that traversed the entire Nine Snakes Island and arrived at the Nine Snakes Palace. "Come on, take Baby 5 and Nicole Robin down to rest and then show them the rest of Nine Snake Island." Hancock pointed to the two palace guards and ordered. "Wait a moment," Robin said without hesitation. "As a secretary, I can't leave Ion's side." Hancock raised his eyebrows and said immediately, "So, the concubine is going to take Mr. Yan to the men's bathroom next. Do you want to go too?" Hearing this, Robin took a deep look at Hancock, then turned around and took Baby 5's hand and followed the palace guards away. With the departure of Robin and Baby 5, the two interfering characters, Hancock looked at Ian with the infatuation of a little fangirl again and said, "Master Yan, it's hard for you to arrive at Nine Snake Island. How about going to bathe and change with your concubine first?" In the evening, the concubine also prepared a grand dinner and various performances for Lord Yan. Ion, who is still a little confused, nodded, and out of trust in Hancock, he walked directly with Hancock in the palace. Soon, as Hancock took Ion to a bathroom that was comparable to a swimming pool, he looked at the pool with steam and a lot of petals sprinkled on it. "Such a big pool," Ion said in a daze. Hancock nodded, then thought of something, and quickly explained, "This is the place where the concubine usually bathes, but Mr. Yan can rest assured that the concubine has been cleaned 10 times in advance, and the pool water has been replaced with a new one, which is guaranteed to be the cleanest." Looking at Hancock's somewhat flustered explanation, Ian replied quickly, "Ha ha ha, Hancock, I didn't mean that. I was just saying that it was indeed the residence of the Emperor. It's really hard for me to take a shower. Imagine luxury." All right, if Lord Yan likes it, it doesn't matter if you bathe here every day," Hancock whispered. Immediately, Hancock, who almost bit his lip and said that sentence, left the bathroom in a little embarrassment and closed the door for Ion. The next moment, under the domineering perception of Yan, Hancock personally guarded the bathroom door and asked layers of guards to guard the periphery, as if to prevent someone from harassing Yan to bathe. So exaggerated. Ian enjoyed this kind of treatment, dumbfounded, not knowing how to reject Hancock's kindness. Never mind. With Hancock guarding outside the bathroom, Ion didn't worry about the safety of being in it at all, and then he enjoyed it in the exclusive bathroom of the Nine Snake Emperor. Outside the bathroom door, Hancock listened to the slight sound of water coming from the door behind him, and only felt that his heart was beating wildly, and his mind was full of various fantasies. "Isn't Mr. Yan angry when he broke into the bathroom at this time?" No, you can't be so rude in front of Lord Ion. "Then, take a peek. It shouldn't be a problem, right?" No, how can this be called peeking? The concubine is worried that Ion-sama will not get used to being alone in the bathroom. Thinking of this, Hancock looked left and right with a ruddy face, and then his slender waist like a snake bent slightly, opened a slight crack in the door, and stared into the bathroom with wide eyes. However, in the smoke, Hancock couldn't see anything clearly. He could only see a hazy figure soaked in the pool. But even so, it still made Hancock's heart beat rapidly, swallowed his saliva, and muttered, "Ion-sama." The next moment, a unanimous voice sounded behind Hancock. Sister, what are you doing?" 268 Chapter 268 Accident. When Hancock heard this, his body suddenly stood up as if he was doing something bad and got caught. After a while, Hancock turned around with a little pink on his face, coughed lightly, and said nonchalantly in a normal tone, "Cough, nothing." And Marigold and Sandasonia had already reacted, as if they had thought of something. They said with wide eyes, "Sir, are you stealing?" Hancock's figure flashed, and he directly pulled Marigold and Sandasonia aside. SHH. As Hancock made a gesture of silence, Marigold and Sandasonia also quickly covered their mouths. "Mary, Sanda, don't talk nonsense," Hancock said conspicuously. My elder sister." Sandasonia nodded clearly. On the other hand, Marigold said with some doubts, "But elder sister, you can't see anything from the crack of the door, right?" "I can't see clearly. I'm not peeping at Lord Ion." Hancock replied subconsciously, suddenly thought of something, and asked with a hint of danger in his eyes, "Mary, how did you know? You've also peeped at Lord Ion." No. How dare I rob Mr. Ian with Mrs. Sister?" Marigrod waved his hands to explain. "Besides, Lord Yan came to Nine Snake Island for the first time, and I just wanted to peep, but I didn't have the chance," Hancock asked while blushing slightly as he listened to Marigold's straightforward words. "Then how do you know that you can't see through the crack of the door?" This. Marigold looked around, not knowing how to answer. Cough. Sandasonia on the side hurriedly cleared the way. "We were checking the bathroom for leaks or something." Marigold's eyes lit up and replied, "That's right, we're definitely not trying to peep at my elder sister." Is that so?" Hancock crossed his chest with his arms, and while unconsciously exaggerating his figure, he obviously understood what was going on. This straightforward answer made Sandasonia caress her forehead slightly, and hurriedly pulled Marigold in an apology. "I'm sorry, my elder sister." Hancock looked at Marigold and Sandasonia with scrutiny, staring at the cold sweat on Sandasonia and Marigold's foreheads. Hancock suddenly approached and asked in a low voice, "Did you find any suitable location?" Marigold and Sandasonia were stunned for a moment and looked at each other with a little entanglement on the surface, and then whispered something to Hancock's ear. Afterwards, Hancock quietly avoided the sight of the palace guards, ran to the roof above the bathroom, and then carefully lifted the tiles above and looked down with wide eyes. However, even in the most relaxed state, Jan subconsciously opened up his knowledge and domineering. Although the scope is not wide, it is always shrouded by his side to prevent all kinds of unexpected sneak attacks that may appear. So just when Hancock's eyes really fell on Ian also sensed this sudden gaze. With Ian's loud shout, a large piece of cherry blossoms rushed straight to the top of the bathroom and swept away in the direction of Hancock. Boom! In an instant the roof of the bathroom was blown away in an instant, and while countless tiles were shattered, the sluggish Hancock also fell straight down. Plop! Ian stared blankly at the familiar figure falling in front of him, completely not expecting that Hancock would be lying on the roof. The next moment Hancock, who fell into the pool, quickly stood up, soaking wet, his cheongsam completely clinging to Hancock's perfect figure. "Yeah, Lord Yen, hug, sorry." Hancock covered his eyes with one hand and waved his hand left and right like a panicked little girl trying to explain something. At this moment there was such a big movement in the bathroom, which also attracted the guards who were guarding nearby. Bang bang bang! A series of footsteps gathered towards the bathroom door, and before Marigold and Sandasonia had no time to stop them, they slammed open the bathroom door and broke in. Ian's pupils shrank slightly, completely unexpected. At this moment thousands of chaotic thoughts flashed in Ian's mind, but it was too late to calmly think and judge how to deal with it. Instinctively, Ian subconsciously wanted to hide the trace of Hancock, who should not have appeared in the bathroom, and pulled Hancock to his arms. What happened? An enemy attack. Where is the enemy? A large number of palace guards rushed in with weapons, bows, and arrows, and the messy inquiries followed, and their eyes swept around in the bathroom. However, soon, their eyes subconsciously fell on Ian's beautiful back. "Hey, is this a man's body, Guru? It doesn't seem to be much different from us. That is, the outline of the muscles looks much more obvious, and the lines of the muscles are clearer." Until then, Marigold and Sandasonia even reacted from the exaggerated movement in the bathroom and understood that something was going to happen. The matter of the Nine-Snake Emperor peeping at men will inevitably spread all over the country and become a major scandal for the elder sister. However, when Marigold and Sandasonia hurriedly followed into the bathroom, their panicked eyes swept away, but Hancock was not found at all, except for the upper body of Lord Ion appears in the middle of the bath. "Lord Ion, what happened?" Marigold asked in a slightly flustered voice, and Ion, who didn't dare to move at all, was also so nervous that his heart was pounding, and his tone pretended to be as calm as possible. "It's nothing, I just accidentally leaked my power, so I caused some damage and made you misunderstand." Really? Obviously, this statement is full of loopholes and makes people suspicious, and some palace guards have even begun to move their steps to check the front of Ion from both sides. This also made Ian's eyes look down at Hancock quietly, and he was so nervous that he was sweating coldly. You must know that Hancock at this time is in a position that is extremely misunderstood. He is soaked all over and his face is full of drops of water. He is half lying on Ion's abdomen so as to avoid the palace guards who broke into the bathroom. Side 269 Chapter 269 To leave innocence in the world. How to do. Once exposed, they will definitely die on the spot, right? Moreover, even any explanation for such a picture would be powerless. Although Ion's heart has never been free of some small dirty thoughts, it is still far from the level of accepting this scale. Even if Nine Snake Island is located in a windless zone that is isolated from the world, this scandal will not spread to the Navy in a short time, but the story of himself and Hancock will definitely be recorded in the history of Nine Snake Island. For example, sometimes Rear Admiral Tefimur Ion of the Navy headquarters visited the Nine Snakes, entered the palace with Digi, and bathed with Digi in private. At that time, it will definitely become a joke for future generations, right? How can I lift my chest in front of future generations? 140. No, I'd rather die than leave my innocence in the world. Guru. Just when Yen had the power to use Sakura Jinjian, he used countless cherry blossoms to form a barrier, and he had to forcibly cover it up, and many more. Sandasonia seemed to understand something and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? This is the honored guest of my elder sister. We are also on guard duty under the order of Lord Snakeji. The movement just now. We are also worried," the captain of the guard said hesitantly. "Didn't Lord Yan explain it just now? What are you suspecting?" Sandasonia shouted. "Are you thinking that the guest invited by the elder sister is lying?" "No, don't dare." The captain of the guards was instantly drunk. "I don't dare to argue with Sandasonia Sandasonia on this kind of thing, especially because Sandasonia, as the imperial sister, has an unusual status in the country and is deeply trusted by Hancock. However, that kind of movement is said to be an unintentional leak of power. The dutiful captain of the guard was still talking. Maybe it's just the difference between men and women. There's nothing to doubt. Sandasonia casually made excuses. Then, that's fine. The captain of the guards, who was persuaded by this reason, could only respectfully nodded to Sandasonia and Marigold, then apologized to Ion, and then led the palace guards back out of the bathroom. However, it was obvious that the palace guards were still puzzled by the sudden blowing of the roof in the bathroom, and the constant whispered discussions were faintly heard in Ion's ears. Is that movement really caused by the man's unconscious leakage? It shouldn't be wrong. After all, Queen Sandasonia explained it this way. She is a warrior who followed Lord Hancock to the outer seas. She is well informed and experienced. But if that's the case, it's too easy for a man to reveal his power unconsciously, right? Wouldn't it be troublesome to do this every time I take a shower? That's right, the roof was blown off this time. Maybe Mrs. Snake G will be furious afterwards. After all, this is the bathroom that Mr. Snake G often uses. Maybe not every man is so serious. Maybe it's just that Lord Yan is special, so the power leaks will be so exaggerated. Listening to the series of discussions, Ion pursed his lips slightly and looked up at the blue sky above with tears in his eyes. Perhaps in the eyes of many palace guards on Nine Snake Island who have rarely had the opportunity to see with their own eyes what a man is, this is just a sparse and ordinary discussion. But Ion understands that once the words are spread and then heard by those who really understand something, it will be processed again and again. There will be no place for Ion anymore. Innocence kept, but Ion felt that he had lost a more important dignity invisibly. Will you speak? I'm not like that. It's just an excuse. Understand? This power thing, I have been able to control it very well, and there will be no leakage at all. And just as Ian was thinking about asking Hancock to control this rumor afterward, he must avoid the spread of this rumor, and even when it spread to the sea, Sandasonia followed him for a week and quickly pulled, leaving the bathroom with Marigold. And this time, Sandasonia and Marigold personally guarded the door in order to avoid accidents. This also gave Arndon a strange feeling, as if his sister was lying in her arms and doing something bad in the house, while the two sisters-in-law were helping to watch the wind outside the door. And just now, Sandasonia seemed to understand something, so he forced the guards out. Bang bang bang. For a time, a series of intense heartbeats clearly entered Ion's ears. Just when Ion thought that the series of heartbeats were made by himself, he found that the source was Hancock, who was lying in his arms and was hot. Ian quickly helped Hancock up, but found that Hancock was slightly red. His eyes were blurred and his mouth kept opening and closing as if he was about to breathe. Hello, Hancock, are you okay? Ion asked. My concubine is not. It's okay, Hancock stammered. Immediately, Hancock staggered and wanted to stand up. Immediately, Hancock's exaggeratedly perfect figure was completely displayed in front of Ion against the background of the Cheongsam that was completely soaked in water, exuding indescribable charm and temptation. At this moment, even at the level of Ion's upright gentleman, he couldn't help but feel nervous. This kind of figure is simply unimaginable in the reality of Ion's previous life. But just when Ian was slightly stunned, Hancock, who had just stood up and could easily shatter a hill with his kicking skills, had his feet weak in front of Ian, and he stood unsteadily for a while, fell in Ion's direction. Subconsciously, Ian instinctively stretched out his hand to block forward, but due to the difference in physique between the two sides, Ian blocked the weight of the oppression with both hands, but failed to completely block the weight, and the whole person was pressed into the bath by Hancock. Middle plop. Ian tried to make a sound, but under the backflow of the water, he just made a series of gililililililil. At the same time, the office of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, General Palsolino, pushed open the door and walked in, looking at the Warring States Marshal, who was sitting under the desk with his hands resting on his forehead, and asked, "Marshal, what's the matter?" The Warring States Marshal's tone was extremely gloomy. Target 9 Snake Island. Invite the Sea, the Queen of Thieves. Hancock joined the 7 Marshal Seas, and once refused, he was executed on the spot. Ion, I will definitely avenge you. At this moment, the eyes of the Marshal of the Warring States period, which showed a strong killing intent, made General Palsolino nervous. 270 Chapter 270 recognized the objective reality, and General Palsolino understood the vague meaning of the Warring States Marshal almost instantly. The look of Marshal of the Warring States period is simply implying that he will kill Hancock. Is it because of Ion? Palsolino soon had the answer, vaguely guessed the reason, and couldn't help showing some regrets in his heart. It's such a pity that Brother Yan died like this. Yes, I understand. General Palsolino did not refuse or shirk, but directly agreed. In Porosalino's view, Hancock, who has become famous now, is nothing more than a first-class figure in the pirate supernova. Even if the intelligence shows extraordinary strength, it is far from making General Porisalino fearful, the extent to which it is considered to be risky. In addition, the Warring States Marshal paused before speaking slowly. If the stone statue or body of Major General Ion can be found, bring it back as intact as possible. General Porisalino nodded and said in a more serious tone, "Don't worry, Marshal of the Warring States. Well, let's go." As the Warring States Marshal finished the last sentence, after General Porisalino left the office, his whole body seemed to have been emptied. The whole person slumped on the chair. His face was full of guilt and pain. Murmured, "Yan, I'm sorry. You wait a little longer. Bear with it. No matter what, no matter how incompetent I am, I will definitely take you home, and I won't let your bones stay in that place." It was night, and as the night fell, the entire Nine-Snake Island gradually fell into a warm ocean. The aroma of meat and wine drifted to every place. The red cloth fluttered, and the petals fell. A feast even more exaggerated than when Hancock succeeded Emperor began. Hancock and Ion sat side by side in the banquet hall at the height of the palace, overlooking most of the Nine-Snake Island below, and a series of performances carefully arranged by Hancock also opened up, showing the cultural heritage and ethnic customs of the Nine Snakes in front of the guest Yan. Among them, what shocked Yan the most was the neatly performed battle dance performed by the tens of thousands of female warriors of the Nine Snakes, which made the blood boil without losing the aesthetic rhythm. In addition, there are various bow and arrow performances performed by the most elite warriors of the Nine Snakes on the spot, the marvelous shooting skills, and the domineering skillful use of the domineering, all of which amaze Ian. "Lord Yan, are you satisfied with these arrangements?" At this moment, wearing a fancy dress showing nobility, Hancock, who is also domineering and arrogant, looked around to see that there was no subject paying attention to him for the time being, and asked in a slightly apprehensive tone, as expected of a country that is rumored to be able to gain a foothold in the perilous windless belt, "It's amazing," Ion praised without hesitation. Suddenly, the smile on Hancock's face bloomed almost like a flower, and a lot of thoughts emerged in his heart. Awesome. Lord Yan did not dislike the Nine Snakes. In this case, in the future, if the concubine will marry Mr. Yan should also be willing to live with the concubine in Nine Snakes, right? In this way, the concubine can continue to rule the Amazon lily. Otherwise, the concubine can only leave the Nine Snake Island with Lord Yan. And just as Ian continued to watch the wonderful performance below, Hancock happily imagined the future. Robin, who was sitting next to Ian, looked rather cold. This woman must be thinking of something messy again. Robin glanced at Hancock, thinking to himself. At this time, Blue. Robin took out a phone bug from his arms, frowned slightly, but left the seat and walked outside the banquet hall, a quiet corner where Ion could be seen far away, and then the phone bug was connected. "Robin, it's great to be able to get through to the phone bug." On the other end of the phone bug, Khorasan's anxious voice came out and then asked, "How about Ion? Is he okay? The world government just contacted me and told me that Ion had been sacrificed under their arrangement." "This is fake news, right? Ion hasn't died yet, but it's not all right," Robin replied. "Ah, are you hurt?" Khorasan asked. "The soul is dying," Robin replied. Khorasan has been somewhat incomprehensible. "The soul is almost gone. Is it still not sacrificed?" While Robin, when she wanted to say something else, her eyelids blinked, and she suddenly found that Ion, who was in the banquet hall, was gone. The next moment, Ion's palm lightly covered Robin's head, rubbed it slightly, and said angrily, "Robin, what are you talking about?" "No soul," Robin said quietly. "I thought, Ion, your attention was already on other things." "How is that possible? I've been watching you all the time, and I've seen your actions when you leave the table," Ian answered while taking the phone bug from Robin's hand. When Robin heard the words, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he regained a little confidence. After all, Hancock is so beautiful. Even if Robin doesn't want to admit it, Hancock's charm has reached a level that is irresistible for both men and women. Therefore, even if Robin is very confident that Ion is not the kind of man who only looks at his appearance, he can't help but feel a little shameful about his charm. As for Robin's careful thinking, Ion did not pay too much attention to it, and turned to talk to Khorasan. After a while, with the end of the call with Khorasan, Ion also fully understood the plans of the world government. Tiskets really worthy of the consistent style of the world government. For this unexpected but completely logical reason, Ion shook his head helplessly. However, this approach of the world government made Ion further understand the fear and attitude of the world government towards the virtual circle organization. In order to curry favor with Khorasan, is he at the risk of breaking up with the Admiral of the Navy by extracting more information about the virtual circle organization from Khorasan's mouth? This made Ion fall into deep thought and consider it carefully. "Do you want to release further information about the virtual circle organization?" Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 141. If Khorasan is allowed allowed to release further information. Then as the value of Khorasan decreases, then Ion naturally does not need to worry that he will be used as a bargaining chip to please Khorasan. However, with the attitude that the virtual circle organization is now feared by the world government, even if Ion deliberately releases more information again, it will not have any real benefits, but may unintentionally expose flaws. Only by maintaining the mysterious and powerful veil of the virtual circle organization can the virtual circle organization always be feared by the world government. Can't be short-sighted, Ion muttered, to recognize the objective reality. Within 10 years at least, even the Revolutionary Army and the virtual circle organization combined will not be an opponent of the world government. 271 Chapter 271 Made entry to Proficient. In fact, if he wants to truly have the power to confront the world government head-on in 10 years, Ian feels that this is just the most optimistic estimate. The world government has been standing on the top of the sea for 800 years. No one knows how much the world government has, and how much terrifying combat power is hidden in the dark. More importantly, the world government still has many secrets yet to be revealed. Today, just as the world government is afraid of the power and mystery of the virtual circle organization, Ion is also afraid of the mystery hidden in the dark by the world government. And if you want to uncover those secrets, the interpretation of the historical text is essential. Thinking of this, Ion's eyes could not help but fall on the 16-year-old Robin in front of him again. Ian pursed his lips, recalled his original promise, and said, "Robin, speaking of it, I once promised you that I would take you to interpret the historical text." Historical text? Hearing this word, Robin's expression changed slightly. If there is anything Robin's lingering obsession hidden in his heart, it is the one that led to O'Hara's destruction and burial, except for Ion, who saved her from O'Hara's fire. The historical text of his mother and all his bonds. Interpret the historical text and unearth the secrets of the blank 800 years ago. Brother Yan. As he grew older, Robin seldom called Ion such a childlike nickname, but at this moment in Robin's increasingly intellectual and cold voice, there was a different feeling at this time. "So Brother Yan still remembers that agreement?" "Sure. Isn't that your dream?" Ion asked. Robin's blue-black eyes flickered slightly and said, "That's not my dream, but the obsession that supported my life in the past. At the same time, this is also my mission as the last archaeologist who can read ancient texts on the sea." After a pause, Robin continued before Ian could speak. "But Brother Yan, looking for the historical text will definitely attract the attention of the world government. It is still too early." "Yeah, it's far from the time." Ion sighed slightly, realizing that Robin was right. Whether it is for the situation of the Revolutionary Army, or Robin is quite aware of the situation of the virtual circle organization. At the same time, the cognition of the world government is no longer the naive cognition of the past, as Robin continues to handle a large number of documents and intelligence of the Revolutionary Army in place of Ion. And Yan made a decision in his heart at this moment. "In the future, we will maintain the veil of the virtual circle organization as much as possible, and keep the world government's fear of the virtual circle organization. In this way, the members of the virtual circle organization can develop themselves under the protection of the mysterious veil, attracting the attention of the world government, and at the same time secretly covering the development of the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise, with the speed at which the Revolutionary Army is now gradually spreading to other seas, it will not be long before the world government will be aware of its existence. And as long as there is an unsightly existence of the virtual circle organization that threatens the world government all the time, the Revolutionary Army will appear to be nothing more than a disease of scabies. And in the name of the virtual circle organization, Ion can also secretly do some things that are difficult to do as a navy. For example, in the O'Hara incident and Frey Van's Kingdom incident that year, if something similar happens again, there is a strong intervention by the members of the virtual circle organization, and there is a high probability to avoid those tragedies. Therefore, the mysterious veil of the virtual circle organization must be maintained in front of the world government. Just how do you arrange it yourself? Before, in order to clear the relationship between myself and Khorasan and avoid suspicion from the world government, instead, it made the world government think that he was a thorn in Khorasan's eyes. Even if you stay in the Nine Snakes Island for a while and then come back to Maran Vando, in order to prevent being misunderstood by Khorasan, the world government may continue to arrange such troublesome tasks for yourself. And next time, it will definitely not be a beautiful place like Nine Snake Island. Ian pushed his glasses, frowning slightly unconsciously. Obviously, this is purely a hassle for Ion to get out of, if possible. In fact, what Ion wants most is to stay comfortably in Marinfondo, and then work as a clerk from 9 to 5 for more than 10 or 20 years. According to Ion's estimation, even if there is no powerful soul-chopping sword, the accumulated riots should almost be able to barely control the residual fire sword to protect himself, and the old man should be the age to retire safely. At that time, Ion can arrange for the old man to go to a remote place to retire to avoid the human tragedy of father and son confrontation. As for whether it can really change the sea in this era, we always have to follow our own thoughts and concepts to try. Trash, it should be swept into the garbage heap. Ion's eyes showed a rare edge, but they quickly returned to their usual gentleness. However, the Navy needs to obey the world government after all. Even if the old man is a marshal of the Navy, it is difficult to disobey the orders of the 5 old stars, and he also has the identity of a Navy. It seems that when you want to solve this trouble, you don't have to break with the Navy, you must balance it with external forces. After thinking for a while, Ion soon had a prototype of a plan in his heart and said to Robin beside him, "It's just, Robin, maybe we need to stay in Nine Snake Island for a while. As for finding the historical text, we can only exchange the promise in the future." After a pause, Ion added, "But that's fine, my level of domineering is average. It just so happens that Nine Snake Island has a systematic domineering training method that allows you to learn domineering, and the age of baby 5 is not too young, so I just took this opportunity to teach the baby -5 some important knowledge." Robin didn't object to what Ion said, but asked indifferently, "Teaching the handmaids beginning to mastery?" Jan's eyes widened. He swallowed nervously and asked subconsciously, "How did you know about this book, Robin?" Robin brushed the hair on his temples, and his blue-black eyes turned and said, "There are also 100 details that maids need to understand: how to become a maid with a variety of changes, how to become a maid who is most satisfied with the master, special skills that maids must master." 272 Chapter 272 The Arrival of Paulsolino. Robin almost recited the names of the 10 related books with ease, causing Ion's mouth to twitch slightly. I said, "Robin, what books are you reading?" Ion asked with a little guilty conscience. "I would like to ask Brother Yan, what is your purpose for collecting these books? Are you planning to use them to cultivate baby 5, or are you planning to use them to cultivate me?" Robin asked lightly. Yan's eyes wandered slightly and said, "I said this was intended for Xiaojin. Do you believe it?" Letter. Robin nodded, then said, "Since this is what Brother Yan means, then I will help Brother Yan teach Xiaojin these things." This, how embarrassing. Ion stammered, "It doesn't matter, after all." Robin turned slightly, bit his lip at an angle that Ion couldn't see, and said, "I said a long time ago that if Brother Yan wants to do anything, I will do my best to support it." Immediately, Robin didn't wait for Ion to answer, and the gradually tall figure quickly left the place and walked back towards the banquet hall. Under the moonlight, it shows an indescribable intellectual beauty. This scene also made Yan feel a little emotional inexplicably. Does Robin seem to have gradually started to be on his own without knowing it? She is no longer the girl who looked stunted in the past, but recently her mature and intellectual temperament has begun to develop, and she already has her own ideas. Could even Robin be helpful in teaching, in addition to helping himself with so many things? Wait, what did Robin say to teach me just now? Maid. Ian froze in place, his eyes blinking subconsciously. The premise of teaching is that you must be able to. So, didn't Robin memorize not only the titles of those books, but also the contents of them? And Robin just seemed to have neither objection to collecting such books by himself, nor to teaching baby 5 these things by himself. Guru. Ion swallowed and forced himself to calm down. "Wait, where do you want to go?" "I don't intend to teach baby 5 these things. I can't be confused. What I want to teach baby 5 is obviously the theoretical knowledge of various weapons. For those with the weapon fruit ability who can create baby 5 with various characteristic materials through the empty devouring ability, she is almost a natural weapon master. More importantly, who could refuse to press F to get into Gundam?" Just when Ion reacted and wanted to explain, Robin had already returned to the banquet hall. In a certain corner, Hancock bit his sleeve tightly, trying to keep himself from making a sound. Hancock, who was putting his whole heart on Jan's body almost all the time, found it the first time Jan left the banquet hall and followed it carefully. However, due to the distance, Hancock, who was hiding far away, did not fully understand the conversation between Ian and Robin. Except for watching the intimacy between Ian and Robin, he could barely hear some words, among them the word maid, but Hancock heard it vaguely from Robin's mouth several times. Especially from Hancock's point of view, Robin walked away in a coy after he finished speaking, deliberately attracting the attention of Lord Ion. "Damn stupid woman," Hancock said through gritted teeth. "A concubine will never lose. It's just a maid, and a concubine can do it." After this grand banquet on Nine Snake Island, Yan and his group also settled in the palace of Nine Snake Island. Afterwards, Ian gradually got used to the life in the Nine Snakes Island. Under Hancock's intimate care, even Ian felt deeply corrupt and depraved in that nourishing life. However, Ion did not forget the business at all. While paying attention to the movements of the major forces in the outside world, he was constantly cultivating members of the Virtual Circle organization out of consideration for the future. Among them, Khorasan and Hancock are the two current fighting forces, but Ion doesn't need to give up any thoughts, just let them continue to grow on their own. As for Perona, who followed Moria back to the Devil's Triangle, it was a matter of age. In addition to making her familiar with the abilities of Wolfpack and Ghost Fruit, she could only grow up slowly. Big, and the people who need Ian to worry about the most are Ludo, Baby 5 and Robin, who are gradually entering a period of rapid growth. Under the channels of the Revolutionary Army and Khorasan, various materials and instruments needed in the initial stage of the biological laboratory have been quietly delivered to the Baha'i secret base, and Ludo has begun preliminary research. Robin continued to serve as Yan's secretary and shared a lot of revolutionary military affairs and intelligence collection for Yan, while he began to learn about domineering in Nine Snake Island. The daily changes of Baby 5 are not big. In addition to taking care of the small and large trivial matters in the Little Golden Castle, they learn various knowledge related to weapons under the guidance of Robin and Ion. It just makes Ian a little suspicious. Will Robin quietly teach Baby 5 all kinds of maid knowledge? This incident can be said to make Ion scratch like a cat in his heart. He couldn't help but want to ask Robin, but he was a little concerned about his own face, worried that Robin would misunderstand his intentions. However, after such a day lasted for a short time, it was temporarily interrupted by Admiral Kazuna Porasali, who was about to arrive at Nine Snake Island by Ian's intelligence calculation in advance. Yeah, is this Nine Snake Island? Paul Salino put out his hand to block it in front of his eyes, looked in the direction of Nine Snake Island from a distance, and said with a feeling of emotion, "It looks terrible. It would take a lot of effort to sink the entire island." On both sides of the warship where Paul Salino was located, there were also 4 warships lined up in the shape of a 1, and they began to approach the Nine Snake Island with a faint trend of encircling the Nine Snake Island. With this at the same time, the harsh sound of war horns also sounded on the Nine Snakes Island, and a large number of Nine Snakes protecting the country soldiers were well trained and entered the defense fortifications. However, Yan, who was watching all this from a distance in the palace, is very clear that compared with the traditional bow and arrow shooting of Nine Snake Island, the 5 naval battleships that are comparable to steel behemoths approaching in a few rounds of salvos are enough to shoot. The entire port was completely flattened. This is the gap in pure firepower. Even if each of the 9 snake warriors can add armed domineering to their bows and arrows to enhance their power, the gap in range is difficult to make up. 142. The real terrifying thing about Nine Snake Island is close combat. After all, the 9 snake warriors who are proficient in domineering per capita are enough to easily hang up the elite soldiers of the Navy. 273 Chapter 273 The Supergiant Sea Kings that were killed in seconds. All I can say is, times have changed. Nine Snake Island is located in a windless zone that is isolated from the world, except for the Nine Snake Emperor and the Nine Snake Pirates. The rest of the Nine Snake Island residents receive almost zero information from the outside world, not to mention artillery, fire system, devil fruit, etc. Even the residents of Nine Snake Island basically do not understand even men. Therefore, even though Nine Snake Island still inherits the various fighting skills and domineering of its ancestors, it has fallen behind a lot in the real group fighting ability. And if Yan commanded the naval fleet to attack the island, he would definitely choose the method of firepower coverage and carry out carpet bombing from the outside to the inside. And it only needs to mobilize the elite naval forces to intercept those strong men who can ignore the power of artillery. Then it will not waste much effort, and the naval fleet can sink most of a kingdom. In the end, after cutting off the retreat of the powerhouses in the environment of the sea, unless it is a powerhouse of Kaido's level, the individual has basically turned over the wind and waves, and only need to use water to slowly solve the remaining problems. Under the strong, this is what makes the world government and navy truly powerful and terrifying. Once a group attack is really launched, it is completely possible to obtain a crushing advantage through firepower. Of course, this is the result of normal development in other sea areas, but it does not apply to Nine Snake Island. After all, in the special environment of the Windless Belt, unless the commander of the naval fleet completely ignores the consequences of the annihilation of the entire army, it will cause countless hidden hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, and even tens of thousands of meters below the surface of the Windless Belt. Who dares to shoot in this environment with a supergiant sea king than the size of an island? Therefore, only in the special environment of the Windless Belt, the military level of Jew Snake Island, which uses bows and arrows as the main means of attack, is still in the sea. Boom! Before Ian's thoughts could fall, a huge bombardment sounded from the distant battleship. Yan, Who fired the gun? At this moment not only Yan was startled but even the many national defenders on Nine Snake Island were stunned. Such a big movement is very likely to attract a large number of supergiant sea kings in the windless belt. In front of those supergiant sea kings, let alone those naval battleships that are comparable to war beasts, even the entire island of Nine Snake Island may not be able to compare in size. It can be said that on the premise that there is no absolute powerhouse to stop the supergiant sea kings, the mere 5 naval battleships will be knocked over and smashed by the supergiant sea kings almost instantly. At the next moment when the cannon sounded, a golden light instantly caught up with the cannonball that was far away in the direction of Nine Snake Island, and Paul Celino stood firmly on the cannonball, as if taking the cannonball as the means of transport. Generally step on the feet and fly towards the Nine Snakes Island. It's just not surprising that the sudden sound of the cannon echoed after the breath of the sea. Just in front of the cannonball, a huge vortex suddenly appeared, and a supergiant sea king with a head that was comparable to the entire Nine Snake Island port slowly emerged from it. Don't get in the way, Aquaman. However, before the supergiant Neptune emerges completely, Paul Celino stretched out his index finger, and a golden yellow light shot out, and instantly the supergiant sea king-like eyeball with a strange shape penetrated. Boom! A dull sound rang out in the head of the supergiant sea king. Immediately afterwards, the entire head, which was comparable to the size of the port of Nine Snake Island, exploded with a casual blow from Paul Celino, and while a large amount of blood spurted out, the remaining corpses slowly sank toward the bottom of the sea. Down. This exaggerated scene also shocked many Nine Snake warriors. What monster is this? What is that golden light ability? That supergiant sea king died like this. While the Nine Snake warriors remained in a serious line, they only felt that their brains were buzzing, and all kinds of shocking thoughts sprung up uncontrollably. As residents of Nine Snake Island living in the windless zone, they know the horror of those supergiant sea kings best, with rough skin and thick flesh, tenacious vitality, and terrifying brute force. And it is also out of awe for those supergiant sea kings, and to ensure that Nine Snake Island will not be accidentally destroyed by supergiant sea kings. Only Amazon and Lily will retain the tradition that the strongest is the emperor, and the one with the overlords domineering who can shock the sea kings will immediately succeed as the new emperor. Just in Nine Snakes, in the moment when they were shocked, the shell had reached its maximum range and fell into the sea. Paul Celino turned into a flash of golden light, crossed the last distance, and arrived at the port of Nine Snake Island. So Paul Celino glanced at the bodies of the many Nine Snake warriors in the port, then patted the wrinkles on his clothes, and said slowly, "Who is Pirate Queen Hancock?" As Paul Celino's voice fell, a series of crisp footsteps sounded in the country gate behind the port, and Hancock's proud figure appeared. "My concubine is Boya Hancock." Poor Celino looked at the woman in front of him, who exuded seductive charm all the time, and his eyes, hidden behind the sunglasses, could not help but have a few waves, but they were quickly suppressed. Immediately, Hancock stopped 100 meters away from Paul Celino and asked proudly, "Is your fellow Admiral Kizaru? Isn't it obvious? Pirates." Paul Celino replied, "Huh." Hancock pushed back the black hair on his chest, let out a disdainful laugh, and said, "From the concubine's point of view, the men are almost all filthy and rude. Please forgive the concubine's inability to tell the difference directly." For a time, under Hancock's seductive and beautiful demeanor, originally under the shocking scene of Paul Celino's easy bombardment of a supergiant sea king, the Nine Snake warriors, who were still quite calm, but at this moment they all showed obsessed eyes at Hancock, subconsciously screamed and shouted. Even Paul Celino raised his eyebrows slightly and his expression changed slightly. Sure enough, a terrible woman. Knowing that Hancock's ability can easily petrify the creatures captured by her charm, Paul Celino became more and more careful in his heart. Immediately, Paul Celino quickly suppressed the uncontrollable ripples in his heart and spoke in a rare serious tone. "Hancock, this time, on behalf of the world government and the Navy, I am here to invite you to join the King Siakai Wohei again." Hancock's expression did not change in the slightest, and he asked back, "Oh, invitation from an admiral and 5 warships? No way." After all, Paul Celino's expression gradually became colder. "You pirate has already killed a rear admiral and a lot of navy." 274 Chapter 274 8-foot Kyangujade. "So in the face of a terrible woman like you, you still need to be a little more cautious." But even though Paul Celino seemed to be very cautious, his tone was casual, as if he didn't take Hancock in his eyes at all. "Then, Pirate Empress Hancock, tell me your choice. Do you agree to serve as Shichibukai and hand over Major General Ion and the petrified navy?" Hancock's face was full of disgust, and he didn't care about the hidden threat of Paul Celino, and said without hesitation, "Concubine, rejection." Paul Celino smiled and said, "Yeah, is this still the choice? But this is just right." In the next moment, Paul Celino's tall figure disappeared instantly, turned into a streamer and appeared in front of Hancock. His right foot was slightly raised and a dazzling light bloomed on his feet. In this case, I can justifiably avenge Brother Yan. Light speed kick. In an instant the light erupted. Boom. A huge explosion sounded suddenly on the port. However, as the smoke slowly dissipated, Hancock raised his domineering feet wrapped in armament, but he blocked Paul Solano's light speed kick. In response, Solano pushed his sunglasses and commented casually, "It's terrifying. It's really an amazing kicking skill, and the Naval Intelligence Department has a low opinion of you." When Hancock heard the words, the disgust expression on his face became more and more intense, and he said dissatisfiedly, "What a fiery and rude man." The next moment Hancock pressed against Paul Solano's foot suddenly and forcefully, but his figure turned gracefully, and his other foot spun in the air and fell with a bang. Aromatic feat. In the face of Hancock's counterattack, he easily activated the elementalization ability of the natural devil fruit, which instantly turned into light particles and moved behind Hancock. "However, your movements seem to be a little slow." Paul Solano's voice sounded behind Hancock, and a kick suddenly slammed into Hancock's back. Boom. Glitter blooms. Hancock, who was still in the air, was instantly blown away and smashed heavily on the mountain behind the port. Boom. Under the huge inertial impact, Hancock fell deeply into the mountain. However, before Paul Solano could continue to pursue, he saw the domineering feeling that he was locked by hundreds of bows and arrows entwined with the domineering armament. This stopped Paul Solano's footsteps that he had planned to pursue, raised his hand slightly, and made a gesture of surrender. With a tone of voice, said slowly, "It's so scary. You guys are a bit bullying like this. Can you stop doing this?" In the face of Paul Solano's words that were more akin to a joke, Sandasonia waved and shouted without the slightest hesitation, "Shoot!" Immediately, a large number of arrows entwined with domineering armed colors attacked Paul Solano overwhelmingly. You must know that the arrows shot by the physique of the 9 snake warriors have extremely strong penetrating power, and the effect of the domineering entanglement of the armed color makes the power of these arrows greatly enhanced, and it has the ability to damage the entity of nature-based devil fruit capable entities. For those with natural devil fruit abilities, the deterrent effect is almost the same as being aimed at by a gun loaded with a large number of precious sea tower bullets. But as Paul Solano murmured something, "Tisk, I've already warned you that it's best not to do this, so why don't you listen?" Solano's figure elementalized again and turned into a piece of light particles that escaped the area covered by the arrow rain and jumped over the port with his arms crossed in front of his chest and his index finger and thumb touched in a circle. Bakakayanguyu. In the next instant, a circle of bright light formed by the contact of Paul Solano's hands and palms flickered, and countless yellow light bullets poured down the entire port like a torrential rain. For a time, under the light of those powerful light bombs, the faces of the 9 snake warriors above the port were slightly pale, and at this time, captive arrow Hancock, who broke free from the mountain, touched his lips with his fingers, changing into a huge pink peach-colored heart-shaped substance, then stretched out his hand and pulled it, releasing a large number of pink arrows towards those light bombs. Boom boom boom. As the pink arrows collided with the golden light bullets, a series of explosions almost occurred over the port of 9 Snake Island. "Oh, interesting. Let's see how long it can last," Solano said sarcastically, but the frequency of the released light bombs suddenly increased, almost overwhelming the sky and pouring down towards the facing port. Boom boom boom. For a time, the explosion caused by the collision of the light bullet and the pink arrow was continuously pressing down towards the port. Obviously, in terms of the development of devil fruit and the manifestation of its destructive power, even though Hancock is a real genius, after just half a year of practice, he is still with Paul Solano, who is the Naval Admiral Kia. There is a huge gap. However, in the moment Hancock delayed, the 9 snake warriors who were about to be affected by the light bullets released by Bakakayanguyu quickly evacuated from the port. In the end, as countless light bullets madly washed the ground in the port, there were very few injured 9 snake warriors. Just seeing the port of 9 Snake Island is still being destroyed by countless light bombs, but it also completely angered Hancock, who is the emperor of 9 Snake Island. Boom. For a time, driven by anger, the overlord's domineering on Hancock's body leaked out unconsciously. Kicking his feet on the mountain, the whole person braved countless light bullets and rushed towards the mid-air Paul Solano. Aromatic feet. A beautiful leg that seemed to be condensed fat broke through in countless light bullets and stepped straight to Paul Solano's chest. 143. Yeah, are young people now so scary? Even if they don't have the ability to fly, they dare to attack in this way. In the face of Hancock's angry blow, Paul Solano's hands that had originally maintained the 8-foot Kyanguyu folded together in front of his chest and quickly created a dazzling sword of light. Tienkong Cloud Sword. Immediately, the seemingly lazy Paul Solano showed extremely superb kendo and slashed the foot that that Hancock slammed with the Skycon cloud sword in his hand. At the same time, Paul Celino continued to speak leisurely. It's just blocking a blow. Isn't the next you in the air waiting to be slaughtered? It's over. Pirate Empress. 275-275th chapters are somewhat ignorant. Ended. This is the most straightforward thought in Paul Celino's mind. As a flickering fruit ability, Paul Celino has the top of the sea, and it can even be called the fastest speed in mid-air. When Hancock couldn't take advantage of it, Paul Celino only needed to block Hancock's incompetent and furious kick. Then with Paul Celino's speed, the next battle will end in an instant. What a pity, such a beautiful and terrible woman. Paul Celino thought flatly in his heart, but the fingers of the other hand were quietly condensing the power of flashing, ready to blast the head of the pirate in front of him. This is youth, always accompanied by recklessness and inexperience, and then paying the price of life for it. However, just before the Amaterasu cloud sword and fragrant feet came into contact, both Paul Celino and Ion, who was watching the battle from a distance, changed their expressions. Overlord color entanglement. Hancock, how could this happen? Unlike Paul Celino's pure shock, Ion's expression was nothing short of surprise. Under the effect of Overlord color entanglement, Ming Ming's Tiancong cloud sword has not really come into contact with Hancock's fragrant feet, but it is the first to shatter. Immediately afterwards, Hancock's kick with purple-black lightning under the Overlord color entanglement slammed into Paul Celino's body. Boom! For a time, under the horrified expressions of the 9 snake warriors who were evacuated from the port in large numbers and the Navy soldiers who were waiting for the attack signal on the battleship. As the Navy's highest combat power, the Kizuna Paul Celino, who really represents the naval might to suppress the sea, was smashed from the air by Hancock and knocked out a hole on top of the dilapidated port. Big pit. Kizuna died. The general was beaten down. It's a lie. Is General Huang Yuan not a pirate's opponent? Or, maybe, it was just an accident. Even though there are countless disbelievers in the hearts of the Navy soldiers, the fact is right in front of them. Even if they are constantly comforting themselves in their hearts, they can't help but feel extra to the pirate empress who knocked down the Kiabara General Paul Celino with one kick. A bit of awe arose, and as Hancock floated to the ground from mid-air, the smoke from Paul Celino's fall into the port gradually dissipated. Paul Celino's tall figure was a little more embarrassed than before, and the neat and clean yellow suit on his body was obviously messy. Among them, the position on Paul Celino's shoulder was directly petrified. It's so dangerous, it's almost not as simple as petrifying clothes, Paul Celino said in a slow and frivolous tone, but the eyes hidden under the sunglasses gradually became terrifying. Is it Overlord's entanglement? It's really scary. Did you master the skill at such a young age? Give you another 10 years, maybe you will become a monster similar to Charlotte Lingling. Immediately, Paul Celino folded his hands in front of his chest, condensing a Tiancong cloud sword again, and the light of the Tiancong cloud sword condensed this time was much brighter than before. In the next moment, Hancock was almost not given a chance to speak. The moment the voice fell, Paul Celino appeared in front of Hancock in a flash, and the Skycon cloud sword attacked Hancock directly. Key point. Boom. For a time, poor Celino and Hancock completely began to fight in the port. It's just the Overlord color entanglement that can really make Paul Celino jealous. Hancock has not fully grasped after all. Even though compared to the last time he fought with the beasts Kaido, the rage erupted out of pure extreme anger. At this time Hancock can already be used by accumulating power, but in the ever-changing battle with Paul Celino, the immature Overlord color entanglement has no chance at all. In addition, Hancock was used to moving in the state of Black-Winged Demon, but now this has become Hancock's biggest flaw, and gradually and completely lost the advantage under the speed suppression of Paul Celino. It can be said that if this development continues, Hancock's defeat will only be a matter of time. But just when Hancock's situation was about to turn bad, there was a shout at the gate of 9 Snake Island. Stop, Admiral. Hearing the words, Paul Celino cast a casual glance towards the source of the sound, and his movements suddenly stopped. Major General Ion? I saw that Ion was being pressed by Marigold at this time, and Sandasonia was still holding an axe across Ion's neck, as if he was about to execute Ian at any time. However, before Paul Celino was shocked by the fact that Ian was still alive and drank Sandasonia not to hurt Ian, an anxious and angry voice unexpectedly shouted from Hancock's mouth came out. You two bastards, don't hurt Ion, let me go. Paul Celino, what's going on? Pirate Queen Hancock is actually protecting Major General Ion? No, my elder sister. Let's return this guy to the Navy in exchange for reconciliation, Sandasonia replied. Just when Paul Celino hadn't reacted to the situation in front of him, Hancock's next sentence almost made Paul Celino completely stunned. Absolutely impossible. My concubine must let Ion be my husband. How can I give up Ion? Husband. What happened? Paul Celino was at a loss. Always feeling that things were completely different from what he and the Sengoku Marshal had expected. Hasn't Major General Ion been petrified by Pirate Queen Hancock or killed? How was he forced to marry by the most beautiful woman in the sea on Nine Snake Island? Paul Solino's eyebrows twitched fiercely and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. And Ion, who still had lip prints left on his face, said in front of Paul Solino's face that he would rather die. You are dreaming, Pirate Empress. As the son of a naval marshal, it is absolutely impossible for me to give in to the Navy with justice on my back. Even if you can get my people, my heart will always belong to the Navy and justice. Facing Ion's ruthless refusal, Hancock covered his heart with both hands, showing the pain that did not even appear when he was kicked by the light-speed kick unleashed by Polo Solino, and said, Ian, it's hard. Deo, is the charm of a concubine is not enough? Or is the concubine's mind not enough? Compared to the justice in my heart, it is far from enough, Ion said with a firm look. Paul Solino glanced at the cheongsam that was a bit broken and messy at the moment, but the charm was not diminished at all. And even more charming, Hancock inexplicably felt that Major General Ian was a little bit ignorant. P.S. Meow. The holiday is over, and the fourth update will resume tomorrow. 276 Chapter 276 Ion, who was forced to marry. Even though their stances are different, even Paul Solino is quite recognized for Hancock's title of the first beauty of the sea. As for justice, that kind of ambiguous thing, use it when you need it and put it aside when you don't need it. However, even though Paul Solino secretly complained about Ian's insistence, his figure seized the moment Hancock seemed to be distracted and flew towards Ian in an instant elementalization, trying to force Yan Grace to rescue. Don't think about it. However, Hancock, who was closer to Yan, blocked Paul Solino first, and a fragrant foot, which even Paul Solino was quite afraid of, swept in forcibly while blocking Paul Solino. Seeing this, Sandasonia, who had reacted, shouted with the axe in her hand a little closer to Ion's neck, Admiral, if you dare to approach again, I will kill Ion first. Hearing this sentence, Paul Solino hesitated for a while, but his figure still stopped. Hancock, on the other hand, commanded more nervously than Paul Solino, Sandar, you must not hurt Ion, take him out of here. It's just that before Sandasonia struggled with how to respond to Hancock, Ian was the first to struggle hard, trying to get out of Marigold's restraint and shouting, General Yellow Monkey, don't worry about me. If you are afraid of death, you will not be a navy, and you will directly kill these pirates. Listening to Ion's request, Paul Solino smacked his mouth, but he did not intend to continue the adventure. If the hostage was the rest of the navy, Porosalino would definitely praise his willingness to sacrifice himself for the navy and justice and meet his demands. But if the request is Ion, Paul Solino can only say, what are you kidding? The mission of crusade against Hancock failed. At most, he was scolded by the Marshal of the Warring States period in business affairs, but if he really wanted to kill Yan indirectly, he would most likely be targeted by the Marshal of the Warring States period afterwards. Paul Solino had no plans to offend his superior, Marshal Sengoku. You must know that even if the 5 old stars made the decision to sacrifice Yan under the threat of the Virtual Circle organization, they still need to be concerned about the thoughts of the Warring States Marshal. Find an unwarranted reason to kill it. Instead, he assigned a rather dangerous mission to Ion in a way that fully complied with the naval system and rules. So I don't want Paul Solino, who will be targeted by the Warring States Marshal in the future. How could he do such a stupid thing? With that in mind, Paul Solino spread his hands and said, cough cough. Major General Ion, calm down. The Navy will never sacrifice and give up colleagues at will. Life is the most precious thing. After a pause, Paul Solino said directly to Hancock without waiting for Ion, whose eyes were full of helplessness and self-blame, to speak out. Boya Hancock, under what conditions can you release Major General Ion? Hancock sneered disdainfully and slowly retreated to Ion's side to distance himself from Paul Solino. First glanced at Ion fascinatedly and then said, what a rude man. Do you think the sea has any conditions to exchange for a concubine husband? Porosalino raised his eyebrows slightly and saw the change in Hancock's eyes when he looked at Ion just now. Unlike the disdain that Hancock doesn't experience when he looks at other men, the obsession with love in Hancock's eyes when he looks at Ion is almost undisguised and extremely natural. At least with Porosalino's observation skills, he could not see any falsehood, which also made Porosalino believe what Hancock said. This woman really fell in love with Major General Ion. Porosalino came to this conclusion with an inner complexity that is almost indescribable. Isn't Major General Yan just a little more handsome? Because of this, the original mission of sending death has become a forced marriage. If Ion was forced to marry a female pirate like Charlotte Lingling, Paul Solino would be more or less balanced in his heart, and he would even watch the show with Schadenfreude. But the one who forced the marriage was Hancock, the peerless beauty who convinced countless people with her charm in less than a month after she first went to sea. And this woman, who who has made countless men dream of, is now constantly showing her love to Major General Ion and has been rejected. This is really outrageous. Just when poor Salino's heart was so complicated that he didn't know what to say, Ion retorted Hancock without hesitation and said, "Hancock, how many times have I told you? Don't be delusional. I'm destined to be the man you can't get. It doesn't matter what the concubine is, as long as it is something that the concubine likes, the concubine will be the same. Gotta get it?" Hancock said firmly. "Love is mutual affection, not wishful thinking." Ion said, "Then why are you reluctant? You will be the first and only man in the concubine body. As long as you promise the concubine body will be the emperor of the 9 snakes, and you will become the concubine body's emperor." In front of Paul Salino, the single king, Hancock said without concealing his love, glory, wealth, status, fame, country, all of these the concubine is willing to share with you, and the youth, beauty, and body of the concubine will only be owned by you. Jan, give me a chance and try to accept a concubine, okay? Listening to Hancock's domineering and affectionate words, it was not clear whether Jan was moved by poor Salino, but poor Salino sounded quite moved. 144. In front of such a beautiful woman as Boya, Hancock justice seems to be a little overpowering, vulnerable and not worth mentioning. However, for Hancock's affectionate confession, Ion's expression did not change at all. "Hancock, you don't have to push hard. After you petrified all my subordinates, you and I are already mortal enemies, let alone marry you. As long as there is any chance, I will definitely send you into the Push City." At this moment, Hancock's beautiful facial features revealed a deep sadness, which made people subconsciously love him. "Ion, do you have to be so ruthless?" "Sorry, all my tenderness has already been given to the infinite cause of peace," Ion said calmly. "Could it be that the concubine restores all your petrified subordinates to their original state, and you can't forgive the concubine?" Hancock asked. Ion was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, "Huh? They still have a chance to recover," Hancock said affectionately, ignoring Marigold, Sandasonia, and Paul Salino who were around him. "As long as Ion you need, the concubine is willing to do anything." 277 Chapter 277 should be unclean. Hancock. As long as Hancock's words were enough to make countless men soft in exchange, Ion's voice sternly said, "If you don't want 9 Snake Island to be destroyed, then restore those petrified navies to their original state and release me." Hancock's expression changed and said, "Only the last point is absolutely impossible." "Okay," Ian said word by word. "What's good about me? You can say it directly. Can't I change it? Why do you keep pestering me like this? Obviously our positions are completely different. How could it be possible to marry you as a navy? And even if I agree, will my marshal's father agree? Absolutely impossible." Listening to the conversation between Ion and Hancock, Paul Salino, who is still unmarried, felt that he was invisibly seriously injured, and it was the worst injury he had suffered since joining the army. At this moment Paul Salino felt that it was a wrong choice for him to accept this task and come to 9 Snakes Island. "I feel like I'm a bit redundant." Paul Salino looked at Hancock, who was full of Ion in front of him, and didn't know what to do at all, as if he had nothing to do here. "I say." Finally, Paul Salino couldn't help but raised his hand and said, "Major General Yen, why don't I ask the Warring States Marshal for you first? Maybe he will agree." "Yan, this yellow ape, why doesn't he follow the routine? Normally, as a righteous admiral, is it appropriate for you to say this?" And Hancock listened to poor Salino's words. A thought flashed in his heart and suddenly became nervous. What if really agreed? Even though Hancock knew that the conversation with Yan just now was just a planned arrangement, it did not include this process of asking the Marshal of the Warring States period. And if the Warring States Marshal, "Ah no, my father really agreed to my marriage with Ion-sama," then, in an instant, Hancock's affectionate and domineering expression became a little shy, and said subconsciously, "If that's the case, then I'll ask Mr. Paul Salino. Can I ask for your father's opinion for my concubine?" "Paul Salino, so soon? Even my father called me, and even gave me an honorific title." And Ian couldn't help but stare at Hancock in surprise. Immediately, Hancock also responded that he seemed to have said something that was not in the plan, and it was remarkable. Knowing that he seemed to have said something wrong, Hancock asked Ion a little stammered, "That do you want to ask?" In front of Paul Salino's face. What else can Ion say? Can only say disdainfully, "Give up." Even if General Huang Yuan really asks father, my martial father, as an upright and righteous man, would never agree to this. Paul Salino, who couldn't stay here at all, said without hesitation, "Try it." Immediately, Paul Salino flashed, walked to the edge of the port, and dialed the phone bug of the Warring States Marshal. At the same time, among the Marines of the Navy headquarters, unlike usual, who would stay in the office every day to handle various official duties, the Warring States Marshal was staying in his mansion at this time, tidying up Ion's room. In this empty room, feeling the smell that still seemed to remain in the room, the Marshal of the Warring States States period, who had always shown himself with a resolute and majestic image, could not stop tears from the corners of his eyes, and muttered, "Yan, you're right, I shouldn't have forced you to be a navy. Why do you really want to go to Nine Snake Island? Obviously you can escape with the battleship. Why are you so stupid, you fool? You stupid child. It's lonely and scared to stay on Nine Snake Island alone, right? It's okay, Paul Solino will pick you up soon." At this moment the personal phone worm in the arms of the Warring States Marshal rang. Blue. The Warring States Marshal took out the phone bug and took a look. The originally sad and lonely expression quickly adjusted to a normal state, and then the phone bug was connected. "Where's Paul Solino? How's it going?" That poor Salino, who answered the phone, turned his head and glanced at Hancock and Ion in the distance, and couldn't help smashing his mouth again, saying, "Marshal of the Warring States period, Major General Ion may not be able to bring back Malin Vando for the time being." The Warring States Marshal was a little stunned. Countless possibilities emerged in his mind, and finally locked the most likely one in an instant, and asked angrily, "Is Ion's body already incomplete, or has it been abandoned to the bottom of the sea?" Poor Salino stroked his face unconsciously with his fingers, and his eyes fell on the obvious lip print on Ian's face, recalling Hancock's attitude towards Ian, and how Nine Snake Island is known as the daughter country. Nickname, said, "I don't know if it's complete, but it's probably not clean." The Warring States Marshal's eyes widened. "Not clean anymore? What does this mean? Are those damn pirates even Ion's body?" The Warring States Marshal's fists clenched tightly, only to feel a hot anger gushing out from his chest, and his eyes turned red almost instantly. The anger towards Nine Snake Island, the guilt and remorse towards Ion, and the feeling of powerlessness resenting himself completely filled the mind of the Warring States Marshal. "Polusolino." The Warring States Marshal gritted his teeth and said word by word, "This sea should not have such a dirty place as Nine Snake Island." Paul Solino scratched his head and confirmed, "Marshal of the Warring States period, are you serious? Now that Major General Yan is still being held hostage by Hancock, are you going to destroy Nine Snake Island and Major General Yan together? No matter what it is, Nine Snake Island must be destroyed." Wait. The Warring States Marshal suddenly reacted and asked, "Hijacking?" "Yeah, Major General Ion is being kidnapped by the pirate Empress Hancock and is forcing Major General Ion to marry her." Paul Solino explained briefly. Warring States Marshal, "Marry? What to marry?" The Warring States Marshal's eyes blinked blankly, feeling like he was in a dream. Then he looked down at the phone bug in a daze, thinking that he had received some fraudulent call. It's just that the characteristics of Paul Solino imitated by the phone bug are extremely obvious. With a pouting and wretched expression, "That's right, Paul Solino." The Warring States Marshal swallowed his saliva and asked again, "That Paul Solino? You say it again. What happened to Major General Ion?" 278 Chapter 278 Treasure. Cough. Paul Solino coughed lightly, then said, "Major General Ian was captured by Hancock before, but it seems that he was not completely captured. Instead, I don't know why, but Major General Ian used his charm to capture the pirate Queen Hancock. This has also led to the pirate Empress Hancock, who has been pursuing to confess Major General Ian and trying to marry Major General Ian, while Major General Ian, who has justice and a firm stand in the Navy, has been rejecting Hancock. This is probably the case, so the question now is whether you agree to this marriage." Marshal of the Warring States period. Warring States Marshal. The phone worm was silent for a while, not responding at all. Right in Polo Solino had to wonder if the phone bug was broken. When he was about to slap it a few times, the voice of the Warring States Marshal suddenly sounded, "Do not make jokes." Paul Solino hurriedly moved the phone bug away from him, and then continued after the Warring States Marshal's roar had subsided a lot. "It's a bit incredible, but it's true. Otherwise I'll give Hancock and Major General Ian the phone bug, and you can talk about it yourself." Immediately, Paul Solino, who planned to leave this family affair far away, did not wait for the consent of the Warring States Marshal. With a flash, he threw the phone bug at Hancock. Seeing this, Hancock was nervous, and he seemed to be in a hurry when he connected the phone. Facing the sudden conversation, Hancock stammered as if it was the first time he went to the man's house to meet the elder's little girlfriend. That hello, father." The Warring States Marshal. Warring States Marshal. Under Hancock's nervous gaze, the phone worm paused for a few breaths before the Warring States Marshal's voice sounded, "Boya Hancock." "Yes, concubine Boya Hancock." Hancock replied nervously. In an instant, the corner of the mouth of the Warring States Marshal, who stayed in Yan's room, couldn't help twitching, and realized that Paul Solino was really not joking. "So, what was Laudza sad about during this period of time?" "Ion, you bastard." The Warring States Marshal, who was secretly cursing, turned his eyes and saw the pile of crumpled tissues next to him, and felt his old face even more hot. "Clown, it's me." And with the long silence of the phone bug, Hancock was so nervous that his palms were sweating, and he didn't know what to say, for fear of arousing the bad feelings of Lord Ion. Ion's father. Finally, just when Hancock felt that his heart was racing so nervously, the voice of the Warring States Marshal returned to its former majesty. Pirates, Boya Hancock, I am Admiral Sengoku. Please release Rear Admiral Ion immediately. No, no. Hancock gritted his teeth and refused. Master Warring States did not agree to the marriage between the concubine and Major General Yan, and the concubine would never let Major General Yan leave. What a joke. You are a pirate, and it is the opposite of Major General Ion. The Warring States Marshal drank righteously, making Hancock's little face white. Despair, spontaneously, was despised. This is nothing less than real bad news for Hancock. Concubine's love with Yan-sama. Is it because you pay attention to not being blessed by your father? Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 145. At this time, Hancock can already imagine the days when he will really be together with Yan in the future, but he will always be disgusted and despised by the Marshal of the Warring States period. However, when Hancock, who was disappointed, planned to continue to carry out the original plan, and expressed in a stern manner that he would continue to hijack Ion, the voice of the Warring States Marshal continued to sound. However, Hancock, if you can accept the identity of King Shichibukai, then to a certain extent you and the Navy will no longer be opposed to each other, and you will still be a pirate protected and recognized by the world government. At that time, I will naturally have no objection to your position. What? Hancock's expression was full of surprises in an instant, while Ian was completely stunned, shouting at the phone bug, "Hey, old man, are you crazy? What are you kidding? Shut up, you idiot. Didn't you yell about getting married every day?" The Warring States Marshal roared and asked, "That's none of your business, you lousy old man. Who asked you to arrange this for me?" Ian also became excited. However, the next words of the Warring States Marshal made Ion completely stunned. "I just care about you. What's the matter? You useless idiot. You like to die for nothing. Next time you die, it doesn't matter. Just get the grandson out for Laozi first." Yan, is this the heck? This old man didn't think like this at all before. However, as Yan reacted, he quickly retorted, "In short, I don't need you to arrange my affairs, and I will never agree to it." "Oh, don't you agree?" The Warring States Marshal sneered and said, "Hancock, after you accept the appointment of King Siakai Wuhei, get married to Yan on Nine Snake Island. When you give birth to a baby, release the bastard Yan baby." Hancock blushed. His mind couldn't help but think of many pictures, and his palms rubbed on his flat belly unconsciously. Yan. At this moment Ian was completely stunned, and he didn't expect the Warring States Marshal to have such a reaction. However, before Ian could speak again, the phone worm was directly hung up. Porisalino on the side winked at Ion, and then said to Hancock, "Congratulations on joining the King's 7 Marshalseas, but this time I set off in a hurry, and I didn't expect you to actually accept the invitation, so the appointment letter for the King's 7 Marshalseas will take a while to be delivered." "No, it's fine," Hancock replied quickly. "Then, I'll go first. You two get along well." Porisalino waved his hand, and then returned directly to the direction of the battleship. At this moment, in the mansion of the Warring States Marshal, the Warring States Marshal threw the phone bug in his hand to the side, feeling inexplicably that a concern in his heart was completely resolved, and muttered, "Do you take a stand for justice?" "No, no problem. This is not a violation of justice, and it can also protect Ion with the help of Nine Snake Island." Although Hancock's identity as a pirate is a bit regrettable, he is good at domineering and kicking skills, and he is just able to protect Ion's fragile physique at all times. "Suddenly I seem to understand the feeling of this bastard carp. No wonder he tells me how cute my grandson is." "How cute? No, Laozi's grandson must be 10,000 times stronger than that idiot carp." The Marshal of the Warring States period couldn't help but laugh. His heart softened, and he was full of expectations for his future grandson. 279 Chapter 279th Holiday. However, even though the Warring States Marshal was delighted in his heart, he quickly left the mansion and returned to the office to continue working. After all, the Warring States Marshal has to deal with countless things every day. More importantly, at this time, the Warring States Marshal is full of hope for the future, and he can't wait to arrange the affairs of Yan. Boom. As the Warring States Marshal opened his office, he found a figure sleeping soundly on the sofa, and bags containing senbei were scattered around. When the Warring States Marshal saw this, his veins burst out almost instantly, and he rushed forward and grabbed Lieutenant General Garp, who was still sleeping, and scolded him angrily. "You bastard, I've been away from the office for a long time, so you let all my treasured senbei be turned out and ruined." Aha! Lieutenant General Garp opened his eyes and looked at the enraged Sengoku Marshal in front of him and asked subconsciously, why are you back? If I don't come back, this office will have to be demolished. Can't you bastard go back to your own office to eat?" The Warring States Marshal growled. When Lieutenant General Garp saw this, he secretly said something was wrong, and said with a naive smile, "Aha ha ha, it's not that my adjutant is too annoying, and I heard that you asked for leave, so I came to hide with you. The Warring States Marshal heard the words. His expression couldn't help twitching slightly, and out of the corner of his eyes he saw that there was not a single piece of senbei that he would secretly eat when he was free, and his heart ached. And Lieutenant General Garp looked at the angry expression of the Warring States Marshal, and he was constantly thinking of a way to escape. If it was known by the Warring States Marshal afterwards, it would be almost nothing for Lieutenant General Garp, who was very thick-skinned and comparable to the meat of a hob. It would be fine to hide for a long time, but now that he was caught on the spot by the Marshal of the Warring States period, this is very bad. However, to Lieutenant General Garp's surprise, the Sengoku Marshal, who was still furious, suddenly had a bright smile on his face, and he let go of Lieutenant General Garp's collar. Forget it, just eat it. Who let us know each other for so many years? Listening to the words of the Warring States Marshal, Lieutenant General Garp blinked his eyes like copper bells, thinking that he had hallucinated. For many years, in order to maintain his majesty in front of his subordinates, the Sengoku guy has hardly laughed in front of Lieutenant General Garp. Hey Sengoku, are you alright? It's really a pity for Ion, but I still have to mourn and change. After a pause, Lieutenant General Garp asked tentatively, how about you see when you have time, and I'll take you to see the doctor? However, even so, the Warring States Marshal was not at all angry, and even patted Lieutenant General Garp on the shoulder with an intimate gesture. This time, Lieutenant General Garp was completely panicked. As far as Lieutenant General Garp had summed up the experience in the past, unless something bad happened, Sengoku would not easily do such an action. That Warring States, I remembered that I still have some official business to deal with, so I will go first. However, as Lieutenant General Garp's voice fell, the Warring States Marshal patted Lieutenant General Garp's palm suddenly and forcefully grabbed his shoulder and said, who does not know in the Navy headquarters that Lieutenant General Garp never handles official business and is a famous idler? After a pause, the Warring States Marshal then said with a bright smile, but that's just right, I have a task for you to handle. Lieutenant General Garp refused without hesitation. Task? Don't do it. It's definitely not a good thing. Don't you want a vacation? Go back to the East China Sea to accompany Luffy or something, the Warring States Marshal said. Lieutenant General Garp suddenly came to his senses, slapped his palms on his chest, and said, tell me, Sengoku, whether to crusade Kaido or to challenge Charlotte Lingling, there is absolutely no problem. That's not it. I just want you to help me go to Nine Snake Island, said the Warring States Marshal. Nine Snake Island? Lieutenant General Garp asked with some surprise. Didn't Paul Salino already take 4 or 5 battleships to the Nine Snakes Island? Isn't Paul Salino the opponent of that empress? Not for you to fight. The Warring States Marshal let go of Lieutenant General Garp, walked around behind the desk, and said while lowering his head to draft some documents, I asked you to go to Nine Snake Island to give gifts. Lieutenant General Garp looked puzzled. How to say? The Warring States Marshal paused, then raised it at Lieutenant General Garp with a smile that couldn't be concealed, and said, this idiot is going to marry Hancock, so I have to give some dowry or something. What? Lieutenant General Garp opened his mouth wide in surprise as if he was listening to some kind of conversation. Getting married? Yeah, I didn't expect it at all, the Warring States Marshal said in a helpless tone. I thought that this kid Yen might have been in danger, but I didn't expect his invisible charm to conquer the pirate queen Hancock. Not willing to give up, and even willing to agree to all the conditions including becoming Kai Wuhei. Fortunately, Hancock was also one of the candidates for the 7 Wuhei booked by the world government, and his position with the Navy after becoming the King's Kai Wuhei is not a conflict. In this way, I objected to it but did not respond accordingly. Position. Hearing that the Marshal of the Warring States period was obviously full of helplessness, but there was no lack of bragging words inside and outside the words, Lieutenant General Garp felt uncomfortable. But soon, Lieutenant General Garp's smile opened again and said, congratulations, Ion boy's business is finished, and then I will be able to apply for 2 or 3 years of vacation to go home to see my grandson. Among them, when Lieutenant General Garp mentioned the word grandson, his pronunciation was deliberately heavy. In an instant the expression of the Marshal of the Warring States period froze slightly, and he said with the same expression as his thoughts moved, 2 or 3 years of vacation is no problem, but you have to complete the task first, so please go to Ju Snake Island as an elder to participate in Yan's wedding, and then supervise Yan when Hancock is pregnant. Task? It's done. What? Lieutenant General Garp got angry on the spot and said, Warring States, you are just jealous of me being a grandfather. Don't you know that grandson can't force it? The Warring States Marshal cast a glance at Lieutenant General Garp and said indifferently, do you want the holiday or not? Lieutenant General Garp hesitated for a moment, glared at the Warring States Marshal fiercely, and said, you can't blame me for the incompetence of Ion boy. That's your elder's business. this. I don't care about the rest. Whatever my daughter-in-law is pregnant with, your vacation can be approved at any time. 280 Chapter 280 The Secret of Overlord's Dominance. At this moment Jan still had no idea about the plans of the warring states marshal. Old man, you must be joking, right? Ian muttered with a tangled face. Mary. Yank was not mentally prepared for this at all. That's right, I guess the old man was joking, or maybe he had the same idea as me, so that I could find a reason to stay in Nine Snake Island. Thinking of this, Jan's mood could not help soothing a lot. However, how to explain this problem to Hancock and Robin has become one of Ian's current problems, especially Robin. In the past few days, Ian has been stared at by Robin many times, which also led Yen to hide in the forest behind Nine Snake Island. Forget it, don't want this problem anymore. Continue to practice. After leaving with Paul Salino leading the battleship, Ian took an opportunity to ask Hancock about the Overlord color entanglement. As we all know, in this sea, domineering is divided into three categories, namely, domineering, armed, and knowledgeable. Among them, armed arrogance and knowledge arrogance can be acquired through hard practice and exercise, and each person's physique and characteristics are different, and there will be a certain degree of difference accordingly. As for the tyrannical domineering, it is the most special. It is the symbol of the king, and only one person in a million people may have the power. It can be said that not every strong person has the domineering look of domineering, but those who have the domineering look of domineering have the qualifications to become a real strong man. And the general role of domineering is to deter the enemy, causing a huge impact and coercion on the enemy's spirit so that people with weak minds fall into a state of syncope. However, from Hancock's mouth, Ian understood that the real role of the Overlord's domineering is not to deter mentally, but to cause substantial damage. Among them, using this power in the way of Overlord color entanglement can generate huge destructive power and attack power, and can even be separated from the air, destroy things. If it is said that armed domineering has the metaphor of invisible armor, Overlord's domineering is a weapon that truly possesses terrifying and destructive power. According to the records related to domineering preserved in Nine Snake Island, the Overlord color entanglement is truly and perfectly controlled, and even the powerhouses who have developed to a deeper realm, the aftermath of random blows can crack the sky and cause the earth to crumble. The information learned from Hancock's mouth also made Ian fall into deep thought, reminding him of the time when Redhead Shanks visited Whitebeard Newgate Edward in the memory of his previous life. Screen 146. As Shanks wandered, the domineering arrogance that emanated at will not only stunned many pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, but also caused the surrounding hulls to be shattered. And in the confrontation between Redhead Shanks and Whitebeard Newgate Edward, the aftermath of the collision caused the sky to crack. So far, Ian has almost confirmed that it should be the power of Overlord's domineering. However, this also made Jan understand that Overlord's domineering and Ryotsu are not the same thing, but have quite similar properties. Without it, it is purely that after Ian carefully observed Hancock's use of the Overlord color entanglement power at close range, he found that as long as Hancock used this power, it would naturally be entangled with a black-red substance. That is, the truly substantiated Overlord's arrogance. However, even though Ian was a little disappointed that Ryotsu and Overlord's domineering are not the same thing, he still has certain expectations to try to control his own Ryotsu according to the Overlord's entanglement technique. If Ian can really use Ryotsu at will, not in a formulaic way like he is now, then his own security will definitely be stronger by several notches. However, just when Ian deliberately hid Hancock and Robin in the mountains behind Nine Snakes Island to practice, but before he could achieve any results, Ian's arrogance sensed that an uninvited guest was approaching Nine Snakes Island. Carp, why is that old bastard here? Jan's face darkened as he murmured, if there is anyone in the Navy that Ian resists the most, it must be the Navy hero Lieutenant General Monkey D. Carp. As a child, Ian can't remember how many times he was almost slapped to death by Lieutenant General Garp. That bastard is really carefree, and the shot is neither light nor heavy. Under the multiple psychological shadows, Ian's arrogance has even reached the level of automatic warning of Lieutenant General Garp's approach. Hide. Ian's body moved almost instinctively, but stopped abruptly. The arrival of Lieutenant General Garp was undoubtedly aimed at Ian, and now, as the captive of Nine Snake Island, it is impossible for Jan to hide. Damn, the old man knows that I am most afraid of Garp. What is he doing? Ian swallowed his saliva and had a bad premonition, but no matter how reluctant Ian was in his heart, he could only rush back to the Nine Snakes Palace. Soon, a naval battleship with a dog-headed bow and a unique overall shape approached the port under the vigilant gaze of a large number of Nine Snake warriors. Where's that kid's wife, Ian? How come no one came out to welcome the elders? Garp stood on the bow of the boat and shouted, and the loud voice spread almost all over the small Nine Snake Island. Bastard carp. Ion scolded secretly, but he could only continue to disguise himself as a prisoner and appeared with Hancock at the port that had not yet been repaired. When Lieutenant General Garp saw Ion and Hancock's first glance, he shouted directly, "Boy Yen, congratulations, happy wedding." For Garp's congratulations, Ian pretended to be stupid as if he had never heard of it. "Lieutenant General Garp, are you here to save me from leaving?" Lieutenant General Garp grinned, showing his white teeth, and said, "No, Warring States asked me to supervise your marriage." Yan. "Also, Ian boy, you work harder and work hard. If you don't have a baby, that guy in the Warring States period will not allow me to leave 9 Snake Island." Lieutenant General Garp. 0.00 Yan. Ion was stunned for a few breaths, and his voice became a bit sharp and shouted, "What, are you kidding?" "Who's kidding you?" Lieutenant General Garp said while picking his nose with his tail finger. "That guy in the Warring States period has already received a large amount of red envelopes in the name of your marriage in Malinfando, and the boat I pulled over is a gift for Jew Snake Island." 281 Chapter 281 Grand Wedding. Will Ion give in? Absolutely not. So 3 days later, the entire 9 Snake Island was completely filled with a festive atmosphere, with red flowers and red cloth hanging everywhere. The marriage of the Emperor of Amazon Lily and the son of the Admiral, a wedding whose status are completely matched, is about to take place on 9 Snake Island. On the naval battleship, Ion was fiddled with wedding dresses by several female Navy like a marionette, while Lieutenant General Garp, who was beside him, folded his arms and kept watch over Ion. "I really want to escape, but I can't escape." In name, Yan, who still has Halishi handcuffs on his hands, should not have the ability to escape at all. What's more, Lieutenant General Garp followed Ian all the time, even when he went to the toilet and went to bed, and didn't give Ian the slightest chance to escape. "I said, old man, can't you let me go?" Ion was being swayed, and he spoke to the phone bug on Garp's shoulder with a stiff expression. On the phone worm, the indefensible voice of the Warring States Marshal rang out. "Don't talk too much about Lao Tzu. You are 24 this year, and it's almost time to get married." "That's it. At least Hancock is pretty good looking and has a strong physique just to improve it. The genes of future generations." Yan. In his whole life, Ian never thought that he would be the man behind the world government for several times, but in the end he did not escape the forced marriage of the Marshal of the Warring States period. Obviously Yan was still thinking about how to pick out the most suitable trees in a forest, but he was directly hung up by the Marshal of the Warring States period. "Father, can such a big event like marriage be so casual? This is a decision that affects my life. Can't I let me choose by myself?" Ion tried to impress the stone-hearted Marshal of the Warring States with the last bit of compassion. It is a pity that the Marshal of the Warring States period did not have any father-son relationship at this time, and his mind was already full of grandfather-grandson friendship. "You give me a grandson first, and then you want to divorce or marry another woman." At this moment, Ian felt that he had completely become a tool man in the eyes of the Warring States Marshal. Speechless and unable to resist, Ion, who was helpless, could only reluctantly accept this reality. Then, the wedding grand opening. Since the rule of 9 Snake Island is that men are prohibited from landing, although Hancock, as the 9 Snake Emperor, did not hesitate to break this rule for Yan, but in the end he only allowed Yan and Lieutenant General Garp to attend the wedding as an elder. The two entered the 9 Snake Island. Yan, like a married son-in-law, was officially welcomed into the country from the battleship by 9 Snake Island with a welcoming team of tens of thousands of people, and then circled the interior of 9 Snake Island 3 times before entering the wedding ceremony. The real venue, the royal palace. Of course, there was no discipline for emperors and men to marry within 9 Snake Island in the past. Naturally, these etiquettes and worldliness were carried out with reference to the customs of other countries. At this moment, Hancock was already standing at the gate of the palace in a phoenix crown, waiting for Ion's arrival. Looking at the beautiful Hancock in front of him, let alone the rest of the people who have been convinced by Hancock's invisible charm, even Ian was stunned for a moment. What a nice view. Especially the happy and shy expression on Hancock's face is unbelievably beautiful. Hancock is really happy. Ion, who always maintained a desperate attitude in front of Garp, couldn't help but flash a trace of guilt in his eyes. Obviously, he had explained to Hancock in advance that this was just a show for the Warring States Marshal, Lieutenant General Garp, and even the world government. Why, Hancock is still so happy. The grand ceremonies along the way, the national celebration, and even the newspapers spread all over the sea. This has already made Hancock no way back, and he is destined to be tied to himself for life. However, when he really saw Hancock at this time, Ian actually found that Hancock was full of happiness. At this time, Jan really realized that Hancock seemed to really like him, and he was still the kind of stupid woman who was completely reduced. "I'm so mean." Ian suddenly realized that he was completely wrong in this matter. Even though he hadn't really understood that kind of feeling towards Hancock. It was really despicable to let Hancock cooperate with him like this. Ion's fist hidden in his robe clenched tightly but then slowly let go. Now run away directly, not to mention that he can't fully explain his own problems, and it is undoubtedly not another kind of harm to Hancock. Just when Ion hesitated guiltily in his heart, Hancock, who was wearing a grand gown, stepped forward and took Ion's hand, saying, "Lord Yan, I didn't expect such a day to come. It's great." Ian followed Hancock into the palace, glanced at Lieutenant General Garb, who was gradually distanced from the corner of his eyes, and said, "Sorry, Hancock." Hancock didn't speak but held Ion's hand slightly harder, trying to get himself closer to Ion. What Ian meant, Hancock naturally understood, was apologizing to her for this wedding, which is very important to any woman. It's just that in Hancock's view, that kind of thing doesn't matter at all. All the concubine's body, glory, wealth, fame, all belong to Lord Ion. Whether Yan accepts it or not, Hancock has already made this decision, and the appearance of this wedding, maybe Hancock also knows that Ion has not really accepted his feelings, but it can also make Hancock declare to the whole sea that he is the woman of Lord Ion. That's enough. Hancock's eyes narrowed happily, and he was wholeheartedly engaged with Ion every step of the wedding ceremony, and Yan's expression is always the look of reluctance and despair, which is in sharp contrast with the happy smile on Hancock's face, which is completely in line with Yan's being forced to marry by the pirate queen as a navy. Expressions on both sides. As the cumbersome etiquette was completed step by step, Ion and Hancock were also sent into the bridal chamber. It's just that as the festively decorated door was closed, Hancock and Yankai turned their heads to look at the chair in the deepest part of the room. I saw that Robin was sitting gracefully on a chair with a book in his hand, and that quiet and elegant atmosphere seemed out of tune with the festivity around him. "Why are you a woman here?" Hancock almost frowned. Robin ruffled the hair around his ear and said calmly without raising his head, "Don't worry about me, you can do whatever you want." 282 Chapter 282 Cheers. What to do? Hancock's expression instantly stiffened. With such a light bulb hanging here, even if Hancock wanted to do something, there was absolutely nothing he could do. Immediately, Hancock smiled and said, "This is the marriage room of the concubine and Lord Yan. You are not suitable to stay here, little sister." In this regard, Robin commented flatly, "That's just to confuse the Navy and the world government, and Vice Admiral Garp has also entered the Nine Snake Island, and he can only hide here is the safest. You guy, do you want to fight?" Just when Hancock wanted to do something, the people outside the house heard the abrupt movement and shouted, "Lord Snake, are you alright?" Hancock gave Robin a hard look before answering, "Fine, Sir Snake G. Don't forget to change a set of clothes and come out soon. There is a banquet later." The voice outside the house reminded, "My concubine knows." After a pause, Hancock said unpleasantly to Robin, then walked behind the curtain and changed his clothes. "Then just stay here." As for Ion, on the surface, he looked indifferent and calm, as if he was not the center of the vortex. In fact, being sandwiched between Hancock and Robin, Ion was already a little numb in his heart. But soon after Hancock changed the outermost dresses that were not very actionable, he came out wearing a dignified and luxurious cheongsam, glanced at Robin disdainfully, and left the room with Ion in his arms. At this moment, the entire palace is already a sea of festivities, with a large amount of wine and food filling the entire square, and a large number of Nine Snake Island citizens gathered in it. With the appearance of Ion and Hancock on the palace square, the atmosphere of the square was instantly detonated. 147. Woo, I didn't expect Lord Snake G to get married so soon. Ion-sama is also unusually handsome today. Lord Snake, so beautiful. In this regard, Hancock leaned gently against Ion with a happy expression on his face, willing to sit beside Ion and let Ion sit at the top. Marigold stood up at the right time and announced, "Then the banquet begins. Let's congratulate Lord Snake G on his marriage." For a time, the square was completely lively. The warriors with considerable status in the Nine Snake Island also began to toast Hancock and Ion one after another, and introduce themselves. After all, as long as Hancock is still the emperor of the Nine Snakes, Ion will also have the most lofty status in the Nine Snakes Island since then. What's more, he was in close contact with men, and he was also a man whom Snake G-sama admired. This undoubtedly makes Yan naturally possess a mysterious aura in the Nine Snake Island, attracting a large number of Nine Snake warriors to come forward one after another. In response to this, Ian could only respond one by one with a stiff expression, looking at the heroic women in front of him pouring wine in big bowls without changing his expression. Ian had to take a sip of some meaning. Seeing this scene, Lieutenant General Karp, who was sitting on the side who was also feasting, couldn't help frowning. He found a table-sized wine bowl and walked up to it and said carelessly, "Good guy, the toasters have already changed 2 or 3 pinch. You brat still hasn't lost half of a small bowl of wine. Are you moisturizing your lips?" this. Seeing this, Ian couldn't help crying and saying, "Lieutenant General Garp, I'm not in good health and can't drink too much." "Then drink more." With that said, Lieutenant General Garp threw the small bowl in Ion's hand aside and stuffed the large wine bowl into Ion's arms. "Come on, I'll give you a toast for the Warring States period." Immediately, Lieutenant General Garp poured out loudly. At this moment, Yan's face turned black. "Neither is drinking, nor is not drinking. If it means staying in Zyajin's castle, Ion will drink as soon as he drinks. It's a big deal to let Zyajin block the castle and don't let himself leave." Just in cap in front of the Lieutenant General, Ion was afraid that he would say something he shouldn't say when he was drunk, which would be really bad. However, Lieutenant General Garp gave Ian a chance to think. Looking at himself pouring a whole bowl, Ian didn't move at all. He just picked up Ian, took the wine bowl and started pouring it for Ian. Stand up. Compared to Lieutenant General Garp's terrifying physique, Ion's pure brute force has no room for resistance. Grumble, cough. Don't drink it. Gugugulu, I'll drink it myself." With a lot of fine wine in his stomach, Ion also broke the jar and fell so as not to be choked to death on the spot. "Ha ha ha, well done. Otherwise people would think the Navy wouldn't drink anymore." Listening to Cap's speech, which is more like a loose and free pirate than the disciplined Navy, Ian couldn't help but rolled his eyes, feeling that he was in good condition, and he was relieved that he was far from drunk. However, what Ion didn't expect was that Garp mentioned the wine jar next to him and filled the exaggerated wine bowl for Ion again, saying, "The bowl just now was from the Warring States period, and now I will personally honor you with a bowl." "Then thank you, Lieutenant General Garp." Ion said word by word, especially the pronunciation of "thank you" a lot more, and then he drank the wine in his hand again. And as he ate 2 bowls of fine wine, Ion's face flushed slightly, and the whole person gradually became a little excited under the stimulation of alcohol. "Boy Yen, this bowl belongs to Lieutenant General Crane, but she specifically asked me to let you remember to apologize to Jun when you go back." Jun. Thinking of the heroic female swordsman like a rabbit, Ian felt a sense of guilt in his heart, and his determination to refuse to drink no matter what instantly turned into helplessness. Cuckoo. This time, Ion drank the wine in the bowl almost in a few breaths. Next is Cousins and Paul Salino. By the way, Sakaski seems to have followed a lot of courtesy, which is a little unexpected. Afterwards, Lieutenant General Garp ordered almost all the senior officers of the Navy, and he was pouring wine in a big bowl without giving Ian a chance to stop or think. Unconsciously, this grand banquet has lasted until the middle of the moon, and a large number of 9 Snake citizens have already fallen asleep while drunk. As for Lieutenant General Garp and Ion, there were even more wine jars around. "Come on, Boy Yan, this bowl is for my grandson." Lieutenant General Garp, who was already drunk, said incoherently, completely unaware that Ian was already drunk and fell asleep. 283 Chapter 283 A Sore and Numb Body. Seeing this, Sandasonia, who led the most elite troops in 9 Snake Island to maintain law and order and vigilance, stepped forward and persuaded him. "Lieutenant General Garp, Lord Yan is already drunk. I will escort you back to the battleship to rest now." "Huh? Is it?" Lieutenant General Garp shook his head and pointed at Ian carelessly. "Ha ha ha, you are really useless. You fell so quickly." Immediately, Lieutenant General Garp stood up swaying and followed Sandasonia to leave the palace and return to the direction of the battleship. As for Marigold, who was also tasked with vigilance, he stepped forward to remind him that he was also drunk. Hancock said with his hazy eyes, "Sir, the banquet is over." "Huh? Is it over?" Hancock flipped his hair and said with a charming smile on his face, "These idiots, they still want to drink up their concubines. How is it possible?" After a pause, Hancock rolled his eyes and said softly, "Concubine? Where is the concubine Sama? Ion Sama." Soon, Hancock found Ion, who was drunk, and went to the room. Boom. Under the astonished gaze of Robin sitting in the corner, Hancock kicked the door directly, staggered and helped Ian walk in, and then, snap, the two fell directly to the ground, so drunk. Seeing this, Robin hesitated for a while, and confirmed through the flower fruit ability that no one else was approaching the room. He closed the book in his hand, and walked forward, looking at all with rosy cheeks, drunk and falling asleep, Ion and Hancock. Immediately, Robin carefully closed and locked the door, and then helped Ion to the bed. As for Hancock, Robin doesn't care about that shameless woman. Immediately, Robin helped Ion take off the outermost dress that was almost soaked in fine wine, and poured a basin of water to help Ion wipe off the alcohol from that body. But gradually, Robin, who was helping Ion wipe his face, looked at Ion's peaceful and beautiful face, but his movements couldn't help but stop. Why? Unconsciously, Robin, who has always maintained a calm and elegant, had tears in his eyes, and dripped down on Ion's face unwillingly, muttering, "Brother Yan, do you really want to abandon me? Why, didn't you say that I could stay in your castle forever? Didn't you say you were going to take me to the historical text? It's obvious that I've worked so hard and tried my best to play my role. Hearing the hazy voice mixed with sobbing in his ears, Ian opened his eyes dazedly. It's just that under the influence of a lot of alcohol, everything Ian saw in front of him was blurry. A lot of ghost images kept appearing, and the sounds coming into the ears also felt far and near. Only the faint cry could be discerned in front of Ian. Is Hancock crying? Ian only felt that the confused consciousness could fall asleep again at any time, and with only a little thinking ability left, he thought that Hancock regretted it after all. Also, after all, it is such an important moment in life, but it is fake guilt, Ian said with difficulty. Don't cry. I'll make it up to you in the future. It's me who's sorry for you. How to compensate? In the blur, Ian vaguely heard such a sentence and murmured, a real huge wedding that the whole sea will remember. How about it? At this moment, Robin was completely stunned, and the tears couldn't stop flowing down. Whether what Ian said was true or false, Robin felt that he was completely satisfied, and he couldn't hold back his heart any longer, and hugged Jan tightly. The body temperature of both parties also gradually increased unconsciously, and Hancock, who had been in a state of drunkenness, was also awakened in a daze when he heard the noise that sounded from time to time in his ears. Yeah, where's Mr. Yan? Hancock's hazy eyes opened, trying to find Ian's figure. What, is Sir Ian already waiting for a concubine? Hancock showed a naive smile, struggling to get up from the ground, but with his hands and feet weak, he could only drill towards Ian like a beautiful snake in the end. Tired, so tired. As a ray of sunlight hit Ian's eyes from the gap on the windowsill, he suddenly felt like he was falling apart, and his joints were sore everywhere, especially the waist. Ian felt like it was almost broken, as if it was no longer his own. Ian opened his eyes little by little with difficulty, squinting subconsciously as the sunlight reflected. Is it already morning? Damn, it seems that I was really drunk by the old bastard capper last night. The feeling of hangover is so uncomfortable. Why is this body so useless? Just as Ian was thinking about it and was about to get up, he felt that his left and right arms were being pressed by something, and he couldn't move at all. Ian subconsciously slowly turned his head and looked to the left. Hancock's beautiful sleeping face was still so swaying. And many more. Me and Hancock, same bed. But soon, Ian calmed down. It's okay. Last time I was drunk with Kuzan, didn't we do nothing? Clothes are also intact, so the current situation should be like this, Ian thought, looking down Hancock's neck. Ian couldn't help gasping for breath, his nose almost getting hot. Done. My innocent body is really. Just when Ian subconsciously wanted to stretch out his right hand to cover his mouth, he suddenly realized that his right arm seemed to be pressed by something. Little by little, Ian slowly turned his head to the other side, and what Ian saw was Robin's calm and elegant face. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 148. Difficult, isn't it? Ian's eyes widened, and he slowly lowered his head in disbelief. The next moment, Ian only felt his heart stagnate, and the whole person was completely stiff. This situation will be punished by God. How could this be? Subconsciously, Ian almost instinctively wanted to run away, but he was caught between Hancock and Robin, and even his arms were pressed. Ian, who was sore and numb, could be said to be completely unable to move. At this moment, Jan seemed to understand what was going on with his body. It's not a simple hangover at all, it's a new recruit, and it's unbearable to conquer. 284 Chapter 284. It's great not to be hacked. So, what to do? Jan's eyes widened, staring at the ceiling blankly, completely bewildered. Can anyone tell me how to deal with this situation now? Is it to pretend to be asleep, or to pretend to be dead in one step? Online, wait, urgent. At this moment, Lieutenant General Garp's hearty laughter sounded from the door. Boy Yen, get up. How did you sleep last night? Shocked by this sound, Robin and Hancock woke up almost at the same time with their eyes open, and then looked at the woman across from them, instantly stunned. Hancock, Robin, how could you, woman? Before Hancock and Robin could finish speaking in unison, Ian interrupted quietly. Then, how about discussing this issue later? Suddenly, the room fell into a dead silence for a moment, and gradually, Hancock and Robin, who turned to look at Ian, also understood what happened. The next moment, as Lieutenant General Garp's loud footsteps stopped abruptly at the door, there was a fierce knock on the door. Bang bang bang. Boy Yan, wake up, open the door. I will replace the warring states to supervise whether you worked last night. Along with Lieutenant General Garp's rough voice, Sandasonia and Marigold's dissuasive voices also sounded. Lieutenant General Garp, please stop. Lieutenant General Garp, this is the living area of the elder sister. You can't approach it. In this regard, Lieutenant General Garp's disapproving voice continued to sound, and he said carelessly, okay, I won't break in, I'll just wake them up. This is what Ian's father asked. In the room, with the appearance of Lieutenant General Garp, the atmosphere became tense in vain. You know, it is impossible for the door to block Lieutenant General Garp, although he said he would not break in. What if there is an accident? How to explain? Immediately, Hancock and Robin Robin, who understood the seriousness of the matter, looked at each other and did not continue to speak, but each pulled half of the quilt to get up. Yan, wait, what about me? Who can help me? I can't move my body. After a while, Lieutenant General Garp, who was shouting at the door, became impatient, and when he was about to slam the door again, the door slowly opened from the inside. Ion, whose face was pale, without a trace of blood, seemed to be floating while walking, and appeared in front of Garp with the movement of slightly supporting the door. At this moment Garp was still quite satisfied. He couldn't help but nodded and said, "Is that right, Ian? You said that you don't want to, and your body is not very honest." "Bastard, asshole." Ian gritted his teeth. "Why are you trying to get me drunk, you bastard? Ahaha, have you been found?" Lieutenant General Garp scratched his head and said unabashedly, "I'm not worried that you won't cooperate for the first time. Otherwise, when will I be able to finish my mission and go on vacation? I was killed by you, Garp, you bastard." "I remember it," Ian said word by word. "Remember, just remember." Immediately, Lieutenant General Garp turned around and left, waved his hand, and said, "I'll check again in 2 days. Ian, you kid, remember to work harder for me." "Bastard, asshole." As Ian closed the door with difficulty, he turned to look at Hancock and Robin in the room, only to feel that his legs were weak and he was a little unstable. Finally, after a moment of silence, Hancock folded his arms and spoke arrogantly towards Robin. "Anyway, Mr. Yan is already the husband of the concubine. Since Mr. Yan likes it, it is not unacceptable to have 1 or 2 concubines." In this regard, Robin smiled lightly and said, "You're just a latecomer. This wedding doesn't count at all." "What, are you jealous of your concubine, you unattractive woman?" "Oh, when did the appearance and no connotation become the capital of showing off? The weak obviously got the power bestowed by Lord Ion, but still a useless weak. Don't you feel ashamed? Tisk, the tribal lord of a remote island, a pirate who has no knowledge at all. Do you think you have the ability to make a difference in Yan's career? A little help?" For a time, Hancock and Robin started arguing with each other. "Okay, stop talking." Finally, Ion frowned and tried to speak. "It's my problem, you two." "No." However, before Ian finished speaking, Hancock and Robin interrupted Ian in unison and said, "It has nothing to do with brother Ion/sir, it's the woman's problem." I said, "Enough." Finally, in Ion's stern tone, Hancock and Robin stopped completely. Ugh. Ian sighed. His feet were a little unsupported after all. He sat directly on the ground and then spoke slowly. "It's irreversible. Meaningless quarrels are useless, and as adults, do you want me to make that ridiculous choice of who to choose?" Under the gaze of Hancock and Robin, Ion raised his eyes, looked at them, and said, "I won't choose. Although it is a bit heavy, since things have already happened. No matter how serious the corresponding consequences and responsibilities are, I will still try to bear them." "So, Hancock, Robin." After a pause, Ion said with unparalleled seriousness in his eyes, "Please believe me, the future you hope for, I will definitely realize it for you." "Of course, Lord Ion, the concubine will always trust you," Hancock said. "Brother Yan, whether in the past or in the future, I will always stand behind you," Robin said. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Ion's pale face. It was nice not to be hacked on the spot. A month later, Lieutenant General Garp left contentedly. Yan, on the other hand, stared blankly at Lieutenant General Garp away, and the whole person was stunned. Hancock really pregnant? And what Lieutenant General Garp didn't know was that not only Hancock but also Robin was diagnosed by the doctor as pregnant at the same time. "Obviously you haven't done anything yet." "No, it just happened once a month ago without knowing anything." "Is this such a precise strike?" Ion is still incomprehensible and suspicious of life to this day. For a time, Yan's heart was heavy, and he didn't know how to face this fact. "Are your children about to be born?" What makes Ian feel guilty is, in this chaotic sea, can he really protect the child? 285 Chapter 285 Connection with the Times. At this moment, Ion seriously suspects that there is something wrong with this sea. With frequent natural disasters, pirates, and man-made disasters, and various high-pressure dark systems, the population of the sea has never been declining. Ian seems to have found it. Could it be that the people in the sea are all prone to pregnancy? There seems to be a real possibility. Even Charlotte Lingling, whose body can be called a giant, can intermarry with husbands of different races, and it seems that the continuous high yields can explain the problem. It's just, Ion wasn't quite ready for that. All of this came so unexpectedly. For a time, Ion suddenly felt unparalleled pressure and responsibility. In all the preparations and plans that Ion has made in the past, it was completely unexpected for the child. In the past, Ion's preparations and plans for the future purely considered the old man's pension and his life after his defeat against the world government. As for finding a wife, in Yen's original idea, he planned to find someone who could cover his fragile body all the time. But how could he have thought that there would be 2 more burdens all of a sudden? Those 2 things are not ordinary troubles. Not to mention the time and energy that needs to be spent, but also milk powder, nutrition, Ian, medical expenses, travel expenses. Ian leaned on the windowsill of the palace, smashed his mouth, and after a simple countdown, his brows could not help but wrinkle completely, and there was an inexplicable urge to smoke. More importantly, Ian understands how dangerous and unbalanced the sea is. If he is not careful, those two things will be in vain. This is best illustrated by the past experiences of Hancock and Robin. A childhood home was suddenly destroyed by artillery fire, and since then embarked on a journey of wandering. One was caught by human traffickers, and then became the most miserable slave in the world government. Ian, who clearly still felt a happy father feeling at this time, thought that the miniature version of himself might be reduced to that level, and Wu Ming's anger rose up inexplicably, and subconsciously he punched him on the windowsill. Boom. What's the matter, Lord Ian? Wearing a purple cheongsam, Hancock, who was more mature and charming than before, saw this, walked behind Ian and gently surrounded Ian, and asked with concern. Feeling the softness behind him, Ian's heart warmed, and his emotions quickly calmed down, and replied, "No, I just thought of some bad things that might happen in the future." After a pause, Ian went on to explain, "It's about the child. Sigh, these things are too abrupt. I have no preparation at all. Lord Ian will definitely be the best father." Hancock, who was leaning behind Ian, said softly, "But if Lord Yan doesn't like it, then the concubine will find a way to make the doctor." At the end of Hancock's words, he didn't say it, but Ian instantly understood what Hancock meant, which also made Ian fall into a moment of silence. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 149. Although there is no such thing as high housing prices or high betrothal gifts in the sea, the issues of class and security are much more serious. In Yan's view, even Yan himself has not been able to fully protect himself. And what if the child is a boy and accidentally bumps into the Tianlong people when he grows up? Or is it a girl and then was taken by the Tianlong people? How to resist? What did Ian resist? Ian didn't want to watch his child leave him. He could only be as helpless as the old man in the Warring States period. It's just that in front of the Tianlong people, there is not much room for people like Ian who are just ordinary families to resist. And then, even if Ian sacrificed himself, the children would have to live in hiding under the pursuit of the world government for the rest of their lives. For a time, Ian had a sense of anxiety inexplicably. However, when Ian turned around and put Hancock in his arms and touched Hancock's flat belly with both hands, he suddenly felt his connection with it, and even with this era. In the past, Ian, who retained the thinking of his previous life, was cautious and serious in his thinking and actions, but there was a sense of estrangement, and he lacked recognition of this era. In other words, compared to Hancock's superficial willfulness, Ian, who lacks the most basic sense of identity in his heart, is the real willfulness towards the sea. It was only at this time that Ian suddenly felt his connection with this era, and his bloodline began to continue in the sea. Hancock, Ian said softly. Well, can you work hard to be a mother? Ian asked. If it's for Lord Ian, the concubine is very willing. Hancock replied without hesitation. Immediately, Ian and Hancock embraced quietly for a moment, and after chatting about the details that need to be paid attention to later in life, they hurriedly walked to a study not far away. And Robin, as the secretary to the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, is orderly processing the relevant reports submitted by the Revolutionary Army every day. Cough cough. Ian coughed twice, but Robin didn't raise his head and continued to deal with the documents while speaking flatly. Is there something wrong with Brother Yan? That Ian, who was standing beside Robin, muttered for a while, but he didn't know how to speak. And as Robin combined a document in front of him, he subconsciously picked up the coffee beside him and planned to take a few sips, but after thinking about it, he put the coffee down again and said, "Brother Yan, find a way to help me find something refreshing. I can't drink coffee now." Ian listened to Robin's invisible answer to his own words. He couldn't help but smiled and said, "Robin, you go to rest. I'll just deal with the documents." No, didn't Brother Yan said that he had something to do with the secretary before? As Brother Yan's secretary, I can handle these things, Robin said while continuing to process the documents. If Brother Yan is okay, just go do something else. Hearing this, Ian simply sat on the side and began to organize the affairs of the Revolutionary Army. Even for those two unborn things, Ian felt like he had to work harder. In the next few months, Ian practiced non-stop while calculating various plans. Seeing that Hancock and Robin's stomachs gradually became round, Ian couldn't sit still. Afterwards, Ian quietly transferred Perona temporarily to 9 Snake Island to strengthen the defense, and after preventing more than 2 Admiral-level combat forces from attacking at the same time, he quietly left 9 Snake Island with Xiao Jin. 286 Chapter 286 For the Next Generation. Hey Yan, how's Hancock doing? Is it okay? What are you in a hurry, old man? My child was born, not yours, Ian said impatiently. What did you bastards would say, "That's your Laozi's grandson." Laozi with you said that if something happened to the grandson, I would kill you on the spot. Okay, are you busy now? A lot of nonsense. Immediately, Ian hung up the call of the Warring States Marshal and couldn't help but pouted. Since it was confirmed that Hancock was pregnant, Marshal Lay of the Warring States period called him once a week and asked about Hancock's situation every time. This kind of concern, even Ian has not enjoyed it yet, which makes Ian fully understand that in the eyes of the old man of the Warring States period, he has become a tool man. It's just that Yan was not on Nine Snake Island at all, but went out to find a way to earn money for milk powder, so he didn't dare to talk nonsense with the Marshal of the Warring States period so as to avoid being heard by the Marshal of the Warring States period. After all, in the eyes of the Navy and the world government, Yan is probably equivalent to the Mrs. Yazai who was forcibly robbed to Nine Snake Island, and it is impossible to leave Nine Snake Island quietly. After hanging up the routine phone call from Marshal of the Warring States period, Yan readjusted the mask on his face, turned around and opened the cabin door and walked in. "Sorry for keeping you waiting," Ion spoke while sitting on a seat that was almost flush with Drago. Immediately, many senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army in the cabin also respectfully greeted Ion, and some people's eyes were even more curious. Is the rumored chief of staff who has an extremely mysterious identity? Ion looked around for a week, nodded in response to their greetings, and said, "Then, comrades, I'm not being polite. Let's start the meeting first." Immediately, Ion put a large stack of documents in his hand on the table and said, "As for the first 5-year plan named Sparks of Fire All Over the Sea, it has been in progress for nearly 2 years now. Recently, I did a summary of the situation and found that the progress was somewhat unsatisfactory." Immediately, the expressions of the senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army present could not help but stagnate. Seeing this, Durag hurriedly rounded up the field and said, "This Chief of Staff, comrades have worked very hard. Judging from the current progress, the expected goal can still be achieved." In response, Ion shook his head and said solemnly, "Comrades, our Revolutionary Army is not a pirate group, nor is it an organization whose purpose is to seek interests and selfish desires. Everyone here has an ideal to gather here, and they all hope to change the sea and open up a new era of ideals. And the goals in the 5-year plan previously formulated are just the most basic, with self-protection as the goal. But the times can change at any time, and the opportunity to realize our common ideal may appear at any time. And what can we do? That is to have the ability to seize the opportunity as much as possible when the opportunity arises. I want my comrades to remember that what we are doing is not just for us, but for the countless civilians who have or are going through what we have endured, and the next generation who don't want them to go through similar suffering and darkness again. The road is still long, and the extra step you are taking now may bring us closer to the ideal new era. So, don't slack off, don't just stare at the expected goals, but try your best to be proactive and speed up the accumulation and development of the organization." As Ion's series of powerful speeches echoed in the cabin, the high-level Revolutionary Army present was silent, and then there was a violent sound of approval. "The Chief of Staff is right. I have been slack in the past. Yes, we joined the organization to fight for the ideal in our hearts. Why are we usually so lazy and complacent? As expected of the Chief of Staff, I'm far less advanced than me. For the light of that new era, I am willing to give everything." Hearing the endless compliments and the admiration in the eyes of the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army, Ian raised his hand and said, "We are all comrades who work together for ideals. Don't engage in unnecessary personal worship. Compared with everyone, I just walked a little faster, and I played a role in guiding you a little bit. But whether we can change the sea and strive for a new ideal and new era depends on the strength of all comrades. I also hope that all comrades can clearly understand this and treat every other comrades equally. At least on the road of common struggle, every comrade is the closest comrade in arms and brother in arms relationship to each other." Many senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army responded in unison, "Yes, Chief of Staff." Seeing this, Ian nodded, then spread out the document in his hand and said, "Because of the unique geography of the sea was previously planned to be divided into 6 areas: East, South, West, North Sea, and the front and rear sections of the Great Route for development. Among them, Bihai has taken root in the underground channel in the hands of the Don Quixote family in the past 2 years, and secretly overthrew more than 10 kingdoms. The progress is not bad. As for other areas, the progress is still not very optimistic in my opinion, especially the second half of the Great Route, even with the secret help of the Don Quixote family. But so far it hasn't taken root completely." After this meeting, almost all the senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army who walked out of the meeting were sweating profusely, but it was Ion who constantly confirmed a lot of details and difficulties with their own responsibilities and tasks. Inside the cabin, Drago smashed his mouse mouth and said, "Chief of Staff, are you too strict?" Ian looked up at Drago in surprise and then said, "This must be severe." Drago, unrestrained freedom is only suitable for pirates, not for the Revolutionary Army. It's okay now, and any mistakes in the future may be infinitely magnified in front of the world government and involve thousands of lives. Drago was silent for a moment, but he had to think that Ian was right. It's just that the men in the sea have the romantic nature of pursuing freedom and ideals, so let alone the Revolutionary Army organization that is still developing carefully. Even those pirate groups like the Overlords of the Sea, or the Navy, or even the world government don't pay much attention to personal control. 287 Chapter 287 Planning Magic Valley Town. You are right, I will continue to strengthen this aspect in the future. Drago said, "It's not too much, as long as they can understand the priorities and focus on the organization." Ion simply mentioned one sentence and did not intervene too much in this kind of management that should be the responsibility of the leader, and instead said, "In the past 2 years, the comrades of the Revolutionary Army have generally begun to disperse throughout the sea, and they are trying their best to develop on the premise of maintaining concealment. This is not a problem, but the problem is that after the Revolutionary Army personnel are scattered like this, it is inevitable that there will be insufficient strength everywhere, and some even lack the ability to resist pirates." Drago nodded and said, "Well, the situation of insufficient personnel and insufficient combat power does exist. When the slaves in the secret port in the Red Earth continent gradually get rid of the psychological shadow of the past and carry out corresponding training, the situation will soon improve." Ian heard the words, squinted his eyes and thought for a while, and then said, "This is still not enough. It is too scattered. If we want to speed up the development speed, we must form a core in each region, and form a specific network of comrades scattered in each region for divergence." Core. Drago asked, "Will this be too dazzling and attract the attention of the world government in advance?" Yan smiled and said, "Durag, what privileges do the countries that join the world government enjoy?" "Forget. What do you mean? Do you take action against the countries that join the world government?" Drago asked in shock. "Darkness under the lights is the easiest thing to hide," Ian said slowly, and pulled a map from the side and drew several places on it and said, "Let's take a trip together while I have 6 or 7 months left." "It is good." Drago nodded, suddenly realized something, and asked, 6 or 7 months? What's wrong?" The corners of Ion's mouth hidden behind the mask couldn't help but twist slightly, and then said, "It's nothing, you'll find out later." Drago stared at Ion with exploratory eyes and said, "Chief of Staff, I always feel that your attitude is much more positive now than before. If it was before, you would definitely not run around by yourself." Ion shrugged and didn't speak, but pointed directly to a spot on the map in front of him and said, "It's the closest to us. We'll go here first." Drago glanced at it and said, "Here? This is not a country that joins the world government. If I remember correctly, it should be a gathering place for pirates who don't care. It just so happens that this is a special place, a place that is more suitable for the core than the world government member countries, and it is quite secret." After a pause, Ian said, "Certainly not on the sea, but further up." A month later, a Revolutionary Army ship disguised as a merchant ship docked in the town of Magic Valley, Gaia Island. It can be said that among the pirate ships on the coast, the ships in the shape of merchant ships are particularly eye-catching, and instantly attracted the attention of a large number of pirates. "Hey, look over there, it seems to be a big fat sheep." "Idiot, do ordinary merchant ships dare to approach here? Just wait and see." "Quack, don't worry, let the others test if this is a lost lamb." In the low voice of these pirates, as 4 people wearing grey cloaks who could not see their faces boarded the town of Magic Valley, most of the pirates suppressed their greed. Without it, it is purely the she-male King Ivankov, who is about 4.5 meters tall, and the tyrant Basholomi Bear, who is nearly 7 meters tall. The deterrent power to ordinary pirates is self-evident. Facing the vicious eyes of those pirates, Ion, who was walking side by side with Drago at the front, was not at all nervous. After all, Ion's physique is weak compared to those monsters in the New World, but at least it is not weaker than the pirates in front of him. What's more, Ion has the protection of Durag, Ivankov, and the bear by his side. So Ion glanced at the surrounding environment and the pirates as if he was walking around while whispering to Durag and discussing. 150. It's still necessary for the pirates stranded here to clean up, otherwise these idle sea debris will be exposed to the organization. Well, Drago nodded in approval. Ian thought for a while and suggested, "Well, let's build a pirate hunting center here. Let's hide it first. When the Navy realizes that something is wrong, it will be listed as a bounty hunter, and all the pirates who pass through Gaia Island should be killed and caught." After a pause, Ion did not forget to add, "After all, the Navy can't handle the matter of maintaining the peace of the sea alone. If you can share a little, it's a little bit. Remember to receive a reward at that time, and it can be regarded as a financial income." "Okay, these pirates' bounties are almost not over 100 million and their strengths are only average. Make the preparations a few years in advance and then disguise the illusion of chickens pecking at each other during the battle, which may attract the attention of the world government and the navy. Very small, Drago replied. Just as many pirates were staring at these four uninvited guests, Ian and Drago were discussing in a low voice while they had simply circled around Mogotown and even the reconstruction plan for Mogotown in the future. All settled initially. Immediately afterwards, when Drago and Ion walked to the central area of Magic Valley Town, Drago stopped in front of a tavern and said, "Chief of Staff, go in for a drink. Speaking of which, I haven't had a drink with you yet." Listening to this suggestion, Ion almost subconsciously resisted. Still drank. Ion drank wine twice in his life. After one drink, he lay down with Kuzan and almost bowed his head. After one drink, he gained 2 wives and 2 unborn children. After drinking it again, Ion doesn't know how outrageous things can happen. And Drago, thinking of this, Ion got goosebumps and refused without hesitation. "No, last time I was drunk by that old man in your family and then I got slapped hard." Drago looked at Jan's incomparably resisted appearance and he couldn't force it for a while, so he had to say, "But the tavern is the place where the most information is concentrated, so go in and find out when the upwelling current you mentioned will break out next." As Durag entered the tavern for the first time, Ion immediately smelled a strange smell from the turbid air, which seemed to be a mixture of alcohol, sour sweat, and various odors. 288 Chapter 288 The Tragedy Caused by Juice. Dong dong. The costumes of Yan and his party that were incompatible with ordinary pirates also instantly attracted the attention of many pirates in the tavern. The originally noisy atmosphere produced a momentary silence. "What? Where's the strange guy from?" A wretched pirate who was sitting closest to the door turned his eyes away from Ian, watching Ian about to pass by, and while the surface was not moving, the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, and he quietly went to Ian's feet, stretched out a foot. This is also the reason why this wretched pirate chooses to drink in this position. Whenever he sees those arrogant and mighty pirates, they fall into the mud under their own feet and lose it completely. With a big face, the wretched pirate felt a burst of happiness in his heart. However, just as the wretched pirate's foot was about to touch Ion, the other foot suddenly stepped on top of the wretched pirate. Crack! A crisp sound sounded, and the wretched pirate's calf instantly bent 90 degrees. The wretched pirate was stunned for a moment, and then he felt the severe pain, struggling to fall to the ground, holding his calf and rolling back and forth screaming. "What?" Seeing this, the surrounding pirates burst into laughter. "That guy is finally planted. Interesting. It made me laugh." "It's okay, Kurt, you have another foot. Remember to continue sitting in that position next time." And the pirate named Kurt became even more enraged when he heard the harsh laughter, turned his head to look at Ion, and shouted threateningly, "You are all dead. I am a member of the Doe Pirates. You are waiting to be rounded and flattened by our captain." Just before Kurt finished speaking, Ivankov, who stepped on Kit's calf with one foot, bent over like a chicken, grabbed Kit's neck and lifted it, and walked outside the tavern. "Hip hop, little guy, don't be angry. Let me treat you." "Hey, bastard, let me go, let me go." Kurt struggled constantly, but his resistance only made Ivankov more excited, speaking in a weird voice. "Small things are quite energetic, but don't worry, I'm a doctor, not a formal kind." Finally, as the door of the tavern closes, covered with grey, Ivankov in the color cloak lifted the noisy Kurt out, making the tavern quiet again. To this, Drago and Ion did not react, and this small deterrence might reduce unnecessary trouble. Immediately, Durag, Jan and Seong went directly to the bar and sat down. The tavern owner, who was wiping his wine glass behind the bar, looked unfamiliar, but he took a second glance at the bear's body, which was almost indistinguishable from a little giant, and asked, "3 guests, what would you like to drink?" "2 glasses of wine and 1." Drago hesitated for a moment and cast his eyes on Ion. Ian said helplessly, "Juice bar, fruit juice." Not only was the tavern owner stunned, but the surrounding pirates who were paying attention to Ion and his party were even more sluggish for a few breaths. And then there was a burst of laughter. "I heard it right. This is Magic Valley Town, a place where pirates gather, and they came to the tavern to order juice. It's so funny, isn't that guy still a minor? Hey kid, go home for milk." "What juice?" For the unscrupulous ridicule of the pirates around, Ion did not take it seriously, but confirmed to the tavern owner, "No juice. I can add money." Hearing the word add money, the boss responded quickly and replied, "Yes, as long as you have money, let alone juice. Human blood is fine." Immediately, the boss first poured a glass of rum, which is the most common type of rum in the sea, for Durag and the bear, and then went to the back to prepare the juice. Soon, a glass of apparently freshly squeezed orange juice was placed in front of Ion. "Tasty." Ion took off the lower part of the mask, took a sip, praised it, and asked, "Boss, by the way, do you know the next eruption time of the nearby sky current?" "Huh? Is it soaring to the sky? Asked the tavern owner. 100,000 Bailey. You can answer. Hearing this, Ian took out a stack of Baileys from his arms and put it in front of the tavern owner. Immediately, the tavern owner's smile brightened a lot and answered, according to the rules, it will probably be 5 nautical miles away from the northwest in 5 days. If you want to pass, remember to avoid it. Avoid. Ian smiled but did not explain that the meaning of his search for the sky current was not to avoid it. After the tavern owner finished speaking, he also directly stretched out his hand to put away the pile of Bailey and then said, the extra Bailey comes with a piece of information. Kurt is considered a small person in the Doe Pirates, but the overall strength of the Doe Pirates is terrible in Magic Valley Town. The overall reward is as high as 50 million Bailey, and he will not leave. Maybe you won't have the chance to see the soaring ocean currents. Do not worry. Ian raised the juice in his hand towards the tavern owner, took another sip, and said, we're not good people either. As Ion's voice fell, a drunken pirate walked staggeringly from behind Ion. Suddenly, the pirate seemed to be about to fall. The wine glass in his hand shook, and a lot of wine was directly spilled into Ion's juice. Immediately, the pirate said in an extremely low-key tone, oops, sorry, my hand slipped. You guy, did you do it on purpose? Seeing this, Durag said with some dissatisfaction, tisk, I did it on purpose. So what? He's obviously a kid who doesn't even know how to drink. If he wants to talk big, he hides in his mother's arms. However, before the pirate could finish speaking, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him, but the bear's arm was raised high, and then he pressed it. Boom. For a time, the somewhat dilapidated tavern was shaken a few times, and the pirate had been deeply pressed into the floor by the bear's palm. Immediately, the bear raised his head and asked slowly, sir, do you want to kill him? Forget it, just an alcoholic who drinks. Ian waved his hand and said, besides, I'm past the age where I need to use alcohol to show my courage. It's just a pity for this glass of juice. Immediately, Ion directly picked up the glass of juice that was already dirty and placed it in front of the pirate, who was pressed to the ground by the bear and had at least a dozen broken bones all over his body. Let's go. I still don't like places like pubs very much. After that, Ion got up straight and walked towards the door of the tavern. 289 Chapter 289, Sky Island. It's a pity. The pub is obviously a good place, but the guests here are really bad, Drago said helplessly, drank his glass of rum in one breath, and then left the tavern. And as the figures of Yan and his party disappeared into the tavern, the pirates, who were originally in awe of the power displayed by the bear, gradually resumed the excitement. As for the pirate companion who was slapped into the floor by the bear, he stepped forward and worked for more than 10 minutes. This was considered to be the complete digging out of his companion. Take me back to see the captain. I must make those guys pay the price. The pirate with a broken body spoke viciously, his eyes full of resentment. However, when the pirates walked out of the door of the tavern, they seemed to be stunned. With a stunned expression, I saw that the road in front of the tavern was full of potholes, as if it had been trampled by some giant beast. More importantly, the pile of people who piled up like a hill in front of them. Noodles, Doe Pirates. Soon, these pirates recognized that the group of Doe Pirates who were folded into a hill in front of them was the Doe Pirates. The one lying at the bottom with only one head exposed was the captain of the Doe Fruit, capable of being invincible in melee combat. Could it be that just a few guys did it? 50 million Bailey just got knocked down like this. Doe Pirates. This is considered to be destroyed by the group. For a time, the pirates who were still thinking of going back and complaining to the captain trembled like a sieve. For those pirates' reactions that could only be regarded as squatting, Ion and his party didn't take it to heart at all, and they had already returned to the ship. In fact, Ivankov did it all by himself to destroy the Doe Pirates. When Yan and his party left the tavern, Ivankov was already done. I said, Ivankov, you tortured the entire Doe Pirate group again, and then turned the pirate named Kurt into a woman. After that, Kurt will be miserable. Ian said, ha ha ha. Ivankov said disapprovingly, Master Chief of Staff, maybe Kurt will be able to comprehend the way of human beings from this, and he has embarked on a completely different path since then. Ian couldn't help shaking as he listened, swearing that even if he was shattered to pieces in the presence of Ivankov, he couldn't get drunk anyway, and even dipped a drop of alcohol. So scary. If you are not careful, it is not impossible for you to be a father, but to be a mother. Immediately, Ian and Ivankov the monster had a brief chat before leaving in a hurry, returning to his room to continue perfecting the plan. Soon, 5 days later, on the sea surface northwest of Gaia Island, it's about to start. Yan, Durag, Bear, and Ivankov stood at the bow of the ship and watched the changes on the sea in the distance. A vortex that is enough to engulf hundreds of ships in an instant is forming rapidly, as if a huge amount of sea water is being swallowed by some monster on the seabed. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 151. The scale of this vortex is more terrifying than I imagined, Drago said with a slight frown. There is no huge accumulation of seawater, otherwise it would not be called the sky current, Yan replied. The next moment the huge vortex stopped abruptly, and then, boom, a sound as if the entire sea was shaking violently broke out, and a huge ocean current in the center of the original whirlpool shot into the sky like a fountain. What surprised Drago and others was that the width of that ocean current was comparable to that of half an island, and the power that burst out went straight into the sky, even to the extent that the end could not be seen at a glance. What terrifying power, Ivankov said in shock, then asked, Chief of Staff, we won't take this ocean current to the empty island you mentioned. Looking at Ivankov's pale face, Yan said with a smile, ha ha ha, of course not. How could I do that kind of mindless risky behavior? After a pause, Ion continued, the reason for waiting for the eruption of the sky current is just because the sky current can accurately find the empty island that will float over the sky at the same time. It plays a role in positioning, not a means of transportation. Immediately, Ion said to Drago and the bear, let's fly directly to the air island to confirm the situation. Ivankov is acting according to the plan. Let's go back to Gaia Island and act according to the plan. Immediately, Ion took Zyajin and Drago to fly first and rushed over the edge of the black cloud in the sky. As for the bear, he was not in a hurry but continued to wait on the boat. Ian and Drago stopped and continued. It is the ability of the flesh ball fruit developed by the bear to the extent that it can bounce people or objects to a certain ultra-long distance destination, but it does not really have the rare flying ability after all. Therefore, after the bear learned from Yan's mouth that there is also an ocean in the sky island that can make the ability of the capable person ineffective, he can only wait for Yan and Drago to determine the arrival position for him before setting off. Whoosh! Yan and Drago's figures quickly passed through the clouds and went directly to the edge of the sky above, and as Yan and Drago broke through the thick dark clouds, the sun was shining, and a piece of pure white spread to the end of the line of sight to form an island-like shape. Is this an empty island? Drago, who arrived at the empty island for the first time, opened his eyes slightly and couldn't help showing shock in his eyes, said, Chief of Staff, if you hadn't repeatedly affirmed the existence of the empty island, I really thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect it to exist and be so magnificent. Yeah, it's magnificent. Ion was also shocked at this time and murmured. Even though Ion also knew the existence of the empty island in the memory of his previous life, he was still amazed by the endless pure white that he saw with his own eyes. This is a real walk on top of the clouds. Yan and Drago slowly flew towards the center of the sky island while looking around curiously. Strange island creatures, peculiar white ocean, and peculiar warm climate. However, crack! Two lightning bolts suddenly appeared above Ion and Drago and fell accurately towards Ion and Drago. The speed with which the two lightning bolts fell and the degree of abruptness, let alone Drago, even Yan, who was always maintaining a domineering look, didn't react and was directly hit. 290 Chapter 290 Return of Life. Hairspray hand. Boom! For a time, Ion and Drago were filled with lightning, and as the lightning dissipated, even with the inhuman physique of Dragon, he was lit up with black smoke, and the messy hairstyle that was full of domineering and ferocious was completely reduced to an explosive head. It's just that Drago didn't care about his injury at all at this time, and quickly turned his head to look at Yan. Ian's physique Drago is completely clear. This lightning strikes. It is estimated that it is familiar. However, when Drago turned his head and looked, he found that Ion was pulling down the hood of his cloak intact, and while adjusting his hair that had not changed, he looked up at the sky. Are you okay? Drago asked unexpectedly. Ian tried his best to take the corner of his eye away from Drago's explosive head, forced a smile, and replied plainly, what can be wrong? No, this lightning, Drago said inexplicably. Hearing this, Ian stroked the cloak on his body and said, this baby on me is immune to lightning. Durag, isn't this cloak the organization's standard cloak? The cheapest material is used. How can it be immune to lightning? Immediately, when Drago touched his head with his palm, he realized that his hair didn't seem right and it felt a little fluffy. Suddenly, the corners of Drago's mouth couldn't help twitching slightly, and he could fully imagine what image he was now. And Yan, who pretended to look up at the sky deeply, couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly laughed. Durag. Immediately, Drago's palm brushed against his hair. For a time, as Drago's palm passed by, the originally fluffy explosive head instantly enjoyed silky smoothness again, and soon returned to the original hairstyle, and it was still the kind that was not turbulent in the wind. Cough cough. Drago lowered his head and glanced at the sea. After confirming that there was no problem, he coughed twice and changed the subject. Speaking of which, the return of life hairspray hand that you created, Ion, is really useful. It's not a creation, it's just broadening the idea of using the return of life. Suddenly, Ion's voice stopped and he groped his chin with one hand and fell into thought. The return of life is a special skill that can perfectly control the body. Even the hair can be controlled at will. Then, for a moment Ian felt a little enlightened. Since the last wedding night, Ion's legs have been weak for 3 days and the backache has been sore for a week before he managed to recover. Ion, who was drunk and lethargic, did not experience the joy of the process at all and understood the physical differences between the two sides. It was destined that this hand-to-hand combat was not of the same level at all. Since then, even though Ion's heart has been hot from time to time, he still does not dare to fight at will. And what if you use the technique of giving life back? Ian couldn't help gasping for breath. What's wrong? Drago watched Ion's expression changing rapidly, as if he was regretting something. No, hurry up to the Sky Island area and complete the task earlier. I still have some important experiments to arrange. Yan said seriously. It is good. Drago thought it was an important experiment involving the future of the sea, and his expression became a lot more serious, and the speed of Yan and Ion soared rapidly, moving quickly towards the central area of the empty island. But the chief of staff, the two lightning bolts just now don't seem to be normal natural phenomena, Drago said as he quickly passed over the sea of the empty island. Well, I know, a funny guy. Yan smiled, looked in a certain direction, and said, I've locked him in too. At the same time, the empty island is known as a sanctuary somewhere. Interesting. Qinghai people. Analu took a bite of the apple and commented proudly, how dare you say it? Is this going to challenge the gods? After a pause, Analu looked at the 4 priests who were respectfully waiting for the oracle below and said, it's up to you to give the 2 Qinghai people a trial to see if they are qualified to meet the gods. Yes, the 4 priests respectfully responded, and between Yan and Drago flying fast, they soon arrived at the island in the central area of the Sky Island, Angel Island. This Angel Island is also composed of some special clouds, and it looks white from a distance. When Ion and Drago stepped on the ground, it seemed like they were stepping on a soft quilt. But as Ion and Drago landed on Angel Island, Drago gasped slightly. How could it be? Obviously not much physical exertion. Why can't I breathe? Drago said suspiciously. Ian simply sat down and said, this is an altitude of 10,000 meters above the sea, and the oxygen is weak like the Holy Land Mary Joa. For a strong person with a strong physique and a huge demand for oxygen, it is normal to feel unable to breathe if you are not used to it for a while, and you need to adapt to it a bit. Immediately, Ion took out the bear's phone bug from his arms, pressed the button on it, and waited patiently with Drago. Soon, hundreds of figures wrapped in a bear paw-like air film fell from the sky and landed in front of Ion and Khorasan. Half of these people are technicians, and half are the most elite soldiers of the Revolutionary Army. It wasn't until the end that the bear took a picture of himself. Mr. Seong, you protect these comrades and start to measure and calculate the Sky Island, and make initial contact with the residents of the Sky Island. First, Drago and I go to the master of the Sky Island to communicate. Yes, Chief of Staff. The bear nodded. Immediately, Ion and Drago went in the direction of Analu together. Suddenly, Ion thought of something and said, by the way, Darag, leave the task of communicating with the master of the Sky Island to me. If the communication is unsuccessful, the rest will be handed over to you. Let's divide the labor and cooperate. There is no problem. Drago replied grimly. Very reasonable. Oh, right. Yan changed his words and said, when I got married, you didn't seem to be polite. Drago, who did not expect Ion to talk about this question, twitched at the corners of his mouth and said, I make up. That's not necessary. It seems too outlandish. After a pause, Ion continued, well, if I can get any valuable loot from the master of the Sky Island later, I will forget it. How about it? At the end, Ion sighed helplessly and said, the child's milk powder money is indeed a problem, and you have to start saving little by little in advance. Originally suspected that there might be something tricky about Ion, Drago, who was hesitating, couldn't bear to refuse when he heard this. 291 Chapter 291 God A Inilu. At this moment, Analu is monitoring the chat-like communication between Yan and Darag through the heart network formed by the combination of the sound thunderfruit ability and the domineering atmosphere of seeing and hearing, and has even distributed the spoils of war. Discourse. Originally, Inalu's expression, who was still waiting for the Qinghai people to go through layers of trials and then died to break into the performance in front of him, couldn't help but look a little ugly. Qinghai people broke into the realm of the gods, uttered wild words and contempt for the gods. The next moment, Analu slowly stood up from the golden throne and walked out of the temple step by step, looking down at the sanctuary made of ordinary soil that was 100 times more precious than gold on the empty island. In the distance, Ion and Drago, who were about to reach the sanctuary but could not be seen in the eyes, were also extremely clear in the heart net of Analu. Not qualified to accept the trial, die by God's sanction. The next moment, one of Analu's arms instantly turned into a thunderbolt and flew towards the sky. Boom! Almost in an instant, a terrifying thunder column poured down in the direction of Ion and Drago from top to bottom. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction all rights reserved. 152. Again. At the same time, Ion, who locked on Ennelugo with a domineering look, immediately noticed that Ennelugo was once again carrying out that kind of over-the-horizon thunderbolt attack. Don't be too ignorant. Is it true that you can't tell the difference between strengths and weaknesses? Immediately, Ion raised his palm upwards. The 81 binding Deo broke in space. Just when Draco, who was a bit slow to see and domineering, felt the arrival of the thunder, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared on the top of Draco and Ion. Boom! A huge sound rang out and terrifying thunder light shot out continuously towards the surroundings. In the sanctuary, the four priests who had been preparing for the so-called trial of God following Ennelu's instructions looked at the terrifying thunder column that suddenly descended and couldn't help but look in that direction in surprise. That is, God, did you do it yourself? It seems that the two Qinghai people have completely angered God. It's a pity the carefully prepared trial of God is going to waste. In the eyes of the four priests, the thunder, which represents the power of punishment and destruction, is invincible to a certain extent, and since God has really taken it seriously and has given the two Qinghai people God's sanction, the result is already doomed. It's over. We don't have to play anymore. The performance of the four priests was almost always helpless sighing, and they were ready to leave the side of Enelu from the venue where the trial of God was arranged. However, in the next moment, a blue pillar of thunder suddenly burst out from the direction of the God's punishment descended by Enelu, and with a violent force running through everything, it moved towards the huge shrine in the center of the sanctuary. The vines blasted away. What? Thunder? The power of thunder? Why? Isn't thunder the power of a god? Could it be that Qinghai native also possesses the ability to control thunder? Impossible. How could Qinghai people possess such divine power? The four priests who had already completely surrendered to Ennelu's thunder power and worshipped devoutly under the thunder light almost felt that the three views were collapsed in an instant. Not only the four priests, but even Enelu, who was originally above the sanctuary, was stunned at this time, his face full of incredulity. Even Enelu forgot to resist the huge azure blue thunder pillar released by Yan, and let the azure blue thunder pillar run through the entire half of the sanctuary and then hit the one that grew out of the sanctuary with the high thousands of giant vine roots. Boom! That sturdy vine grew for thousands of meters without being attached to anything, and even the huge vine that carried a golden temple above it swayed like never before. This blow directly pierced the center of the root of the vine, so that even though the vine was incredibly thick, it began to tilt a little bit. It seems to have gone too far. This vine won't die just like that. Ian put down the palm of his hand that had just released the 88 Dragon Striker Thunder Cannon. Watching the soaring vine slowly hanging down like this, he couldn't help but say helplessly. Originally, according to Ion's original intention, he just wanted to lead Enelu out through this means. After all, Enelu, who is a person with the ability of the sound thunder fruit, since he did not know the existence of the devil fruit, arrogantly thought that the power of thunder under his control was a symbol of God, which led to the arrogance in his heart to the point of being a god, and the thunder released by Ian through breaking the way should be enough to completely arouse the jealousy and curiosity of Enel and lead him out. Otherwise, Enelu continued to carry out over the horizon lightning strikes. Yen was struck by lightning in 2 steps. If he knew it, he knew that it was caused by the devil fruit ability. If he didn't know, he thought Yen was a scumbag who was punished by God. Draco, who was on the side, was also a little stunned at the moment, pointing to the arc of thunder left in the air just released by Ian, and asked, "Chief of Staff, aren't you a Sakura fruit capable person? This thunder, didn't I tell Durag what his true abilities were?" It's as if he hadn't said it yet. In other words, apart from Robin, who initially obtained the Void Soul Chopping Blade, even Hancock and Baby 5 are not completely clear, let alone other Void Circle members and outsiders. Immediately, Ion pointed to his mask and said truthfully, "Virtual Circle Organization." Suddenly, Drago understood and said, "Is it the same as Khorasan's situation? The gift of the Lord of the Void?" At this moment, a voice containing arrogance and jealousy sounded in front of Ion along with thunder. "Qinghai people, what is the master of the Virtual Circle? Do you mean that the power used by another Qinghai person to violate the realm of the gods was bestowed by the master of the Virtual Circle?" Enelu slowly revealed his true figure from the elementalized state of thunder, with fair skin like a woman, with a naked upper body, a white turban on his head, and a 3-dimensional nose somewhat similar to Robin. The long earlobes with golden earrings are quite eye-catching, and there is arrogance and laziness in the eyes like dead fish. The most conspicuous are the 4 big drums with the pattern of 3 jade behind him, and the golden long stick in his hand. "Are you the ruler of the Sky Island?" Drago looked at it and asked. "I am a god, and his name is Enelu," Enelu said aloofly. 292 Chapter 292 Melee Mage Who Manipulates the Wind. Immediately, Enelu continued to speak in an imperative tone. "Answer God's question, Qinghai people." At this this time Drago's expression had become completely solemn, and he carefully looked at Anilu's appearance again and asked, "Tianlong people? What Tianlong people?" Anil's tone gradually became a little impatient. "Not a dragon man?" From Anilu's attitude Drago instantly got the answer he wanted. Only in this way it made the leader of the revolutionary army, Drago, a little stunned. "You must know that in this sea, the so-called gods are generally only the high-ranking Tianlong people. In addition, only the recently mysterious lord of the illusory circle will be quietly named God. Except for the Tianlong people and the master of the virtual circle, there is almost no one in the entire sea who will confront the bottom line and foundation of the world government and loudly proclaim, 'I am a god.' Perhaps it is not that there is no, it is only possible that just after a smooth talk in front, the spy agency of the world government wiped out a three-clan in the back." Paying attention to Drago's eyes looking at Anilu like a fool, Ion quickly took on the task of communication and explained to Anilu, "The so-called Tianlong people are the people called gods in what you call Qinghai." Immediately, Anilu's brows furrowed, and he said with an expression that seemed to sense the presence of the enemy, "It turns out that in addition to this god, is there a god system above Qinghai? No, most of the Tianlong people are the debris of the sea, and their bodies are so weak that they are breathless after walking for 2 steps. Yan explained this common sense. In an instant, Anilu said with an extremely arrogant smile on his face, "Is it true that the gods of Qinghai are so weak?" After a pause, Anilu continued, "Qinghai people, your answer is very valuable. I was still considering whether to attack Qinghai. Now that I have understood the weakness of Qinghai's gods, I can safely prepare the plan to include Qinghai into my own territory." Already, Yan. At this moment, even Ion couldn't keep up with the brain circuit of the middle-second youth in front of him. Could it be that in his thinking he would not consider the possibility that he is not a so-called god at all? For a while, Ian originally thought about whether it was possible for Anilu to draw him into the revolutionary army, considering the combat power of Anilu as a person with the ability of the thundering fruit, but now this idea has been completely dispelled. Or, let this idiot leave the empty island just like that, and let him attack the world government. Thinking of this, Yan's thoughts moved, and he deliberately stimulated Anilu and said, "Anilu, the water in Qinghai is very deep. You probably won't be able to handle it alone, so forget it." Hearing this, Anilu's expression obviously changed a little, but he quickly returned to arrogance and laziness, and said, "Under the thunder of this god, everything will instantly turn into nothingness." After a pause, Anilu's eyes locked firmly on Ion and said, "As for you, a Qinghai native, you only need to explain how you obtained the thunder power that violated the realm of the gods. In view of the valuable information you just provided, this god can consider leaving you with a whole corpse." Why did the topic come back to me again? And even if the question is answered, is the best outcome only a corpse? Thinking of this, Ian couldn't help showing a bit of helplessness in his eyes. He understood that Anilu was an arrogant guy, but he wasn't the kind of idiot who could easily be fooled. Forget it, no explanation. Ian waved his hand, took a few steps back, stood behind Drago and said, "Communication failed. Drago, I'll leave the rest to you. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to directly kill the ruler of the empty island like this?" Drago, who had not yet fully understood the situation of Anilu, hesitated. Ian waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, Drago. Anilu is an invader to this empty island, and as a ruler he claims to be a god, which is enough to see arrogance, but he won't be a benevolent ruler. If that's the case." Drago tore off the grey cloak that had been ripped apart by the thunder before, and his majestic and ferocious face showed a bit of fighting intent. In the next moment Drago flicked his hand, and the wind suddenly rose. What is this?" Anilu, who didn't even know the existence of devil fruit, looked a little surprised when he saw the gust of wind that suddenly rioted around him. "Wind? Is it another force that violates the realm of God?" The next moment Drago, who entered the elemental state, followed the surging wind, but suddenly appeared in front of Eni Road. Then, a fist wrapped in a lot of gust of wind slammed towards Anilu. Seeing this, Anilu said with disdain that although he was full of puzzlement about the tricks that Drago performed, he was only subconsciously elementalized in the face of Drago's attack. "Qinghai people, human beings are not qualified to touch the gods." However, before Anilu could finish speaking, he was punched heavily in the stomach. Boom! For a time, Anilu bowed like a prawn, and even his eyeballs were blown out, knocking down more than 10 trees in a row. Durag, confused. This guy claims to be a god, and he is also a natural devil fruit person. Why not resist and dodge? Look down on my iron fist. Looking at the scene not far away, Ion's mouth twitched slightly. Although Ion knew for a long time that Anilu didn't know the existence of devil fruit, so he always believed that the elementalization attached to the natural devil fruit was the body of God, and there was no way for humans to really touch the body of God. Normally, it is. In the face of humans who have not mastered the domineering of armed color, the elementalization of the natural system is almost invincible to a certain extent, except except through some substances that are restrained by the corresponding elementalization. Human beings cannot really attack the entity of the natural devil fruit ability. Just who is Darag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the son of Lieutenant General Iron Fist Garp, a naval hero? Could he be arrogant? Even Drago is obviously a natural devil fruit person, but his fighting style is deeply influenced by Lieutenant General Garp. Judging by Yan's eyes, Darag is a melee mage who manipulates the wind and is full of flesh. 293 Chapter 293 I am God. It can be said that Drago's punch containing the power of the wind is enough to make more than 99% of the men in the entire sea lose their voices and women scream. As for Anilu, he just stood there loosely and took the punch. With this approach, even Drago fell into shock and surprise, and even forgot to pursue it for a while. Ian smashed his mouth, and he could not help muttering when he heard the domineering feeling that Anilu's heartbeat was rapidly weakening. With this punch, Anilu won't hang up at once. Right. Immediately, Ian reminded Drago, don't be stunned, make up the knife, perform an autopsy, and raise the ashes. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 153. However, before Drago could act, a large amount of thunder and lightning suddenly burst out from the position of Anilu, which was buried by trees. Boom. Almost instantly, those trees were completely submerged by the violent thunder, and Anilu's body stood up straight from the ground with a lot of thunder and lightning, especially in the part of the heart. It was obvious that the thunder condensed. Crackling. Finally, under a series of electric shocks, Anilu's heart, which had stopped beating, regained its vitality, and her closed eyes opened again. Just after Lu lingered once in a state of dying, his eyes were no longer disdainful and lazy. Instead, thunderous anger appeared. Qinghai people, you have completely angered God. As Anilu's voice fell, the thunder that burst out of his body dazzled in a circle, and the terrifying electric current vented its terrifying power to the surrounding air. Even Ian, who was already hundreds of meters away from Ani Road, could still feel a tingling feeling in the air. Although I don't know how you people from Qinghai who have peeped into the power of the realm of the gods managed to touch the body of the gods, but under the power of this god, let's completely turn into nothingness. The next moment, as Anilu raised the golden long stick in his hand, he struck the thunder drum behind him. Boom. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Boom. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. For a time, with the sound of the drum, a large number of violent thunderbolts were released from the thunder drums, and the thunderbolts of up to 30 million volts condensed into a thunderbird and a thunder wolf respectively and flew towards Darag left and right. Seeing this, Ion quietly backed away, deciding not to disturb them. After all, 30 million volts is close to the output of Ion's previous small power station. Even though Ion's current physique has exceeded all the limits imaginable in his previous life, and he still has the rubber characteristic cloak formed by Baby 5 to protect himself, he still does not intend to risk his fragile body. Immediately, while qualifying for this battle of wind and thunder, Ion released Xiaojin to collect the gold. On the empty island, the value of gold is far less precious than that of soil, and there is an extremely large amount of gold in the sanctuary, and these are milk powder money. As Hancock and Robin's bellies rounded out, the pressure Ion felt was increasing. So this time Ian went out. In addition to wanting to further promote the development of the Revolutionary Army, it was purely to make some milk powder money in the empty island. Or many loggers don't care that their sons are thrown back to their hometown to be poor, and the money for milk powder is saved. But Ian's thinking in his previous life was haunted, and he subconsciously wanted to give his children the best milk powder and environment. Of course, even if Xiaojin is a castle fruit bird, the space in his body is almost the same as the real castle size. But in fact, Ian is very clear that the land under his feet, which is called the Sanctuary by the Sky Islanders, is the golden country that was brought to the Sky Island hundreds of years ago by the soaring ocean currents and was once famous in the sea. According to ancient records, most of the entire city of Golden Township was made of gold, and even if it were to die of small gold, it would not be able to completely hold all the gold in Golden Township. Therefore, Ian and Drago were just joking about the spoils of war. In fact, Ian only planned to take away a handful of them, and the rest were left as funds for the Revolutionary Army. According to Ian's estimation, the remaining part of the gold should also be enough for the Revolutionary Army to not need to worry about funding issues in the next 10 years, and support the Revolutionary Army to grow completely. And this is also very important. As the children grew up, Ian was also very worried about whether the naughty children would provoke any evil forces that should not be provoked, or the Tianlong people. Just relying on their grandfather's position and father's strength, it is really difficult to ensure their safety and confidence. Therefore, Ian now has many people who use the Revolutionary Army as a support for the children when they grow up. If something happens, they can also help. And as the scale of the battle between between Anilu and Drago continued to expand. Yan also retreated again and again, constantly staying away from their battlefield. It has to be said that holding the power of the wind, the natural devil fruit ability, and inheriting the fine tradition of Iron Fist Lieutenant General Garp, the power of Durag is undeniable. Under the gust of wind, let Anilu release the thunder of the sky, as well as a large number of thunderbirds and thunder beasts that are powerful enough to easily electrocute a sea king. Directly defeated the thunder, and Drago relies on his terrifying physique and domineering accomplishments, and the barrier shield formed on the body surface all the time between the surging winds, almost always pressing the Anilu hammer. However, even though Anilu didn't know the concept of devil fruits, his development of his thundering fruits was extremely strong. In addition, the thundering fruit has both terrifying destructive power and terrifying speed, and even if it is placed in all the devil fruits of the nature department, it is still the top-ranking devil fruit. Therefore, even if Drago's speed is equal to wind under the elementalization, it is still unavoidably pulled back and forth by Anilu, who almost died on the spot after being punched by Drago. Boom! Another piece of thunder was scattered, but Drago was rushing with the force of the wind and continued to move towards Ani. It's really disqualifying. Being chased back and forth by Drago like a reckless man, Anilu's arrogant nerves gradually stretched to the extreme. I am God. An even more dazzling thunder light erupted from Enel's body and announced in a low voice. But seeing Drago's fist wrapped around the gust of wind approaching a dangerous distance again, the angry Anilu could only turn into a thunderbolt again and flash quickly in another direction. Anilu, who had recondensed the entity, stared at Drago and said word by word, "The Qinghai people who steal the power of the wind will let you truly experience the power of God." 294 Chapter 294 The Despair of Gold in the Sky. 200 million volts Thor. In an instant there were almost countless thunderbolts bursting out of Anilu, and these thunderbolts were still entwining and condensing with each other. Crackling. A series of violent thunder continued to reverberate within the sanctuary. The terrifying voltage was constantly venting its power towards the surroundings, and the sky also became dark without knowing it. What happened? For the sky island above the clouds, the climate is almost always stable in a sunny state. This abnormal dark phenomenon has caused countless sky islanders to turn their attention to the direction of the sanctuary. God, is he angry? Could it be that God wants to destroy this island? Quick, run away. These appearances are not much different from ordinary people on the sea, except that the sky islanders who have obvious characteristics on the clothes and dresses have fallen into panic. At this moment, the elite revolutionary army units led by Xiong appeared all over the street, shouting loudly, "Everyone, please calm down." However, the residents of the sky island were more and more panicked by the appearance of the bear and others. Qinghai people. Could it be that these Qinghai people angered God? What are they trying to do? Xianjian watched the situation gradually get out of control. Once the residents of the sky island were completely thrown into chaos, it was inevitable that such bloodshed would inevitably occur. For Xiong and the revolutionary army, this was unwilling to see. At this point, Bear recalled an envelope that Ion had handed to him before leaving. Immediately, the bear took out the envelope and opened it, quickly browsing the contents. God. The next moment, the bear's calm and unusual voice echoed on Angel Island, where the residents of Sky Island live. It's something that shouldn't exist in this world. This is an earth-shattering remark for the Sky Island ruled by gods, and instantly made the residents of the Sky Island who were in a panic with the rage of the gods stunned and completely stunned. We are the Revolutionary Army, an organization that liberates the world from oppression and inequality. The purpose of coming to the Sky Island this time is to defeat the so-called gods and let the light of equality and freedom bathe this island on the top of the cloud again. Xiong continued to speak according to the words on the envelope. In combination with Xiong's extremely oppressive body and calm voice, he was inexplicably convincing. So, everyone, please stay calm and don't panic. The scene, and even the entire Angel Island town fell into silence for several breaths until a sharp sound rang out. Qinghai people, don't talk big. How can the existence of gods be within the reach of human beings? If you anger gods, it will only cause us to suffer disasters. Let's not say whether the so-called gods in your mouth are the real gods. As the bear spoke, he recalled a conversation with Ion's consciousness temporarily entrusted to Khorasan. It was the first time that the Dark Path bear in the Red Land continent had contact and dialogue with Ion's consciousness after the Holy Land Marijoa incident. Master Chief of Staff, do you really think that human beings can get rid of the rule of the Tianlong people who are known as gods? Why is it not possible? Ian answered the bear casually while summarizing the materials after the meeting. Because of the power of the world government, the power of the god Tianlong people has far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. As the king of the kingdom of Salbi, a country that joined the world government, Xiong's expression was extremely gloomy. The world government joined the country. The name sounds unusually beautiful. powerful. However, as the king of the kingdom of Salbe, the bear knew very well that this name represented a heavy burden. Every year, the countries that join the world government must donate enough heavenly gold to supply the Tianlong people. For a country with a fragile economic system and difficulties in communicating with the outside world, the only way to hand over the heavenly gold is to increase taxes on its citizens and constantly use domestic resources to satisfy conditions of heavenly gold until the whole country is drained. Bear saw the knot early on. However, even though Xiong's combat power is extremely strong, he is powerless to change all of this. Rebellion, or breaking away from the name world government member country, will make the kingdom of Salbe attacked by the world government. Therefore, in order to alleviate the increasingly poor situation in the country, the only thing the bear as the king can do is to go out to sea as a pirate and go overseas to plunder wealth to relieve the pressure of the people. Even if Xiong understood that this would only be futile, it could only delay the time when the kingdom of Salbe fell into complete collapse and disintegration. But the way out and the future, the bear can't see at all. Until I met Darag, who came to visit specially, and the 5-year plan just handed over to Darag. But is there really any hope of defeating the world government and the god Tianlong people? Bear, with the idea of wanting to hear from a wise man who can devise that kind of plan. And Ion, who was mostly focused on processing documents, listened to Xiong's question, but he couldn't help chuckling and replied casually. But that sentence has been deeply engraved in Xiong's mind ever since. Now facing the fear of God and the questioning of the revolutionary army by the Air Island resident, Xiong subconsciously repeated it. What if it's a real god? Comparing gods with human bodies and even killing gods. This is the romance that men in this free sea should have. Comparing with gods, killing God. Xiong's remarks were almost as startling as thunder, and the minds of the residents of the Sky Island were buzzing. No, impossible. That's God, the god who really controls thunder. It's over, it's over. We're already discussing God. We'll definitely be heard by God and punish him with thunder. Listening to the chaotic voices of the residents of the empty island that were both shocking and fearful, the bear with the status of a king slowly took off the glove of his right hand and then slapped the empty street behind him. A terrifying shockwave instantly released from the bear's palm. Boom! The entire street disappeared, and the terrifying aftermath spread to the sea of the Sky Island to create a passage, and the end of the passage was beyond the sight of all the residents of the Sky Island. Guru. There was a sound of unconsciously swallowing saliva. Sorry. Bear put on his gloves again and said calmly, I understand your distrust, but after all, some things need to be done by someone, and the thunder that threatens human beings must also have a living being to face its prestige. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 154. So please give me a little time. The results will come soon. Until then, please stay calm and rational at home, and even if the aftermath of the battle really spreads here, I will ensure your safety. 295 Chapter 295 A Finger. And when the bear stabilized the chaos of the residents of Angel Island, the sanctuary now incarnates in the form of Thunder God and uses the infinite thunder as the body to incarnate the giant-sized Anilu into action. It's amazing. This is close to the concept of a natural devil fruit. Witnessing this scene, Ion couldn't help showing a bit of admiration. Anilu may be extremely arrogant, but he is indeed terrifying in the development of sound thunder fruit. He is still only in his 20s, not too different from Yan's age, but he has really touched the edge of the awakening of the natural devil fruit, different from the extremely terrifying vitality and recovery ability of animal-type devil fruit awakening, and also different from the manifestations of superhuman-type devil fruit awakening. The awakening of natural-type devil fruit is a real incarnation of natural disasters, and now this Thor form of Anilu has already had some prototypes of awakening. If Anilu goes a step further, and even his own body is completely integrated into the thunder in the thunder god form, instead of purely wrapping himself in the form of thunder, then it is the real awakening of the natural devil fruit. It's not elementalization, but it completely transforms itself into infinite thunder. Therefore, the fact that Luffy in the original trajectory was able to defeat Anilu, whose combat power was almost comparable to that of a naval admiral, was simply outrageous to open the door to the outrageous Mother Outrageous home. You must know that in the original trajectory, Luffy has grown a lot again after the first battle of Sky Island and developed second block and third block, and Lucci, who fought against CP0, barely won after dying several times. And Lucci now has this kind of combat power against Anilu. It is estimated that Anilu can easily sweep away a large area with a wave of his hand. Perhaps it is all combat power is pure. Anilu, who is all on the thundering fruit, encounters Luffy, the rubber fruit, who is immune to lightning, which is really a pure tragedy. Just when Ion was feeling emotional, the giant-like Thor brazenly greeted Drago, and the fist containing the power of infinite thunder slammed towards Drago. Drago, which was only the size of its finger. And even if the fist turned by the thunder had not really fallen, the 200 million volts of voltage had already caused Drago's hair to stand up slightly. Interesting. Is this your true power? At this time Drago was also completely serious, and the fighting spirit burst out completely. The force of the gust of wind entangled in his body became more and more urgent, and a large amount of gust of wind spun rapidly around his body, which was no more than the size of a finger compared to Thor. The next moment Fang and Lei completely collided. Boom! A large number of strong winds and turbulent currents continue to spread towards the surrounding area with electric ions sandwiched between them. But this is only the first hit. Afterwards, Anilu, who had accumulated anger to a certain extent under the constant pursuit of Drago, turned into a thunder god at this moment and used the thunder as the power to madly pour punch after punch towards Drago and go. And the power of the gust of wind bursting out of Drago became more and more terrifying, and he slammed back against Drago without any fancy. This kind of violent and frantic banging made Ion's eyebrows jump. Do people surnamed Mengchi like this kind of non-fancy confrontation? Obviously, there is a more ingenious way to deal with Anilu, but in the next instant Yan's expression became helpless. Perhaps this is one of the joys of physical monsters, punching to the flesh and colliding with passion. This kind of happiness, Ion obviously has little chance to experience it. Only Ion's eyes swept away, looking at the ground under the feet of Anilu and Drago that had collapsed to the point of no return, and the surrounding environment that began to crack. His brows could not help frowning. This island made of ordinary soil can't stand the continuous confrontation between these two nature-based abilities. If this continues, I am afraid that the entire island is not far from complete collapse. Although Zyajin has almost filled all the gold that can be held in it, if the sanctuary collapses completely, then the remaining large amount of gold that is extremely important to the revolutionary army will be lost. We can't let them go on like this anymore. Ion made a quick judgment, muttering, at least even if we continue to fight, let the two of them fly in the air. It's just that between the battle between Anilu and Drago, the thunder is roaring and the wind is whistling, and Ian can't shout to remind Drago from a distance. As for getting close, for the sake of your own small body, that's fine. Immediately, the helpless Ion moved quickly and circled to an angle where Drago's eyes could notice, and extended a finger towards Drago and pointed upwards, implying that Drago, what? Drago, who was constantly battling with Anilu, noticed Ion's movements, but his eyes were full of confusion. What does this finger mean? Have you communicated this kind of password in advance? Could it be that do you want to replace someone to fight Enel? It's just that Ion's health is not good, so he may not be Enel's opponent. Just when Drago was a little hesitant, he found that Ion's finger was moving faster and faster, as if urging him, forget it, Ian wants to try it, let him try it. After all, he was bestowed by the Lord of the Void Circle, and it should be completely different from the past. Probably after carefully observing the information of Enilu, I want to take this opportunity to hone my combat power. Thinking of this, the strength of the gust of wind on Durag's body rose again, and he suddenly punched away. Boom! This heavy punch, even in the form of Thor form, swayed backwards, causing a gap to appear. Immediately, Drago quickly elementalized and flew away. I want to run away in front of thunder. Seeing this, Enilu waved his hands, and two thunder dragons chased Durag left and right, and Enilu's huge Thor form chased away with violent thunder. Ion from a distance watched Drago successfully lead Anilu off the ground, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Ian has also seen it now. Unless the strength gap between the two sides is too large, it will be difficult to decide the winner or loser in the battle between the natural ability players. And then, as long as Anilu and Drago want to continue to fight in the sky, that's up to them. However, the next moment Ion's eyes widened, and he watched as Drago turned in vain in mid-air, and came straight to him with two terrifying thunder dragons and Anilu in Thor form. Yan 296. The 296th chapter firmly believes in the concept. It's just that Drago, as a natural type burst fruit ability, is not as fast as sparkling fruit and ranging thunder fruit in the elemental state, but the speed is also extremely fast, appearing in the subclass almost in an instant in front of Grace. At the same time, the two thunder dragons that followed also roared and rushed in the direction of Ion. Ion pointed at Drago in disbelief, and Drago swept past Ion, did not forget to pat Ion on the shoulder, and said with a big smile, Chief of Staff, it's over to you. Yan. The next moment, the moment Drago escaped with elementalization again, Thunder Dragon approached. Boom. Between the two thunder dragons intertwined, a large area of thunder light raged furiously, and Yan's figure escaped from the thunder light in a slightly embarrassed manner. What kind of bastard is this? This Munch family of three are bastards. Ion cursed in his heart, but he didn't even have a chance to speak. Thor, come. The huge palm shot straight at Ion, and the violent thunder burst was enough enough to shatter a mountain and electrocute all creatures in a sea area. And just when Anilu was going to shoot the masked Qinghai man to death and continue chasing Drago, boom, a dull collision sounded and a huge force came from the palm of the Thor form. Solution: the black rope condemned King Ming. Almost in an instant, a giant with a black mask similar in appearance to the traditional samurai of the Wano country appeared, holding a long sword in his hand and even slashing his Thor-shaped palm with a wave of the sword. However, without the attack of armed domineering, there is no way to hurt the entity of the natural devil fruit ability. This time, the same is true. Even though the violent power of King Ming's violent power directly cut off Thor's palm, in the blink of an eye, the thunder spread and the palm was restored to its original state. What is this? But looking at the terrifying giant in samurai armor that appeared behind Ion, not only Anilu was stunned, but even Drago was very surprised. Ian, does he even have this ability? Immediately, Drago thought of something, smashed his mouth and muttered, "Hey, the gift from the Lord of the Void Circle is too broad, isn't it?" And Anilu, who always shrouded the empty island with heart net, could hear Drago's muttering clearly and said, "Again the master of the Void Circle? Qinghai people, is this your god? Did you borrow these strange powers from the gods?" Listening to Anilu's questioning, Ion couldn't help but turn his head and glared at Drago. It's just that Drago has traveled a considerable distance in an instant, and that distance can still allow the two behemoths of the Black Rope Scourge Mingwang and Anilu's Thunder God form to collide at will, without any concern that it will affect him. Distance. Therefore, Ion's eyes that want to stab someone Drago can't see at all. This family of three surnamed Mengchi, you wait for me. After swearing secretly in his heart, Ion's eyes fell on Anilu in front of him again, and he suddenly felt a headache. Those with natural devil fruit abilities are one of the enemies that Ion is least good at dealing with. In addition to their super large-scale attacks like natural disasters, those who want to capture the ability of the natural devil fruit can only be domineering through armed colors. And Ion's level of armament and domineering can only be said to be reluctant, better than nothing. But if you want to wrap the armed color domineering on the weapon of King Ming of the Black Rope, it is impossible to squeeze Ion out. So, Ion's voice calmly responded to Anilu and said, "Hey Anilu, don't deceive yourself. There is no real god in this world at all. Those gods Tianlong people in Qinghai that you speak of just rely on the power left by their ancestors to override ordinary people. And you, the so-called god, is just a lucky person who ate the devil fruit of the nature department and then used his power to surpass the residents of the Sky Island." However, listening to Ion's words, Enel's expression did not change at all. He said, "It's ridiculous. You said that the power of this god comes from the fruit of the devil. Then you stupid human admitted the existence of the devil and then denied the gods. Yan, this guy, he still believes that he is God. And that set of fallacies sounds like it really is like that." Immediately, Ian continued, "Oh, Anilu, if you are such an evil, those with the power of the magic fruit are gods. So there are thousands of gods like you in Qinghai. Those are just false gods. The power of thunder controlled by this god is the real power to punish everything in the world." There was not even the slightest wavering in Anilu's tone. "Just like you, stealing a wisp of the god's power and then planning to challenge the real god. This kind of stupid Qinghai people is not uncommon, but it also brings a lot of fun to the god. Why is he so confident?" Ion couldn't understand Enel's thinking at this moment. This guy interprets the logic of the rest of the world based on the thinking that he is a god, and the core idea that he is a god alone will not be shaken or changed at all. So are all the nonsense finished? Qinghai people, thank you for the fun you have brought to this god's long life, but you guys who have stolen the power of the gods must be punished to show the power of the gods. The next moment, accompanied by the words of Anilu, fell. Copyright 2022 Fanfiction, all rights reserved. 155. Between the huge thunder god form palms together, a large amount of thunder condensed a thunder spear. At the same time as the sound of thunder resounded in the sanctuary, a terrifying thunder light bloomed, and the thunder spear pierced the black rope and scourged Mingwang chest. Boom! When the giant sword in the hand of the black rope scourge Mingwang and the thunder spear collided, at the same time as the huge roar sounded, countless thunder snakes spread out from the thunder long spear and drilled straight into the black rope sky scourge Ming King. Crackling, conductive for a time, the terrifying voltage of hundreds of millions of volts pierced through the black rope. Even though the defense of King Ming of the black rope was extremely strong, the damage synchronized to Yen still made Yen go numb and his eyes darkened. "No, I don't have enough armed protection. I'm too restrained." In the moment of Yen's thought, he quickly released the resolve black rope heavenly punishment King Ming and released a bound Dao number 81 Duan Kong to temporarily block the spread of thunder and lightning. Since the armed color is not domineering enough, it can be suppressed purely with different elements. Ion whispered liberation. "There are all kinds of things. They are all ashes, and the blades are like fire. Then the flame rises." 209 297 Chapter 297 There is no God in this world. It's hot, it's spreading. The flowing blade Ruohuo with the raging fire in Ion's hand exuded an aura that burns everything and almost instantly caused a surging sea of fire with Ion as the center. The entire sanctuary and even the Angel Island where the residents of the more distant Sky Island live began to feel the temperature rise with the appearance of flowing blades of fire. Draco, who looked at Ion from a distance, suddenly widened his eyes. His expression was completely shocked and he muttered, "This ability, this hotness can't be wrong. So that person is the chief of staff." And Anilu, who incarnated in the Thor form, could clearly feel that the arc that was filled in the air around Ion was dissipated in an instant. At this moment Anilu even had the illusion that he was facing the god who held the power of flame. "Impossible, I am the only and true god in this world." In an instant Anilu seemed to be stimulated and the huge thunder god form formed by countless thunders began to move. 100 million volts thunder dragon. Thunder began to ring and the terrifying prestige roared towards Ion. In this regard Yan, who has the strongest and oldest soul-killing knife of the flame type flowing blade Ruohuo, turned around slowly and then slashed out, stroking. Immediately the unparalleled heat swept out towards the thunder dragon like a wave, cutting the thunder dragon straight from it. Boom! The unbalanced and riotous thunder dragon exploded in an instant and countless messy thunder rolls spread out in a ring with terrifying high temperature in the sky, almost completely burning the surrounding trees within a few hundred meters to ashes in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Yue, who was flowing like fire, was quickly destroying the island under his feet, Ian frowned and said, "Looks like it can't be delayed any longer." After a pause Ian said, "The ultimate flame is to turn everything into ashes. Anilu, try to survive this scorching heat with your thunderous might." The next moment, as the flowing blade Ruohuo in Yan's hand slid into the ground, pillars of fire that were no less than the sky-high vines continued to appear centered on Ani Road. Between the terrifying high temperature and the violent thunder, the huge roar shook the entire sanctuary slightly. "Hot hell!" accompanied with Ian's whisper. The rising flame of the flowing blade is like fire in his hand rose, and the fire pillars that reached the sky quickly gathered around Anilu, and the extreme high temperature gathered into a terrifying hot hell. And in that scorching hell, Anilu's hysterical roar sounded, "I am God." For a time, even in the extreme high temperature, the sound of thunder and lightning was already high, and there were even a lot of thunder bursts that broke through the heat of hell and leaked out to the outside world to declare its terrifying power, sending the surrounding ground to the ground. Crazy blasted one big hole after another. This is simply a battle of gods. In a far corner, the four priests were leaning against each other, with 8 pairs of eyes staring at the blazing hell with thunder and lightning in the distance. While trembling uncontrollably, he muttered, Fortunately, we didn't test the 2 Qinghai gods, otherwise we would definitely die. This god of wind, god of fire and god of thunder, we don't dare to appear at all. It's terrible. If this continues, the entire sanctuary will collapse. The god of thunder, who holds the power of judgment, will not be defeated, and Lord Anilu will definitely win." As long as, even though the 4 priests were tremblingly cheering each other, their eyes containing fear and anticipation were always watching the distant battlefield, hoping that the mighty light of thunder would once again rise above the sanctuary. But boom! As Ion put the flowing blade like fire into the scabbard, the heat of the scorching hell and the flames that were beginning to burn up half of the sanctuary quickly subsided, has disappeared into the air. It's really difficult. Fortunately, Anilu has not fully grasped the awakening of the natural devil fruit, otherwise he may not be able to defeat Anilu. Ion looked at Anilu, who fell to the ground from mid-air, his body charred black from the distance, and felt very fortunate in his heart. However, after trying the destructive power of flowing blades Ruohuo once from Anilu, Ian has a little more judgment on the combat power positioning of living blades Ruohuo. It doesn't count as release residual fire sword, it's just flowing blade Ruo fire itself, except that it is somewhat weak in the face of real monsters like Kaido, and it is difficult to cause real fatal damage. In fact, the destructive power of flowing blades like fire has reached a certain extreme. The high temperature of the flame of about 6,000 degrees is enough to destroy most of the things above the sea, and even completely turn the magma into ashes. Even those who face the natural devil fruit ability, if they have not mastered the awakening and completely transformed into natural disasters, almost do not have the possibility of directly resisting the flowing blade like fire. Thinking of this, Ian couldn't help but feel a lot more at ease. Perhaps the power of the residual fire sword under the solution of flowing blades like fire is strong enough to evaporate the sea, but Ion still does not have the ability to control and maintain it, and has almost no real combat significance, just a deterrent. As for the other soul-chopping blades in the state of solution, they may have their own advantages, but Ion has always lacked the means to fight against those with natural devil fruit abilities. Whether it's Kanban Sakura, the black Black Rope God's Retribution Ming Wan, or the Sparrow Bi Lei Gong Whip and Jing Hua Shui Yu. With the support of Ion's lack of sufficient armament and domineering, it is always difficult to cause fatalities to those with natural devil fruit abilities harm. But now with the ultimate flame of flowing like fire, Ion can be considered to have the ability to fight back. In this way, in the face of any enemy in the sea, I am barely able to counter-attack and protect myself. Right. There was a bit of emotion in Ion's eyes. Immediately, between Ion's feet, he instantly appeared at the place where Anilu fell. Even though Anilu was elementalized in time after the Thor state was completely evaporated by the hot hell, the scorching high temperature of the hot hell still inevitably burned all the thunder and lightning, so much so that at this time, Anilu was lying on the ground in a black as charred appearance. But even so, Anilu, who has almost no ability to move, still has arrogance and disbelief in his eyes. It seems that it is difficult for him to understand how he could be defeated as a god. Seeing this, Ian couldn't help but say something. El Nilu, there is no god in this world. 298 Chapter 298 God's Mission. There is no god in this world. You, utterly defeated. Ion flatly stated the fact that Enel was furious, but it was helpless. No, impossible. I'm a god. The god who controls thunder. Anilu. Why? How is it possible? Could it be that there really is no god in this world? Listening to Anilu's tone from anger and disbelief gradually turned into dazed and bewildered. His eyes seemed to gradually lose light. Mang completely turned into a dead fish eye without any luster. Seeing this, Ion couldn't help but feel a little more emotional. Another middle-year-old boy is about to fully recognize the reality of the world under the cruel blow. Speaking of which, who hasn't fantasized about being an omnipotent god? It's just that the boy's middle two and farce will eventually come to an end. Especially this middle school guy is not just an ordinary boy, but a man with the ability to easily destroy the entire island. Anilu, the game of playing as a god is completely over. This sea of gods doesn't exist. I don't need it. However, before Ian could finish speaking, a gust of wind approached rapidly, and Drago's excited expression instantly appeared beside Ian and said loudly, "Chief of Staff, it turns out that you are a member of the Virtual Circle organization who almost evaporated into the sea before, and is known as the man closest to God." Hearing the words mentioned in Drago's words, Anilu's dull dead fish eyes lit up slightly. "You've been hiding it from me for so long, so that's what it is. If that's the case, everything can make sense." After a pause, Drago said with curiosity and shock in his tone, "But in this way, it seems that it is not too much for the Lord of the Void to be called a real god. I didn't expect that you were the one who was so weak, and you can be given a kind of vaporization by the Lord of the Void, the power of the sea." Listening to Drago finishing a series of words at a very fast speed, Ion didn't know how to answer at all, and the mouth hidden under the mask could only respond to Drago with a few dry smiles. "What's it called, actually?" For Drago's careless words, Ion can't wait to give him a knife. Of course, exposing this part of the power in front of Drago was originally one of Ion's own plans. Even if it is not exposed on the Sky Island this time, Ion will find an opportunity to use Drago as a whetstone to test the effect of flowing blades like fire on natural devil fruit users. At this moment, Anilu, who was covered in blackened body, struggled abruptly and slowly to stand up. Even weak lightning flashed through the joints of Anilu from time to time, forcibly stimulating the nerves all over the body to force control the body. "Do you still want to fight?" Looking at Anilu's firm and slightly shining eyes, Ion's view of Anilu couldn't help but change. Originally, Ion thought that Enel was a pure middle school guy. Didn't he expect to have such a firm will to fight? It was obvious that his body had reached the limit, but he forced his body to stand up again with the ability of the sound thunder fruit. It was just the next moment that Anilu's words made Ion stunned. "You guy, you just said that there is no real god in the sea, but isn't your power bestowed by gods?" "Yan, how can I refute this?" This time, Yan's heart was completely messed up. "Continue to deny the existence of God, so how do you explain the Lord of the Void Circle to Drago? If you don't deny it, isn't this hitting your face?" Cough cough. Ion coughed twice and replied with a glance, "What I'm talking about is just the sea. As the real god of the Virtual Circle, how can he be bound by the sea? So, the real god exists, right?" Anilu's eyes shone with unprecedented light. "You guy is actually a divine envoy, or a priest or something. It doesn't count. It doesn't count." Ion waved his hand and explained, "I can only be regarded as a lucky person who was watched by God, and then an ordinary person who was given power by the Lord of the Void Circle." Hearing this sentence, Enel's broken and charred body slowly took firm and powerful steps, approaching Ion, and he kept mumbling in his mouth, "It turns out that the power of your fellow comes from that god, the god named Lord of the Void Circle. So that's the case. Did I lose to another god's power? Not an ordinary human being. Tell me," Enel said in an unquestioning and commanding tone, "how to find the true god." Listening to Anilu's self-talk, Ion couldn't keep up with his thinking and ask subconsciously, what do you want to do with the Lord of the Void Circle? Copyright 2022 Fanfiction all rights reserved. 156. Anilu said with pride still in his tone. Since this god was defeated in the battle of gods, even if I don't want to admit it, but according to the rules between gods and gods, I can only become the god of the master of the virtual circle. Yan, where is it from rules? I do not know how. The Lord of the Void Circle, you don't need to belong to God. Ion replied, oh, even if you, a Qinghai native, are a priest of the Lord of the Void, how can you guess what God thinks? Anilu said disdainfully, it's enough to tell me how to meet the master of the virtual circle. This is a communication between gods and gods. You are a little priest. I don't understand, and I don't need to say more. Yan, no, actually I really understand. Yan's heart was already a little powerless at this time. It's just that Ion has no way to let Anilu see the master of the virtual circle in his imagination, in itself directly exposed. As for trying to fool Anilu into the spiritual space, let's not say whether Anilu's value is worth granting the void soul chopping blade, and more importantly, Yan is still quite far from awakening the next void soul chopping blade. Long distance. I have no idea. Ian shook his head and said, I am just an ordinary person who was watched by the Lord of the Void Circle and then was given power at will. It is possible that I know how to see the Lord of the Void Circle. In this regard, Anilu said with a natural expression, of course, is God accessible to ordinary humans at will? After a pause, Anilu murmured with a thoughtful look on his face, it's just that the Lord of the Virtual Circle didn't specifically ask you to convey this information to this god. Then, Anilu said with a look of enlightenment, I understand. This is actually the first task given to this god by the master of the Virtual Circle. 299 Chapter 299 Do you think I have a chance? Listening to Anilu muttering to himself, he completely assigned himself a task. As the master of the Virtual Circle, Ion said that he was covered in circles and knew nothing about it. Originally, Ion also planned to kill Anilu to avoid future troubles. But now, looking at Anilu who pretends to be the master of the Virtual Circle and is still shouldering the task, Ion doesn't know how to start. But what is the logic of Anilu? Because he firmly believes that he is a god, so he does not hesitate to believe that it is the power of another god that defeats him, not a mere Qinghai person. Seeing this, Drago on the side opened his mouth and said, if you want to find the master of the Virtual Circle, in fact there is a relatively common saying in the sea nowadays. Anilu, who hadn't even asked the names of Drago and Ion, said arrogantly, tell this god Qinghai people, that is, showing the value and fun far beyond ordinary people so as to attract the attention of the master of the Virtual Circle. Drago replied. Suddenly, Anilu's scorched brows frowned, and then, Anilu, who had already reached the limit, fell into a coma and fell back heavily. Boom. Yan. Looking at Anilu who was in a coma, Yan felt inexplicably that this guy would cause a lot of trouble and suggested, otherwise, let's kill this guy. No. Drago waved his hand and said, this Anilu's thinking is a little strange, but his combat power is extremely strong. It's a pity to kill him like this. Immediately, Drago said, reshape your mind. Enel should be able to play a considerable role. Hearing this, Ion, who was hesitant at first, nodded and said, that's fine, I'll leave it to you. Immediately, Ion turned around and planned to run away. However, as soon as Ion's footsteps were lifted, Drago stopped Ian directly and asked, Chief of Staff, you haven't explained the thing about your flame. Evaporate the sea. Can it really be done? Can't do it. Ion shook his head without hesitation and answered firmly, just kidding. If this kind of thing is admitted, what is the difference between the pig's nose and the green onion? But Ian still silently added in his heart, at least it's impossible to do it without accumulating more than 10 or 20 years of spiritual pressure. What? When Drago, who was still a little excited, heard the words, his face couldn't help showing disappointment and asked, but the scorching high temperature obviously affected the entire New World Sea area, and even the World Government Science Department calculated that the flame had an extreme high temperature of 15 million degrees. That's just to scare the world government. What I just showed is the strongest force I can exert. As for the temperature that affects the sea area of the New World and the high temperature of 1500 degrees. Ion paused, trying not to let his eyes wander. It's just that my ability has the side effect of changing the astronomical phenomenon, temporarily changing the weather in a very large area, and the high temperature of 15 million degrees is just a miscalculation caused by desperately compressing the flame. Hearing this, Drago said in disappointment as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him. So, is this what you used to scare Kaido and the world government? If not, Ion shrugged and said, if I can really master the ultimate flame of 15 million degrees, I can evaporate the entire Holy Land Marijoa with one knife. So why hide like this every day? Hiding. After a pause, Ion sighed helplessly. Alas, it was because I was too weak, and the war situation between Kaido and Khorasan was extremely critical at the time, so I could only take a risk and try to scare Kaido off in this way. When Drago heard the words, the feeling of pity for Ion's combat power suddenly became extremely complicated. If it was in the past, Drago would still believe Ion's nonsense and sympathize with Ion's frail body. But let's not say that Ion is already a first-class combat power in the sea just by developing the ability of Sakura Fruit. What's more, after Durag's long-lost walk with Ion this time, he found out that this guy still has a bunch of hidden abilities. The air barrier that can cut off the attack, the lightning cannon enough to destroy a small mountain, and the summoned samurai giant. The most important thing is that the fire is hot beyond imagination. The power of the flame was not as high as 15 million degrees as rumored, enough to evaporate the entire sea, which really disappointed Drago. However, even the flame temperature that Ion is showing now has far exceeded the upper limit of Rockberry. That is to say, in a sense, the flames manipulated by Ion can even cause a serious upper and lower suppression effect on Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. Therefore, according to Durag's current judgment, even though Ion still has serious physical defects, he has real general level combat power. The general level of combat power is generally called the strongest combat power of the Navy, which has the ability to suppress the riots of the era and the peace of the sea. Such a guy is actually lamenting his weakness. The corner of Drago's mouth twitched slightly, and he always felt that he had been hit invisibly, and asked, "Chief of Staff, how did you get the power granted by the Lord of the Void?" Look, Drago pointed to his fierce face full of tattoos and said, "Do I have a chance?" Ion shrugged, described a similar scene when Khorasan first met the Lord of the Void, and said, "That's why I suddenly obtained the power conferred by the Lord of the Void Circle, but in fact I have no idea of the Lord of the Void Circle at all, and I don't know how to find the Lord of the Void Circle at all." Really? Drago couldn't help being a little disappointed. Although Drago's self-confidence is true even in the face of any enemy, whether it is domineering, physical combat skills, or fruit development, etc., Drago is at the top level of the sea. However, even at this level, Drago still has no confidence to defeat the world government. Therefore, having witnessed the changes in the battle strength of Khorasan and Ion before and after, even Drago couldn't help but have the idea of looking for the power of the master of the virtual circle. And Ion's eyes hidden under the mask glanced at Drago quietly, coughed lightly, and said, "Durag, don't pin your hopes on such illusory things. If you want to promote the change of the times, the real power is the light of thought and the power of countless civilians." 300 Chapter 300 Sky Island Plan. That's right, Chief of Staff, you should see clearly and not be obscured by power. When Drago heard the words, he couldn't help nodding heavily and said, "And to this day, the master of the Void Circle is still extremely mysterious, and no one can figure out his true thoughts and purposes, whether it is purely arbitrary, or whether he wants to invisibly promote changes in the world. It's too stupid to get power from him," Ian said casually. "But for now, the appearance of the Lord of the Void Circle is always a good thing. In addition to giving me and Khorasan a great increase in combat power, it has also attracted a lot of attention from the world government for the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise we can only develop little by little according to the original 5-year plan." "That's true," Drago said in agreement. "Okay, let's take care of the Sky Island first. The bear should have started to contact and comfort the residents of the Sky Island." Ion spoke methodically. "And not far from this sanctuary, there seem to be some forces that resist Enilu. Now that Enilu has been defeated, they have no reason to continue fighting. They need to find a way to appease them. Let them return to civilian status, or they can be directly recruited into the Revolutionary Army. As for the technicians, they need to start mapping the flying trajectory of the air island in the Great Route as soon as possible, so as to establish a context system centered on the air island. In addition, the methods for the members of the Revolutionary Army to enter and exit the empty island also need to be studied immediately on the premise of maintaining privacy and safety." Finally, Ian concluded, "In terms of the initial goal, we are committed to building this air island into a military, political, and intelligence base for the Revolutionary Army in the first half of the Great Route, so as to spread the influence of the Revolutionary Army radiating from the air island to the first half of the entire Great Route, and it is even feasible. If so, turning the entire Sky Island into a real Sky Fortress is the most ideal state." Sky Fortress. When Drago heard the words, his eyes couldn't help but show full of expectations, and he had already fantasized about turning the entire Sky Island into a war fortress and launching a campaign against the world government. Challenging scene. But soon, Durag thought of the scientific research capabilities that the Revolutionary Army has now, and his expression couldn't help but crotch, and the face full of tattoos twitched slightly and said, "Chief of Staff, the current scientific research capabilities of the Revolutionary Army are simply not at this level. It's okay to transform the ship and transform the entire empty island. Of course I know that the current scientific research research level of the Revolutionary Army is far from enough, but this can be set as a long-term goal for development. After all, whether it is the level of scientific research or the scientific research technology possessed by the Revolutionary Army, sooner or later. Speaking of this, Jan's voice suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Looking at Ion's abrupt silence, Drago asked inexplicably. It seems that we don't have to wait. If we want to transform the Sky Island, we can have some interesting things to disassemble and transform, Jan said. What? Drago asked. Ian smiled and said a term that made Drago's pupils shrink. Ancient weapon, Pluto. Drago was stunned for a few breaths before asking in disbelief. Ancient weapon, Hades in your hands. You must know that in the legend, every ancient weapon has the ability to destroy the world, and it is also one of the most feared forces of the world government. Of course, the claim of destroying the world is definitely an exaggeration, but it is true that it can pose a threat to the rule of the world government. It is precisely because of this that, in addition to many ambitious people who are pursuing power and trying to dominate the sea, the world government has also been looking for the whereabouts of ancient weapons, trying to completely erase the traces of ancient weapons from this sea. Of course, the ancient weapon Pluto is not in my hands, but I probably know how to find it and the corresponding blueprint. After a pause, Ion continued, with the physical objects and blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluto, the researchers of our Revolutionary Army can not only gain a lot of ancient knowledge from it, but also transform the empty island through the ancient weapon Pluto. Then what are you waiting for? Chief of Staff, there is such important information about ancient weapons, but you only said now. What should I do if there is an accident? Drago hurriedly started urging Ion to set out to find the ancient weapon Hades and blueprints, for fear that he would be taken away by the world government if he was one step too late. Don't worry, the ancient weapon Pluto is rumored to be a supergiant battleship capable of destroying an island with one shot. It will definitely be very eye-catching. After a pause, Ion went on to explain. The previous Revolutionary Army did not have a suitable base to store the ancient weapon Pluto, and to ensure that the information on the ancient weapon Pluto would not be leaked. So even if I went to find the ancient weapon Pluto in advance, it would be meaningless, but it would easily lead to the world government all-round encirclement and suppression of the Revolutionary Army. After all, after getting something that can threaten the rule of the world government, once the information is leaked, it is almost a direct declaration of war with the world government. So, first stabilize the entire Sky Island, complete the description of the Sky Island's movement trajectory, and set up a defense line to isolate the outside world from invading the Sky Island. And it's not too late to start looking for the ancient weapon Hades. 157. Hearing Ion's calm voice, Drago gradually regained his composure from the excitement of the ancient weapon Pluto. It is good. Immediately, Drago didn't hesitate, turned around and disappeared in place in an instant. Obviously he couldn't wait to deal with the matter of the Sky Island. Sure enough, nothing inspires enthusiasm for work more than drawing cakes. Ion looked at Drago's disappearing back from a distance, and couldn't help but agree with the truth a little more. Of course, Ian also understands that the cakes in this painting can't be painted too much, otherwise Drago will be immune after eating it sooner or later. Afterwards, Ion's domineering arrogance was perceived in detail in the sanctuary, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. The next moment, the four priests who were hiding and huddled together in the distance for fear of attracting the attention of Ion and Drago, only felt that the man who made them in despair and awe suddenly appeared in front of them. Ion glanced at their images and asked calmly, "You are the four priests of Enlil?" "Yes," a fat priest with glasses replied subconsciously, but the next moment this priest was pressed down by the other priests, and he covered his mouth tightly, and the other priests said in a row, "No, no, we're not. We just passed by." "That's right, my lord. We just happened to pass by and we didn't see anything." "Yes, we have nothing to do with Enlil at all. Even if we have any relationship, we are forced